level anyway, so you can just presume you're down at that level. You don't have to account for any Earth curvature at that point.
Did everybody quit?
No.
Yeah, so
We're
I've
just
been looking up Einstein was a geocentrist.
Yeah, he said his. Well, I mean, the short version is that it could be interpreted either way.
Right. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. And then what's interesting about that is like when we're having these conversations, right? A lot of times I think what people do is they view a flat earth model from a spherical earth perspective and they view a spherical earth from a flat earth perspective. And like when you're flipping from one model to the other, you have to change like the underlying mechanisms and everything. And if you don't have the knowledge to do that, then like yeah, things are gonna seem like all out of whack. But yeah, it does seem to extrapolate that like whichever you presuppose is what you're going to find. But I can't tell if that's only from them lying about stuff and coming up with ways that it could be spherical or that's where I'm like, I don't know.
Well, they don't know. They don't know what it means. What general relativity and special relativity. They don't even know what's going on there. They just what their whole shtick is gravity. That's it. That's their full understanding.
Okay, so what's the shtick with flat Earth, or let's say geocentrism? What would we be doing that?
Not moving. The other thing with Einstein, you could also, depending on where you are,
Right, he's trying to find a constant.
Yeah, the constant is wherever you are. Like
Right.
you could the moon. Like I heard Whitsitt say, I know exactly what he's talking about here, but from your point of view, on say the moon of Mars,
Yeah.
the whole universe rotates around you.
Right. Well,
You're
and
the center
that's
of the universe.
that's kind of what I've gotten to as well. Is if you were on Jupiter, it seemed as if the whole world rotates around you as
Yeah,
well.
it was seen that Jupiter was the center of the universe.
Which is an interesting concept, because then I even saw Einstein had tried to presuppose that the ether would be the constant, but that didn't work either, because it turns out the ether is also moving in tandem with the rest of everything else. So it's like, what do you do? I guess you just trust your eyes. That's what I choose to do. But I mean, I don't know. But I guess that's what frustrates me about the globe earthers, though, is that they like can't fathom how any other model could even be entertained. Blah blah blah. We know this. Blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, no, you're just showing us that we know that you haven't looked into this at all.
Yeah, they haven't really looked into it at all. It's just that their whole shtick is flat Earth is dumb. It's
Right,
so dumb.
But
that
the
it's not
people
even-
who made those theories don't know what they're looking at. So
Yeah.
how do they know what they're looking at? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I'm like, okay, guys, come on. Like, the people who actually fleshed these ideas out, did the mathematics, the physics, all of it, right? They admitted that they don't know what they're looking at. Like, they were convinced that their instruments had shrank during taking measurements, and that's why some of the calculations were off. Like, they had to come up with all these ideas on how this stuff was happening because it wasn't fitting their model. And then they changed their model, and then it fit a little better, but it still didn't fit that much. And they were like, okay, so let's build a better model. And it's just so weird to me that someone can sit there with 100% and be like, yes, Earth is a sphere, and we know this 100%. It's like, okay, well, then you honestly haven't looked into it. That's the bottom line. Like even the fact that Coriolis uses a geocentric formula in order to make the calculations is like, which again, I'm not saying that that's done deceptively, right? We don't know. We don't know. We know that that's how we use a geocentric whatever to get the Coriolis. But again, you need to have a constant. So what else are you supposed to do? And it's like I see the reasonings for this stuff. I don't necessarily think it's deception, but I do think the deception is regular people acting like they know what the fuck they're looking at.
So I mean, weren't you just a couple days ago talking about Earth being a globe? Are you still on that, or are you?
What? No, I'm not dead set on any of them. I like flat Earth the best, to be honest. Geocentric looks beautiful. Heliocentrism seems to entertain my spiritual side. right? Like with the planetary movements and blah blah blah, right? I'm the sun, like but I mean ultimately, like even if you look at cellular cosmology or Hollow Earth or like there's a ton of different things that I've looked at. I've looked at this Crystal Palace Earth, okay? That one's weird. But I can't really say that I know, man. Like even after all the research and stuff, like uh I don't know. I have no idea what it is, but I love to entertain the ideas in all directions. But particularly heliocentrism does seem wrapped up in a lot of lies, and that's what makes me navigate away from it. And again, I don't even think the scholars, like, sure, the people giving us the photographs and stuff, like, they seem to be lying. But as far as like scholars doing like the mathematics of this stuff, I don't think they're actually lying to us. Like, I think they're truly trying to figure this out, and they're presupposing that Earth is moving around the sun, and sun is the constant. And so, like, what they're giving us is true to their um, perspective, right? And so I don't think it's really a good thing to like knock that stuff. But when people come in here and act like they know what they're talking about, I think those people should be knocked down very much.
Yeah, so when they come in here and they're like anti-flat earthers.
Yes. Yes, because that just shows that they haven't looked into heliocentrism. Because if you've looked into heliocentrism, then you understand that in order to get any of these calculations, you have to presuppose that the sun is the constant. And if you were to presuppose that the earth is the constant, you would get different calculations, right? Well, okay, even then you might get the same calculations just showing a different thing, which is even weirder, right? Like it's but either way, it's yeah, it's just indicative of them not looking into shit.
Yeah, hopefully a globalist comes around here. It'd be interesting to have you talk to them.
So my girlfriend believes in the globe like heavy, bro. And I showed her the Einstein geocentric stuff and like how he struggled with this for years, man. Like he couldn't figure this out. Like tried to incorporate ether, tried to incorporate all this stuff like and it was just something that he never really figured out. And I like told her, I was like, you don't think it's weird that like we have people saying that they know what this is when the brightest minds of human history can't figure this out. And she's like, no, I don't think it's weird at all. And I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not even saying the earth is flat. I'm just saying it may not be a heliocentric model. That's all I'm saying. Like,
Yes, like they want to drive you back into the cult as soon as you start. Well,
well,
basically,
that's
like
what's weird about it. It's more about being a part of that cult than it is believing anything else. They don't give a fuck what you believe. They just want you to believe what they believe. That's what's weird. It's like a comfort thing. And then she even accuses me of using this as like something to give me comfort. She's like, I think you just want to be different. I'm like, bro, do you realize how much like this actually impedes my life if I choose to talk about it? Like, I literally will not talk about this in real life. Like, I'm sorry, but I won't. Like, I'm not going to sacrifice my job. I'm not going to paint myself as a fucking clown in front of everybody else. Like, that's stupid. Nobody was going to do that. And so it's like you're uh, attributing this to comfort or like to feel special. That's just stupid. Like, where are you getting that? Same. The Chamber of Innocence has always been one of the harder bosses to fight in Path of Exile. Alvarius. I remember the first time I did this fight, like, and actually did it successfully, was probably like 10 years ago. And it was so hard, dude. I probably died like 100 times trying to do this fight successfully. Yo, so have you ever checked out Vedic cosmology?
Yeah, I've heard people talk about it, but not something I've really dove into.
I'm thinking of going pretty deep into that actually. I want to check it out because the rest of their stuff is spot on. It's pretty interesting actually. Like even their mathematics, like that's where we get a bunch of our geometry from. Like even Pythagorean theorem, they have like a different formula for it.
Hello.
How are you?
Good?
Got any fascinating topics?
Nah, nothing new. You know, the usual shit. You know, some people, they jumped off the edge of the earth, you know, and died. But
And then they wanted to find out the sex of the turtle because they
right.
can't just leave things alone.
Yeah.
Shout out to Terry Pratchett. You know, Discworld is actually a pretty good series.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you've never read anything by him, it's pretty interesting. There's like a lot of magic and stuff in there though.
Weird, you can try out your new method right now. See if Grim here is able to understand anything you say.
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean?
We'll give him the rundown.
I'm pretty sure he's a flat earther.
No, he's his own beast, man. This guy is a very special snowflake.
Wait, are you special?
I'm a concaver.
A concaver?
Yeah.
Okay, like a cellular cosmology type thing?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Can you explain it to me a little bit?
Well, I mean, this is esoteric. So,
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
no, sure, but it should stay this way, you know. So, unless you want to be initiated, I
Well,
can't
I
share
already
this.
have it, and I've looked at the concave Earth. I kind of know what you're talking about. I just want to see if you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but there is like an in group and the out group, you know.
Yeah. What about geocentrism? Have you entertained that?
I don't think that makes sense. Just
Okay.
does not fit the observation.
What about a hollow Earth?
Yeah, that too doesn't fit.
But you think concave Earth fits?
Yeah, where
In
do
a
you have an
sense,
observation of concaveness? Where's the curvature?
Yeah,
Right.
that's kind of what I'm saying too.
Right.
Like, because I'm open to the fact that if you say that, like, you know, there's some other mechanism in which that's happening, but in that case, I want you to explain it to me because you seem to know somehow. So tell me.
Yeah, tell him.
See, Grim is more of a listener, not a talker. So you
That's
have
okay. That's okay too.
go through the stuff you talked about today.
Well, I kind of want to look into this concave Earth. I have no problem entertaining ideas.
Well, I mean, he's not going to be able to articulate it. So articulate what your ideas are, and
Right.
maybe he might jump in. You might take the
Okay.
bait on something.
So all I've really seen with concave Earth so far is like schizo YouTube videos, and I mean they're intricate too. Like these dudes, they have a model, whatever it is, and it has like a diamond in the center of the Earth, and like they kind of point towards the stars being like lights on the other side of the Earth, and I don't know if that's specifically his belief, but that's one that I've read, and I've been like, it's a fun concept, right? Like it's one that I can get behind for entertainment value. I don't know if I believe it, because like I said, I don't see observations that actually point towards that being the case, but I'm open to it. You really don't want to like tell me any more about it?
Well, his main shtick too is he'll start talking when other people are talking. If it's dead air, he can't talk. He can only talk when someone else is trying to say something.
Were you just looking for people to be mad that you're a concave earther?
No, his main thing is that if he gets muted, he wins. So he tries to find creative ways of getting muted so that he can say he won. But he doesn't want to get muted. So it's really this, like think about very broken ideology.
Okay. Yo, but have you ever watched those YouTube videos of the concave earth?
Yeah, he's not very good with questions either. He doesn't have a whole. You basically got to talk to him. It can't be a question, and you gotta let him interrupt you, and he'll laugh and say a lot of really cringe stuff.
Mm. Have you ever thought about the fact that we're inside of a body?
You can't do the question thing. The question part, he doesn't answer questions.
Oh,
Yeah, it's really difficult. I know it's like extremely difficult.
okay. That's no fun.
Yeah, so I was thinking. So if you go through like today, we just talked, without any sort of question and answer, just normal sort of back and forth.
Mhm.
Just see if he's able to do that.
Well, what do you want to talk about? I'll talk about anything with her. Like, whatever he wants to talk about. Even if it's concave Earth, I'm interested in that. Like, I don't get how you could believe something like that and not want to express an exchange of ideas with someone else who's showing interest. And I mean, it's genuine interest. Like, before you even came in here, I was telling the other guy that I believe in multiple Earth models, like, or I entertain them. Like, it's not like I'm just locked into one. Okie dokie.
How do you maintain belief in contradictions?
Uh, well, I have come to the conclusion that any worldview like that is going to be present with some contradictions due to the fact that we can't know everything. So I am more so just like I have worldviews that I lean towards, but like as far as like entertaining worldviews goes, I'm totally cool with making them. You know, like if you can explain the concave Earth to me in such a way that you can make it make sense, then sure, I'll slot that one in a little file in my brain and be like, hey, that's kind of cool. I don't get why more people don't do stuff like that. Like it's like reading a book. All right, let's check this out. Concave Earth. This, it won't let me stream. Goofy. Concave Earth forums. Here we go. That's pretty crazy. Okay, so listen to this. RNK. Playing devil's advocate here, if there's a glass dome / barrier that is encrusted in ice at 100 kilometers due to cold temperatures, wouldn't the layer of ice significantly reduce the amount of light that passed through that translucent layer? Wouldn't it also make viewing the celestial bodies we see difficult or impossible? Maybe the ice is pure and closer to transparent. Earthsphere says, from what I read, the glass / ice firmament was destroyed. That's why there's so much sand and water on the Earth. And I guess this barrier was protecting ground from solar radiation. Today, every solar flare hit the Earth, causing windstorms and other phenomena. I've never heard that. That is interesting. Wait, so what's the model of this? Yeah, this is cellular cosmology. I literally have the book. I've looked at this. Like, just call it what it is. Wait, bro, you know what you're looking at, right? Like the the concave Earth is cellular cosmology. You can buy like the actual doctrine on the internet. Like the guy has a book.
Who? You mean like Edmund Haley?
Well, I don't know. Let me grab the book. The book that I have is Cyrus Reed Teed, and it's called "Earth is a Concave Sphere with Proof: Cellular Cosmogony." And the depictions in this are actually pretty interesting. It's I mean, it's not something that I'm willing to knock, right? Because he even talks about the womb-like state of the Earth, right? And something
Right.
that I've come to the conclusion of is that I'm actually, because it says right here, life develops and matures in a shell, egg, or womb. Hence, we are inside of it, right? There is an extant a theory that the Earth is flat. Okay, I'm not going to keep reading, but anyways, so he touches on that, right? I've come to the conclusion that if Mary birthed Jesus, right, then Source comes into the mother and creates the Son. Okay, there you have your Trinity, your monad, Mother, Father, Son, right? Which means that I came from a womb and will be born again into the next life, because I am from a womb, which insinuates that I am still inside of a womb. There being the firmament would be the amniotic sac dividing the waters above from the waters below, right? You get amnesia, you get blah blah blah. Which is also pointing towards the spiritual spheres that are talked about in heliocentrism being kind of like a spiritual realm for you to navigate. And so it's not that it's not there, it's just that it's something else than what they're talking about. And so, yeah, like the cellular cosmology, I'm totally willing to entertain that. I just, I don't know. Like I kind of wish he'd talk about it because like it's interesting to me. Like I'm not even like fucking with you, bro. Like I
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that book. I don't know if it's accredited, by the Concave Society. So I
what
have to look at it first.
considering that that's like the oldest book written on cellular cosmology, I'd say that's probably where it comes from.
I
I
asked you
mean,
if
I
you're
mean
referencing Edmund Haley. You said no, but that's the first guy to do it.
Edmund Haley.
Yeah,
Is that the dude who was a pedophile?
I don't know about that.
Just
Edmund
an
Haley.
off topic. Like, if you got any proof of any criminal activity, you don't report it to Discord. You report it to the police.
What? Okay, I had no intention of reporting criminal activity. All right, well, you guys are fun. Later.
Earth is round.
Oh, maybe.
What up, man?
What's that?
No, I said what up.
Oh yeah, hey, I had my headset off. I just heard sound. I didn't know who it was.
Somebody said what's who was that before you spoke?
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was you.
Oh, somebody said what's up.
Inside.
Huh?
Inside. Oh, it's good, bro.
Oh, car.
Yep.
Hey, mate. I wish I could show people the picture of the moon right now. It's on the horizon, and the sun's just rising on the western horizon right now. I'm staring at it. Big old full moon, and how it's like the face of it is turned upside down from the way it's on the eastern side. I usually talk about like that happening. People deny it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I remember going outside of my office from work and then doing the same thing like 3 or 4 hours later and looking at the moon and it wagging wheels like 90 degrees in just a few hours.
Uh huh.
And then it goes back.
Well, right now, if you're in North America, in the Midwest, I'd say go outside and look at your moon. It's on the horizon.
You know, the globe has a code for this. They know about it. And they're like, well, it's, due to its orbital inclination and, relative distance and how it spins.
Yeah.
So,
They like
yeah, I
saying
mean,
what you think.
yeah, it's kind of hard to argue it because they have such a sophisticated, complicated, ad hoc explanation that they can't prove.
It's so complicated that it's beyond our explanation. We can't explain it.
It
It's
is
just
what
too
it is.
complicated. You're like, dude, if it's so complicated, why are you even talking about it? You should not even talk about it. I know, man, but I was like, that's weird, right? Dude,
Yeah.
I wish I could take a picture of it.
So it's like either Earth is flat and it's simple, or it's 11 different reference frames that don't work together.
Yeah. It's the perfect color right now. It's like on a perfect light blue sky. I'm telling you, man, like a little bit of yellow on it. It's like a picture perfect moon right now. Clear sky.
Wish I could see it. It's cloud cover where I am.
Yeah, if you're in North America, man, I'd say go outside right now and check it out.
I saw it last night opposite the sun as the sun was setting, and it was really huge, rising above my neighborhood. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, it is. It is gorgeous.
I think the moon is more mysterious than the sun, personally.
Yeah. You know what's weird is that when you take a telescope and you start zooming in on the moon, that you can see, like, I know people say, and listen, man, I don't know, but I would only say that what it looks like. So when you zoom in on the moon, it looks like the light that the moon has shining, that it has like these dark patches on it, like where it's like shadowy. You know what I mean? Like the craters.
Yeah.
Like they're casting an angled shadow. Do you see those angled shadows in those craters?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
I don't
about.
know.
Yep.
So to me, just by looking at it, yeah. So
if
I
it
don't know.
shifts its position in heliocentric, wouldn't those craters also shift at the same rate?
Yeah, the light would move right on those craters as the moon moves around the sky, wouldn't they? Like the angles to the light. So if the moon was I haven't thought about this, but what do you guys think about this argument? I don't know. It's weird. I just thought about it right now that Crit said that. As the moon moves through the to the sky, the angle of the shadows of those craters where the lights are allegedly hitting it, right? Like if it was reflecting the light of the sun, wouldn't it be those angles of the shadows move throughout the night? What do you think? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. That's what it would seem like to me. As the night progresses or the day or whatever, when you're watching it, you would see those angles, those shadows like shifting.
Yeah, you can. And it can play tricks on the eye, I think.
Yeah.
Like particularly when you. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's kind of like Eratosthenes, right? So when the sun's moving across the sky, the angle of the shadow is gonna change due to the sun moving around. But if the moon's moving around, wouldn't the angle of the shadows on the craters change, just like Eratosthenes, or like sun shadows on the Earth? I don't know, man. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, and maybe they do, but also maybe there are times where they don't work out that way, like with moon tilt illusion, where it doesn't quite seem to look right.
Yeah, my thing was, if we see the moon moving, and the sun's light's hitting it, and we're seeing it move around, wouldn't the angles of those shadows move as well? Because its motion relative to the sun is going to change.
Right, there should be some long shadows.
Yeah, and not only that, but the long shadows should be increasingly getting longer, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You get what I'm saying, Amish? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, like you could use 2 points on the lunar surface and do an observation like Eratosthenes did and figure out the lunar radius.
Yeah, yep. I don't know. I just often think of like some weird arguments like that one. Probably.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Nuts. You know what I find weird? Like during a lunar eclipse, when you're looking at the Terminator line, it almost looks like the moon is being folded back away from you.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so there's two kinds of like where you could see the darkened side of the moon, and then there's the other one where you can't see the darkened side of the moon. Have you seen that too? Those two? So the one that I'm referring to is when they call it Earth shine. Earth shine is like when the light from the Earth is reflected onto the moon. Have you heard of that one? Earth shine?
Yep. Oh yeah. They say this happens during solar and lunar eclipses.
Yeah, Earth shine. So we got sometimes where you see the moon and it's only a sliver of light, but you can see the rest of the darkened part of the moon kind of like illuminated. And they say that's the Earth shining on it, whatever. But there's other times where the sliver of light is on the moon and you can't see the other darkened side of the moon.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes I know what you mean. You can see like the outline of the moon faintly with the crescent. And other times it's like the moon isn't there with the crescent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the outline isn't there. Exactly. Yeah.
I was trying to talk about this before. Like, I don't know, it was a while back. I haven't really talked about it lately, but that to me was like, it's very mysterious. Because on the one time you could see that the moon is there when the darkened side of the moon is showing, but the other time you can't even know, like you can't detect any of it. And the weird thing is we still see the same face of the moon, so it's not like we don't,
Yeah, so there may be a case to be made where there are two sets of lunar phases. One where supposed Earth shine, whatever you call it, is a phenomenon that's present. And other times where it goes through the same apparent phase, but it's not. So that could be yet another cycle to the moon that's yet to be cataloged.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's only used as, it's just the phases that's been cataloged, not the actual darkened side of the moon that's not being illuminated by like the Earth shine.
Right. They haven't cataloged the colors of the moon either.
Yep.
We know they exist, but I don't think they exist in a cycle that we know about.
Yeah. Blue, red, yellow are the ones that I've seen.
Yeah, same.
Silver. A couple of, maybe a few different shades of like orange. Red. I already said that. Blood red, like when it's lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
There's one called the strawberry moon. Have you heard of that one? That has
Yeah, I've
nothing
heard of
to do with
strawberry
the
moon. Like, how do you
It's
have
kind of weird.
Earthshine on a lunar eclipse when they're in syzygy? Like, how do you have Earthshine at all when the moon is completely supposed to be completely dark? Like, oh, it's
Exactly.
reflecting light off of the backside of Earth onto the moon. Like, what?
Yeah, it's doing some fantastic things. It's weird, dude. Like, I like all the globe excuses. What's funny is like when you listen to somebody they don't know what they're talking about, and they launch into an explanation that's just so far out, man. It's just way out there, and you're like, bro, I don't even think you believe what you're saying. Just,
Yeah. Bro, I don't even care
call
to
them out.
unpack that. The audience heard how stupid it is.
It's just crazy. Like, I hear these guys, and they have such confidence, man. They're just, I mean, the confidence it's great. It's like, I know we have confidence because we know what we're talking about. There's a difference when you have confidence that you don't know what you're talking about versus you do. And they absolutely, oh yeah, mass of everything is gravity. Of course. That's how the earth is shaped the way it is, because of gravity. Like, really, dude?
Everybody knows, bro.
What?
All the scientific community knows, bro. How come you don't believe it, bro?
So you flat earthers say that you don't believe in gravity, right?
That's so, wow, dude.
So
you
you don't
guys are
believe in a
denying
sun?
gravity, right?
Yeah.
You flat earthers are denying gravity.
You just deny.
Our planet's flat. Are they flat too?
I was called a refraction denier.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I'm like, refracted what? Curvature? Curvature denier.
Yeah, there was a few geniuses in last night.
Yeah, it was funny.
And then Vince, I don't know if you've ever ran into him. He comes in here.
Oh yeah, we've gone at it.
He started talking to Timbo, and Timbo was like, I guess it was his first interaction with him or whatever. So he's like really going in on it, like trying to explain to him. I was just laughing. I was at work. I was like, Timbo doesn't know who he's talking to right now. And after a while, Vince had his like argument all like turned upside down, and Timbo was like, dude, it was just like, is this guy for real? It's just,
I know he completely boomeranged himself.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? He's like, Vince used to come in here and just like image spam like grotesque stuff and just be a complete doofus. He's actually engaging now, which is interesting as a development.
Yeah. He's not banging rocks together anymore. He's actually trying to shape them into tools.
That's funny. He discovered he's got opposable thumb.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny, man. I don't think these guys know what they're up against when they come in here. They're so like, there's these like 2017 arguments. My gosh, like every time, never fails. I hear a 2017 argument come in here. Well,
yeah.
What about flight paths? I'm like, no, man. Like, let's not do that. Like, we gotta talk about flight paths. And Scott Mackey. He's always Santiago to Chile. I'm like, dude, stop. Oh man, like that. The argument. You know, his latest gimmick is, he does claim water hills. By the way, like
I heard
really boldly. Yeah, he loves his water hills. But then he says that because he's been doing this little thing where he's got he took some video footage of, I guess, the place where he lives at or whatever, and he does like a 360 turnaround, and he's saying that the horizon is not straight because the circle of vision. Basically, he's talking about a circle of vision, right? So his
Yeah.
immediate circle of vision spans out to like 8 miles or whatever in every direction, but in the circle. And
So his horizon's a flat
uh,
disk.
yeah, what I was telling them, dude, I was like, so it's pretty flat, huh? He's like, yeah, of course, it's flat. He says it himself, dude. I'm like, what the heck? So I was like, yeah, he thinks because he doesn't want to. So I shouldn't hear you guys saying that the horizon's straight. And then everybody's like, dude, what's the horizon? Well, I would say that it's a circle. I was like, dude, that's not the definition. And everybody last night, like one deck and them, they were trying to get him to give him the definition for horizon, and he just doesn't want to do it. He goes, I don't go by definitions. I don't go by definitions. I've had experience with being on the ocean, so I know what I see, and that's the horizon to me. I don't go by definitions. So Scott just like he's so far out, man. He's just like in his own world. He's playing make believe. He's got monopoly money. Like to him, everything is just whatever he makes of it. That's him. Whatever he makes of it, it's all good.
Hey man, I gotta go. Sorry. I'll be on later to listen.
Yeah.
But good hearing from you, man. See ya.
See ya, Amish. Have a good day at work, man.
Peace.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. What do you think, guys? It's all good. It's all good. Is that Doves? What's up, Doves? Out wrecking or in the house. Quiet Noobs, what's up, homie? I'm almost at my destination. I'll be muting up.
Cyberdyne Systems Model 101. Human living tissue over metal endoskeleton. What's up, AI?
Dude, why are you trying to dox me?
I was trying to say like he said in the movie.
Yeah.
Oh man, you should have heard of Scott Mackey's latest new dance move. Or you might have heard it. That the horizon is not a straight line because it's a circle of vision if you spin around 360 degrees. I don't know if you heard of that the spiel that he does now.
Yeah, I heard.
You debunked that.
What?
Huh? What'd you say?
What's wrong with that take from Scott? Not that I say it's correct. What's wrong with it?
Well, me? I didn't say that there was wrong with it. I'm just saying that's what he's saying, that the horizon's not straight.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, it's just like it sounded like you insinuated that it was a dumb take, you know?
Well, no, it's his way of trying to disprove that the horizon is not what the description of it is. Because last night, okay, so last night he was asked to describe, or actually, excuse me, I take it back. He was asked to define what a horizon is.
Ah, gotcha.
And he was unable to do it according to like the the definition first of all, but you know what a horizon actually is. So
my answer,
I mean, it's pretty well.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, you go.
My answer usually is, and that's not like a debate thing or anything. It's just like it's optical, and therefore it's not mathematical or geographical, so it doesn't necessitate to have like the horizontal requirements that it does in math or physical, right? So it doesn't have to be entirely straight. It can bend, it can curve, it can warp, it can zigzag. All of those would still be fine.
Well, how is it defined?
Huh?
Let me ask you. I mean, you could say that that's what you say it is, but how is it defined?
Well, I searched this up on, I think it was Oxford, but I can search it up again.
Yeah, you could just search it up. Like what I would say, if you're going to describe the horizon, like, is there agreed upon definition that everybody can say, yeah, I agree with that. That's what the horizon is. Like, what would you call the horizon, and then how do you define it, and then would everybody agree with your definition?
Right. So
I know I asked like 3 questions, but
yeah, no, that's fair. If you want everybody to agree, I don't think you can find any definition. If you want some people to agree, or a lot of people, you could say percentages. You want like more than 20%. I think this one suffice, right? But it's not going to be all people in any case, right? I think like the one from Wikipedia is pretty good. I can link it to you, but it says, and it's also maybe a little bit globe biased, I will admit, but it says the horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of the celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the relevant body. I think more than 20% would agree to that, right? But it is in the globe narrative. But even removing like the curve from that, I think you would also agree, right? So just without the curve, it would be the horizon is the apparent X, so that could be line in your case, that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the relevant body.
yeah, but what's a celestial body? Because that was, I mean, okay, so now you're talking about something specific, right? So a celestial body is something viewed from ground to the sky. You're seeing something, right? What you're defining a celestial body as something in the sky that you see. I mean,
Yeah,
are we not using that term?
Or in space, I would say.
Yeah, but the term, but the term for celestial body would be something that you're observing in the sky, in space, or whatever you want to call it. So if that's how we define celestial body, how do we know
No,
that we
so
are
celestial
in
body
that
is.
definition?
I'm sorry, but the definition is not in the sky. It's a
What?
celestial body is an aggregation of matter in the universe, right? So it presupposes a universe. So if you disagree with that, then maybe you have like a
Well,
definition. Yeah,
yeah. So
it's not about the sky or anything. It's the universe. They're similar, but they are different, right?
yeah. So it's already pre-assuming that the Earth is inside of a universe.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, see, there's presumptions being made. Well,
Exactly. No, I
you
said
know,
as much, and
people.
I agree. It's presupposing a
So
universe.
if you were to erase any assumptions, if you were to just to make it to where there's no assumptions, that you're just based off of what you see, how could you make the definition based off what you see? Because that
Well,
would
then
be
instead of
like
saying yeah,
yeah, you use a different word to make it sound like you're not gonna say it's something you assume, but just something you see. Like how would
well,
you say that?
then I would say, I would
You
rephrase
could
it
use
to,
any other term. You can use any other terms as long as it's not something that you assume, just something you see.
okay. Then I would say the horizon is the apparent line, you could say, or phenomena. It doesn't have to be straight or curved. You could just say phenomena that separates the surface of which you're standing on from the apparent sky that you can see when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the matter they're standing on. Because you could have a horizon, it's far-fetched and it's a thought experiment, but you could have a horizon in a very, very big building, right? So it doesn't have to be contained in a universe. You could contain it in a building, or on sea or anything, right? And you could even have a horizon on a different planet, but that would be presupposing different planets in the universe. So I guess the definition,
Well,
if you really want to narrow it down, that would be it, right?
yeah, but without presupposing anything that's involving the idea of the ever expanding galaxy, paradigm. So I'm basically just saying if everybody would like, okay, put it this
Yeah,
way:
remove everything.
if you're a
What
globe
is the
earther,
horizon? Yeah.
if you're a globe earther, I'm a flat earther. There's a concave earther. We all go outside. Let's say, what do we see as far as the horizon goes? And that's all we're gonna say that it is. Nothing more.
Yeah, but how
Nothing
everybody's
more.
presupposing Earth, right? I mean, like
No,
without Earth.
no. I'm saying this is what I'm telling you. Like you get all those three people, right? And there's probably more, right? But I'm only naming those
Yeah.
three because they're like the most well-known ones. But we'll say let's put our bias aside. Let's
Yes.
only see what we see. That's nobody's gonna assume the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat, the Earth is whatever. We're only
Correct.
gonna say what we see. That's it.
Yeah.
What do you think we all agree on? Like all of us.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what
I
I'm
don't
trying.
think
That would be the
all
definition.
people would agree, but I think most people would be fair, and I think most people, just more than half, would be that the horizon is the apparent separation of surface and sky, right?
Yep, that's it. That's it. That is it.
Yeah, I think we agree on that. But I don't think that
Well,
presupposes.
I thought we
Yeah.
agreed on that, but like here's the thing is when you get somebody to be honest, like just say, hey, look, man, we're not gonna try to make it to where you want to have your idea of what you think Earth is, and I want to say what it is, and this guy. If you just say like we're all gonna go out, nobody's gonna have any bias. We're only gonna say what we see, and then that's the definition, right? So if we're gonna define something based upon everybody's like, okay, I agree, you agree, and even though we live in like a different mindset, that doesn't matter. Like the only thing we're saying is what we see. So for us, and for anyone, that's honest, right? If you're honest, you're just gonna say, look, man, like yeah, I might think it's a globe, but this is just what I see. So when we were asking, I'm just gonna take it back to the conversation last night.
Yeah.
We're talking with Scott, and he was like, well, I don't define the horizon anyway. I just say what I say I see, and then that's all I'm saying it is. And we're like, yeah, but wouldn't we all say? Because he said that the horizon is a circle around me, like the circle of vision. And I'm like, dude, like That's okay that you might think that that's how you're defining it, but if not all of us agree on it, like how is that something? You know what I mean? You're just making up. It's like you make
Yeah,
up
no,
your
I
own
know what you mean.
world.
He tried to shoehorn that into a globe perspective, but I think even removing that, I wasn't here for it, so I don't know if he built on it. But I think even if you remove like globe and flat from that, it's still correct. I don't think people would disagree that you can spin around and you could follow the horizon in a circle, right? It's not necessarily indicating that. I mean, even on a flat surface, you would have circular vision, right? But that's just the vision because you could spin around. That's because you don't
Yeah, but
have
remember, yeah,
yeah.
remember what we agreed on when we said horizon.
Yeah, the separation.
You remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's wrong with us talking about it like in a way that we all understand what you know? And this is what I'm saying.
Nothing.
Like
There's nothing
when
wrong
we
with it.
start,
I agree with you. No, I agree.
right? Well,
Yeah.
so when we start to agree on like specified, like, come on, like you can't get away from the fact that we're all seeing the same thing. And if you're saying there's something different happening, that's a problem. That becomes
Yeah,
the
I
issue.
agree.
Not
But Avi, do you think that you don't see like I'm not saying that the horizon is circular, but when you spin around, you can follow it in a circle, but it doesn't mean that it is a circle. It's just you can follow it around because you can
yeah,
spin in a circle,
yeah.
right?
So
I mean,
here's what, and I told Scott this too. So we had the conversation about the circle of vision. I was like, listen, when you spin around, you're gonna see everything like to your perspective, meeting at your eye line. So what's gonna happen is everything. If you can only see so far, all the way around you, so you're gonna see that circle of vision based on how far you can see. Like let's just,
right?
for example, we go like to the middle of the ocean because that's the best way that we could demonstrate this.
Yes.
It's hard to have like any position so we can say what the distance would be, right? Because that we need a distance marker. But
Yeah.
without distance markers, we'll say on a clear day, I don't know, 15, 20 miles, whatever the case. But then if you say, okay, I see 15, 20 miles straight ahead, but if I was to spin around, those 15, 20 miles would be kind of like a point off into the distance that if I move all the way around, I'll still see that distance as I spin.
Yeah.
It won't change. It will be the same
Yeah.
distance away, right? That's
I agree.
basically the circle of vision. That's the circle of vision. But okay, so the circle of vision is not something that we could say stands out as in let me see. There's no arbitrary distance. Like we can't give it, okay, how can I put this? I can't say from where I'm seeing straight on, let's just put it like I'm facing south. And from facing south, that distance is 20 miles. When I spin around to west, and that distance, I don't know, maybe I can see less. I don't know. Like this is
But
what
let's
I'm trying to
just
tell you.
yeah. It's not without assumptions.
You know
It
what I
would be
mean?
the same.
So
Yeah,
I
yeah, I know
can't.
what you mean. Yeah.
The assumption then would be that as I spin around, every distance from the point that I'm seeing from one cardinal direction to another is going to
It's
be the
equal.
same. That's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
assumption.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not saying that that's not the case, but I'm saying it becomes like a what do you call that?
Oh, so you mean okay, I
Logical,
get
a
it. I get
logical.
it. So
It's a logical
what you're
deduction.
saying
It's a
is
logical deduction.
yeah,
You
so
get
what
what
you're
I'm saying? It's
saying
a
is
logical
it's
deduction.
not necessarily the case. So it is a presupposition to say that vision
Yes.
is similar. I guess I don't really have a stance on that because I haven't thought it out. I live thinking,
Okay. Yeah.
I would
Listen.
say that
In an
that
ideal, yeah. Listen, dude. Like in an ideal situation, like if we were to say, let's get a perfect scenario going, then yeah, that would be the case. Like there's no change in anything. We don't have any. The atmosphere is not changing. We got all things the same. Then yes, that would stand to reason that a logical deduction would be, yeah, if I spin around everywhere I look at 15 miles away, exactly 15 miles, I could see all the way around me in a circle of vision.
yeah.
But that does, like, we're dealing with a lot of fluctuations in temperature and things that might distort. When I'm looking
Agreed.
west versus
I mean, there
when I'm
might
looking
even
south.
be a big building or a landmass or some
Yeah,
obstructing
but
vision.
you get what
Yeah.
I'm saying. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
but
I can't.
AV, wouldn't you say that a presupposition is something that's not apparent, like something that is not, sort of like logically derived? It's something that you take and put into something that is apparent, with other knowledge, right? So So I wouldn't say it's a presupposition to say that it's equal. I would say that that is merely observation. It could be that the observation is incorrect. I agree. But I'm saying I wouldn't
Well,
call it a
that's what I'm
presupposition.
saying. But then
Yeah.
the pitfall would be, okay, how the hell are we gonna test it? We're gonna have to find some way to do it. So now the test. Okay, so we didn't do any tests, right? We're just saying this is the case. And if that was the case, that if I spin around, 360, that every distance from where I'm at to the far distance, that's going to be automatically 15 miles exactly. And then I turn west 15 miles, I turn north 15 miles.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then this is the thing that I was trying to get. Well, we didn't get into it with Mackie, but that's kind of the other thing too. It's like there's a lot of, if it was a one and done, I could see, but there's complicated. We live in a dynamic system. There's, even if you think the Earth is a globe or it's flat, it doesn't matter. We live in a dynamic system that fluctuates. There's always things that occur that's always going to cause a little bit more complications for us to just arbitrarily say, yeah, you're right.
And that's
Anyway,
why this subject is so convoluted and interesting, because it is entirely dependent on a lot of variables, and they aren't the same always. So people can go out and measure things, and they can do it one day, and then they can come back the next, and they can have a different data collection, right? And then
and this was the most important. We didn't even get into that minutia with Mackie. So if we were to actually dive into it, it'd be kind of a drawn out kind of thing where he realizes, wait a minute, I said that you could see exactly like a circle of vision, and every distance away from me relative from my position to like off in the distance would be equal all the way as I spin around. That's not consistent. Because then I would say, who's tested for that? Like, how do you know? Like, have you what? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that's complicated. Like, how are you gonna get somebody to distance marker away from how far you can see from south, then do it now to west, now do it now to east and north? Like, you're gonna have to know. And the way I'm thinking that this could actually even possibly work is somewhere out in sea where there's no elevation change. You got, you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
I
but
don't
then
know.
what would be the distance marker? Because if you had to do an
Well,
experiment,
shit, dude.
you would
That's
have
what
to
I'm
put
saying.
up
Like,
you would have to put up like some object all the way around at every single point, and then you would
yes,
have to move that
that's what
back
I'm
all the
saying.
way until people couldn't see it, and then at that
That's
exact
what I'm
frame
saying.
you would have to hold that thing all the way around and measure that distance, and then you would have to do that for every single point. And then but I'm
Yeah.
with you. Like, it would be hard to construct an experiment,
Oh,
but
yes.
so I agree with you on
I
that.
got an experiment.
Not too hard. You have 5 ships. You have one ship with 4 ropes that have marks on it to tell you the distance. You have the 4 boats go out. There you go. It might be off within a few feet, but
That's the thing, though. Even if it's AI, did you want to say? I was gonna respond to Duncan, but go ahead.
Yeah,
AI is gonna come in.
pull up a photograph of a horizon, right? Or go out and look at a horizon. Are they not wider than they are tall? The answer is yes. Now there's a problem with that. If you assume that you're in the center of the vision and you're standing on the surface, and you take into account perspective is ramping up the vision towards the center, then if you drew a line out from your observation point to the extent of your vision directly in front of you, and then you drew a line out diagonally to the extent of your vision to the left, diagonally to the extent of your vision to the right, those 3 lines are going to be different lengths. Right?
I don't know if that's correct.
not if they're the center point of a circle.
Oh, look. Take any photograph or any image and do what I just said, and you will find out that I'm correct.
But isn't that because most images don't capture human vision? They capture it in a square, and a square usually is a rectangle.
I told you to go out and look at. Go out, stand on a beach. Okay.
Yeah, but what do you mean? It's
What you're going to see. Let me tell you what you're going to see. This is what everyone sees. They see a demarcation line of the color field of the water and the color field of the sky that extends horizontally, no duh, because it's the horizon, to the left and to the right in their field of view. And when they look out straight ahead, the amount of the line in their field of view is greater laterally than it is straight ahead. That's
But
the
how
visual
can you prove
information
that?
you have. I'm telling you that, look, there's no proof. That's what it is. Now, you can have a contention that the amount of physical space in that visual space may be equidistant. That's a different claim. I'm just telling you what you see visually.
Yeah, but you
Hang
say
on.
optically also that that is something that people would
hang on.
agree on. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it's also equal. Like,
Right. Like, so, like, hang on. Like, AI, say you're on a boat in the middle of the ocean, so you don't have, like, a beach to compare to, like, where left or right is. Like, you're just looking out. So how, like, what do you mean? Like, if you're facing one way, you're, like, the straight line that way. If you just turn 90 degrees, then that's the new straight line. Are you saying that now because it's to your left, it's further away than the one that's straight ahead just because you turn?
no, he's saying like at any point, if you look, the
Right.
the wide angle is going to be greater than the vertical angle. But I'm
Right.
just saying, like,
Turn yourself 90
optically.
degrees. Now that wide part is the straight ahead of you.
Yeah, it's fine. It's the same thing. The same thing applies.
But I still don't think that's true on its own. I've looked at the horizon at sea.
Dude, you could tell me all day long you don't think it's true. It is true.
What's the proof?
Yeah,
though?
isn't this biological? It's a biological limitation.
Here, I'll show you the proof. I'll show you the proof right now, dude. You ready
Hey,
for it?
look, just listen to what I'm telling you. You're standing on a boat. You're looking straight out. You're saying that distance straight out is closer to you than the distance to the left and to the right, correct?
Dude, I'm gonna draw it. I'm drawing it for you. Okay, I'm drawing it for all of you guys, and then you'll be able to see it.
AI, is that what you're saying? When you're standing on a boat in the middle of the ocean, you're looking straight out. That distance straight out is closer to you than to the distance to the left and to the right. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on, I'll draw it for you.
I don't need you to draw it for me. Just answer yes or no on that.
Dude, what did I tell you? I said I'm gonna draw it for you, and there'll be no contention. This is gonna be so obvious. This is gonna be so. Look, I'm gonna tell you, friends. This is so obvious. It can't be argued. Okay.
Okay.
Once you
so
see this
keep in
image,
mind now, you're
once
gonna
you
draw
see
it.
this, it's over.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn 90 degrees. So now that
Hey,
now I'm gonna
Duncan,
ask you to turn 90
Darth, did you peek under the bed before Christmas to try and see what Santa Claus in quotation marks got you for Christmas? Because you seem a little impatient.
I just want to know that. I'm going to let him know that. Like, I'm now going to ask him, like, you turn 90 degrees. So what was straight ahead of you is now to the left or to the right. So is that now suddenly a further distance because you rotated 90 degrees? Or you're saying that you can't see as far anymore? Like,
all right, look at that image that I put there. That's your answer. Okay, keep in mind that I made the physical distances severable from what you're seeing. Okay, that's look. The point is, friends, ipso facto, you do not see in direct measurements, right? You do not see things where they actually are. That's obvious on its face. If you deny that, then you deny the law of perspective in total. Okay? The water's below you, but in this image, the water's in the middle of the thing, right? You don't see in orthography, you see in perspective, right? So the image that's presented to you, whether through your brain, into your mind, or through an image of a camera, the axes in 3 dimensions are compounded into 2 dimensions, correct? The answer is yes, that's obvious.
AI, imagine you had 3 people standing at that one dot, all looking at those 3 different directions. Are you saying that
Okay.
because they're facing one way, the
Dude, I'm not making claims about the geometry of the object you're looking at. I'm telling you that what you see is just what I posted right there. That's the fact. Okay, the information that you have when you're looking out at the horizon, the information that you have from your vantage point when you're looking out at the horizon is that the horizon extends longer laterally than in depth. Okay, that's the perception that you have when you see a horizon. Okay, this isn't up for contention. There's no debate about this. Unless you could show me that those angles that I just drew and those lines are equidistant, which you can't. Now you might say, don't get me wrong, well, they represent an amount of territory that is equidistant. That's fine. What I'm talking about is the image that's resolved. Those are two different things.
I mean, I don't even know if this is, but all right. Can you answer my question about the boat thing?
What is it?
You're standing in the middle of the ocean on a boat. You're saying that when you are standing in one direction, to the left and right, as far as you can see, is like further than the straight ahead, right?
Visually, yes, that's what it will appear to be.
Okay, so now you rotate 90 degrees. Are you saying
Right,
that you're not seeing the star anymore, or you're seeing
No,
further?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But
When you rotate 90 degrees, your field of view is no longer your old field of view, but your field of view still remains with the same consequence, where your lateral vision of the horizon is going to have the same property that I drew in the chat.
But we don't see it in 2D. We see it in 3D.
Sure about that?
Yeah. We have 2 eyes, so we have depth perception.
Right, so you have two-dimensional images, correct? That's the information you have, correct? When your mind, in conjunction with your brain, experiences an internal simulation of the outside visual world, right? That you experience in your mind as three-dimensional, right? However, the information that's given to you is still two-dimensional, correct? The answer is yes.
No.
Wow. Wow, dude. Wow. Wow.
Does anyone else agree with him?
Yeah.
I'm
Anybody who knows anything
I'm
agrees
still
with me.
undecided on because I can see what he means. I'm trying to think about how that plays out, and if it's true necessarily. Because I can see
Dude,
the
I'll tell you how it
diagonal
plays
line.
out. I'll tell you how it plays out. It's very simple. Okay. The perception of geometry in optics within your mind is much different than how it is on a camera, because you're actively perceiving it, right? You're sentiently aware of it in an intimate sense, right? To where you actually perceive yourself as placed inside the visual simulation. You don't look around like you're looking at a rectangle, right? Like a camera shows, right? However, you still have the same artifacts, right? And the reason is because you have an angular field of view. Now, there are optics that don't have an angular field of view. The problem with that is that when you don't have an angular field of view, you can only see something that is the same size as your aperture, right? So for a human, that would mean you could only see, 3 centimeters. So you wouldn't even be able to see to the left or right. You'd have to look around and move your head 1,000,000 miles an hour to be able to see anything or make any sense of anything, right? So optics have an angular field of view that makes them effective at seeing a lot of things at once. But there's a consequence to that, right? And part of that consequence is the perspective, right? Which forces you to see, right, the outside world in, let's just call it an optical geometry, for lack of a better term, that doesn't represent the actual locations of the object relative to you. Right? Things from the left move in. Things from the top and bottom move down. Now, they're not physically moving. They're just being rendered in a different location on the sensor, right? Based on their angular relationship when they pass the focal plane. So if it is the case that it's equidistant to the horizon, and you think that the horizon's curving down in the fringe of the left and right of your vision, or your peripheral vision, and you do a rotation and you arrive back where you started, but the horizon's at the same spot, then how could it have curved down? In other words, what I'm trying to say is that when you're standing and you do a 360 degree, you could say it's a circle, but where are you getting that idea from? Now, don't get me wrong. People have had that idea throughout antiquity, because you can even look up the etymology, the history of horizon itself, and it goes back to, I think, a Latin term that means limiting circle, right? So even the people that came up with the idea understood, at least in principle, that there's something about it that appears to be a kind of circle that's a limit, right? At least from your perception. If you spin around, you say, oh, I spun around, I saw the same thing. Oh, that must be a circle.
I mean, no matter what though, like if you take like 1 degree, like if you just shift yourself 1 degree and do 360 views, like in the middle of the ocean, that middle point then is a certain distance, and you're looking around and it's a circle.
Okay, that's cool. So then why is the left and right a greater distance in the image?
In the image, because that's a 2D image.
Yeah. So when you go out into the real world and you look at it with your eyes, you see the same thing. What I'm trying to get at, dude, if it's a circle, why is it that the lateral left and right is a greater distance?
It just might appear to us that it is, but it's not. It's not actually. Because it's not like I said, if you rotate that whatever that is, that person that's standing right next to you, just because they're looking in that direction, they're not seeing anything more than you're not seeing.
Okay, so what you're saying is that our perception of what we see doesn't necessarily represent accurate distances, correct?
I'm not sure exactly if I'm completely understanding what you're saying.
Look at the picture that I drew. Look at the picture that I drew on a picture of a horizon, right? And it's got three arrows. One to the extent of the horizon directly in front of you, and one to the extent of the horizon to the left and to the right. It's clearly a grade of distance.
Hey, Dubs, Crumpler miss your booty, man. Join Large VC, Dubs. The big booty guy.
Yeah, whatever. Your mom is proud.
So AI, you could conceivably replace this image with an image from a theodolite with a crosshair in it. Right, Duncan Darth? So if you have an object to the left or to the right of what's in your center of vision in your field of view, it appears in the image that we have here that those objects should be slightly further away than the object directly in front until you rotate your center of vision to bring them in line with one of those objects to the either side of what was originally in front of you. So did you shrink the distance to that object by just turning to look at it?
No.
No. Well,
And that's
I
my
mean,
point.
you could say it looks that way. Very interesting AI. Thank you.
Listen, friends, there's a lot of claims out there that are made about physical locations of objects relative to the observer versus where they appear in the field of view, right? A lot of problems with the globe paradigm are from conflating the two, right?
Correct. We hear this every day. I have a picture of what looks like curvature. Therefore, Earth is a globe. It's why we need actual measurements and data to go along with mere images that get slung our way and are asked for our interpretation. Measurements are pretty objective, aren't they? You know, you can't say, well, that's subject to interpretation if you measure your couch to be a specific size. Yeah.
Are there any like research papers that have been published about the flat Earth that we can look at their data and observations and everything? Can you send me them, please?
What kind of research papers? Are you talking like academic journals of DOI numbers and all that?
Just with data, observations, measurements, you know, their systems, you know, they used, their methods. That'd be great.
Sure.
It's almost like you've never been in this discussion before.
Yeah, actual peer-reviewed research papers published.
Oh, so the answer is yes. That is what you're looking for. What I suggested.
I'll send you a paper. It's called The Peer Review Crisis. You need to read that before you start reading peer-reviewed papers. There you go. Are you one of their peers, dude, that you could review it and understand whether the peers are actually reviewing it accurately? Good grief, dude. You have such a myopic vision of how to ascertain what's actually going on in the world. It's quite sad. Peer review.
There's that great video from that series. I forgot who he was. I think he was an anthropologist, and he's wearing a hat. He's going around telling a younger guy that all these young kids demanding peer review articles have no idea what's going on in the real world with real field engineers doing real work.
Yeah. For example, friend, let's say that the flat Earth paper is peer reviewed. Who's their peers? Flat Earthers? Dude.
That's fun.
Give me some peer reviewed papers, bro.
Human people. I mean, isn't that what you just asked for from us? Like, isn't that what you guys are always asking for? An experiment that you can replicate? That's like the peer review process?
That's not
literally what you always ask for.
Replicating an experiment. Hey, chill, bro. Chill. Replicating an experiment is not the same as peer review.
What you asked for.
Hey, listen, friend. Why don't you go read Peer Review in Crisis, okay? And then you'll understand that peer review is not replicating the experiment. For goodness sakes.
It's not?
No, it's not.
That's not part of the process.
No, dude.
It's commentary.
Holy crap, dude. See, this is the problem, dude. You ask for something that in practice is known to not be a replicable experimental validation, but rather maybe, someone did some math wrong, or they said some things wrong, or they're not in tune with the common doctrine of the field, whatever. Okay. See, the problem is that everyone's been indoctrinated with this idea that peer review is a standard, but it's just not, dude.
Just so you know, I'm not saying like the only way you can peer review something is to replicate the experiment. I'm saying that is one form of peer review, is replicating the experiment. That's just one form of it. And that is what you ask of us all the time. You ask for something, an experiment that you personally can replicate, that you can do. Because you want to review our work. And because you are also a human being, you are our peers. So you are partaking in the peer review process.
You're the one with the positive claim.
That's not even what, dude, that's not what peer review means at all. A peer review, dude, is, for example, let's say someone's in a certain applied physics department. The peer review is people who are in the similar field and the similar department, dude. That niche of expertise, not just any human. Hey, bro, why would I give you a peer review when you don't even know what a peer is in the context of peer review? Goodness sakes, dude.
Yeah, peer review is like, hey, I did this thing. It worked. Anybody else out there also doing this thing? Anybody else want to critique me? Am I crazy for thinking this? And 9 times out of 10, they don't actually replicate anything. It's just all intellectual wank. I've actually very rarely seen an actual reproduction of anything. It's all like a bunch of commentary. I mean, across many fields.
Yeah. In-house biased commentary, by the way.
Right. We're going to go send this over to another department of a similar nature in the same university for comments.
Yeah, but and bro, keep in mind that our funding's on the line here. So, and wink, wink.
That's right. We're trying to get grants from the government, from the Air Force, from Lockheed Martin, whatever the case.
Okay, here's peer review, bro, quote unquote. FE Corps shot a laser 25 miles. Now, the empirical testable data of the differential in the laser is in the order of five meters. Okay, now this is validated by certain other military experiments, et cetera, et cetera. And they hit the target, and it falsifies the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. Okay, there's one. Now the military, they shot a tri-band laser, 149 kilometers, I believe, if my memory serves. You can convert that to miles in your brain if you want. Let's see. I wish I knew what that was off the top of my head, but much greater distance than the 25. And the guy actually, one of the guys involved actually wrote his thesis paper on that test. And he found that the test should not have been able to happen because what happened is the tri-band laser was shot out at that distance from one island to another, aimed at a 4-meter telescope as the receiver. All 3 lasers hit the telescope. So a 4-meter firing, let's call it a shot spread of 4 meters at that distance. Now, big problem with that. What's the problem? I'll tell you. So when there's laser tests done that show that the Earth isn't curved in the manner in which the globe claims, the globe zealots will claim refraction. The light curves to make these things possible. But the problem is the brass tacks of the matter is that light can't curve that much because the actual tests and validations via any experiments demonstrate that it can't. If the refraction they claim is true, and refraction is wavelength dependent, meaning a tri-band laser would refract severally 3 different ways, the arc of the laser would not allow for that shock grouping. Now, the guy who did his thesis on this data discovered that. They didn't even know it going in. He tried to match it to the globe geometry and the globe claims, and he found out that it doesn't fit. So there's the peer review. So we've got the FE core shooting a laser 25 miles, falsifying the globe by 2 orders of magnitude, and we got the military shooting a tri-band laser greater than 25 miles, validating that the refraction claim that is used as an excuse to invalidate the previous test is false, and it actually corroborates the fact that the laser was accurate and disproved the globe. So with that, I'm going to go get a drink.
Can you send me that paper?
Sure, but it may be a while because I'm on the road.
If you want it sooner, go to our home server and go to the search bar and type Bricker, Bricker, or David Bricker.
I mean, somebody better do it for him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the bottom line is there's no refracted curvature. There's no curvature being refracted with that laser test. That's a pretty big oof.
Hold on, I got another peer review. Dr. John D., PhD in physics, specializing in optics, came upon the concept of this flathead Dilbert. He did something similar where he took a dual band laser and shot it inches above a lake, inches above the water, and received it on the other side. And the reason he used dual band lasers is because of the differential and refraction index of the wavelengths. So that means he could mitigate the reception angles and understand whether or not refraction was an insurmountable factor. And he found out that it's not, and that lake is flat. Now, he wasn't a flat earther when he did these things. His test in the field, based on his knowledge, the PhD level of optics and the lasers, and his practicable, thing that he did in reality, convinced him. He went out and he said, I'm going to shoot my lasers over this thing and I'm going to measure this thing. And found out no big curvy in the way.
Flat earthers sure do a lot of reproduction, don't they?
Now, you see, friends, let's transverse that with the peer review Globers in regards to this. What they do is they go to a refraction curve calculator and they just play with the numbers until they get a result that fits their bias. No, nothing valid in the field, just an ex post hoc rationale to explain it away. Okay, under the penumbric plausibility of light curving in their view, light can curve an infinite amount to make any observation possible, regardless of any other empirical or experimental validation that it can't.
Yeah, see Walter Bislin's refraction slider for more information.
Yeah, a refraction slider, by the way, that goes up to an effective radius of the Earth of 60 billion miles. So, flat earthers got you down. Flat earthers validated, laser tests bumming you out. Just inflate your radius to 60 billion miles. Problem solved. Yep. So where's the experimental validity that refraction is sufficient to bend the light in the manner in which it's needed for all the observations that supersede the globe geometry? Give you a hint. Don't exist.
You know, there's an infinity refraction slider. They also have an infinity distance slider that corresponds with it. It's why they put Polaris at 450 light years, the sun at 93 million miles, and so on. They'll go as far out as they need to make it work. They've got no proof of the cosmic distance ladder, just like they got no proof of curvature.
Not enough for it. There are things. You'll notice that if you're doing an ex post hoc rationale of why I can see things that I shouldn't be able to see, then you're basically saying that things are not where they are physically. I'm looking out at a world where the physical locations of things don't represent themselves to me accurately. Wow. But I'm going to make physical claims about them. For example, the horizon could be 10 times greater, 20 times greater. An object could be 99% greater. But trust me, bro, it's all geometric claims, right? So the horizon can be here, there, and everywhere, but it's the geometric edge of an Earth curve that physically exists.
Well, as long as the math is consistent and works out, what's the disagreement? We'll just keep swapping out and applying new statistical models that can reify our claims if it doesn't work. Gotta go. I'll be listening. Thanks, everybody.
Oh man, peer review. And man, because of some of that good stuff, that peer review, I smoke all of mine already.
What happened with geeks? Anyone around?
What's that?
Geeks like blew up my DMs talking about unmute, unmute, unmute. I'm like, I don't know the fuck you're talking about, dude. I've been AFK. What's the problem? I'm muted and I want to talk. I'm like, well, talk, motherfucker. Shit. Like, what are you talking about? You're muted. And finally, after like getting through, he was talking about this channel. I'm like, dude, could you see I was deafened and muted? I was away from my headset and stuff.
Ugh. So, general mutes last 40 minutes before they're automatically released by a bot, usually. So if someone asks you to be unmuted, be like, "Oh yeah, I'm kind of busy right now, but I will take care of that in 41 minutes."
Yeah, well, I told him, I said, like, I can unmute him, but he has to request favoritism.
Yeah, exactly. Like they think we're all stupid. Like, oh, I'm just gonna unmute you because you asked, even though I'm not really present in the channel, understanding what's going on, and I don't know whether or not you were muted for a good reason, and you're not telling me the reason, right? You're just demanding that I unmute you. So, like, yeah, let me get on that for you.
By the way, guys, if in reference to geeks, check out the mod channel on that.
Oh, okay. I probably should have done that before I said something. Huh?
What happened was his geek's voice is too sexy and his image too sultry to be allowed in the presence of other men without destroying their sense of sexuality and pride. So he's a threat to all mankind because he's just such a specimen of male manliness.
Oh yeah,
what happened.
Oh,
I could
sorry.
be wrong though. I could be talking out my ass.
Yeah, I saw this earlier. Yeah, it's quite interesting how Bev is so triggered when he's modded the same way he mods. So I don't know why he would be upset. He's like, whatever, like any subjective measure that you give to his, you just wave your hand. What you posted is spam. You're like, and then he's mad. Well, dude, yeah, one post per day shouldn't be spam, but you think it is. You think someone posting the same thing on different servers of different people, checking for different results, or trying to reach a wider audience, you called that spam, then you did it. You post the same link to your YouTube show across many servers and different platforms, and then expect people to also hit back when you did the same thing to their posts. See, his logic is very broken. He doesn't understand very basic concepts like tit for tat or holding someone to their claim. It's like his worldview got broken so bad because somebody made fun of him on Twitter. Like someone trolled him, and now he doesn't know what the word flat means.
So there's no excuse anymore. He knows. Me and Indio gave him an education session.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I'm saying he bricked that whole event. If you ask him, he said he never. I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened. I'm like, holy shit, Bev, it was recorded, dude. It was clipped, recorded, and enshrined.
Man, that's like Joe Biden dementia level.
Yeah, he just resets. He just constantly resets over and over and over.
Dude, I can't. I don't know, man. I don't want to paint a broad brush about the people that hang out in that mindset, but it does seem like if you think you're profound in pointing out that idealistically flat doesn't exist in three-dimensional reality, and you think like you're some kind of novel, scholar for recognizing that, and you hang out with a bunch of dudes that pat each other on the back in that regard. I mean, it's just got to be something wrong with the way you think, in my opinion.
Yeah, my take is that he wanted to be kind of some sort of special person inside Flat Earth. Like he wanted to be like he saw himself as sort of like the man of Flat Earth. Then when he didn't get that feedback, he says, "Dude, the way you're talking is pretty low tier Flat Earth content. It's really a lot of drama. It's not really thought provoking. You're kind of just upset about a lot of posts that people make. You're not really on topic." So then he started labeling people Flat Earth Society, and they're like, "Okay, check us out, Bev. You're gonna take a break, take a knee for a while, and come back when you're healthy, mentally, spiritually, and physically." And then he just cracked, just into 1,000 pieces, and it just doubled down. Made everything about drama. Everything is about like controlled opposition. Everything's a conspiracy theory. People are in on it and they're not in on it. And then you're like, dude, this is like the internet has not been a good thing for you. You should probably put it down for a while.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Sorry, man. I was on a call in a meeting with the Flat Earth Society. How to gatekeep the meaning of the term flat from the masses meeting symposium 2024. So I didn't hear what you said, Eric. Sorry.
Yeah, typical. That always happens to me. Every time I try to talk to a flat earther, I get put on hold.
Nah, I heard it all. I'm just being silly about the concept that
Yeah, I know. I was playing along.
but look, we got Globers in the audience, so we have to dumb it down for them.
Oh yeah, like someone that actually would fall for that. Like
yes, exactly.
They'll clip it out of the context.
Yeah, they'll clip it. Be like, "Oh, Bev was right. The flat earthers are gatekeepers."
Had another globalist in my DMs today wanted me to explain on my model his observation. I'm like, okay, can you tell me your observation? No. I'm like, well, how can I explain anything, model or otherwise, if you don't tell me what the fuck you saw? Okay, so you want me to adopt a flat earth model and then explain your observation. Can you show me which model you think I've adopted, and can you tell me your explanation? You couldn't do either one of those.
Yep.
And then he decided, like, well, here's my photograph from outer space. I go, dude, you didn't go to outer space. What the hell are you talking about? He did. He actually did go to outer space. And I'm like, okay, well, fakers are going to fake. There's my explanation for your observation. Oh, by the way, the observation was the meteor hitting the dinosaur, or hitting the flat Earth and knocking the dinosaurs into the air or into space. That was what he observed.
Yeah.
From outer space, mind you.
Yeah, I agree. Fuck those dinosaur cunts. Yeah, fuck those cunts. Yeah, I agree. You don't agree?
Oh man.
We're on live on YouTube. I don't know if you want to turn your camera off. It's not just this
Oh,
channel.
sorry. I love those dinosaurs. God bless
Yeah.
them. I wish they were still alive. Alhamdulillah. Cheers.
Dinosaurs are the one race that you're not allowed to say anything bad about. How dare you?
I saw this really funny meme where this guy got like it's like a kid, an adult fan of Lego, where he made a Lego dinosaur, and he said Legos are made from plastic. Plastic is made from oil. Oil is made from dinosaurs. Plastic dinosaurs are made from dinosaurs. Or Lego. Lego dinosaurs are made from dinosaurs.
Man, dude, Legos are great. Tell you that.
See, this new Don, is he in VC?
Good morning. Who thinks the Earth is a spin like paroid in nothing? Anybody?
Or Dave.
Good morning. There, Dave, checking in. Look, we're going with silence for the globe at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Grid has a lot of information to share. He doesn't want to do it right this second.
Yeah, kind of wait. I mean, tried to get this guy New Don to come into voice, but his proof is maybe just mid. So he's hiding out in text chat. Then you got Canadian Atheist doing the same thing, hides out in text chat, scared to open his mic.
It's strange how a lot of people just don't want to properly engage with this subject, do they? They just want to.
My
don't
take
want
is they
to-
don't really know how to use the microphone. It's like the 10% rule, where they have a phone that has a microphone attached to it. That's how it works. But they don't know how to get it to work. It's like it's called like trained incapacity. Like if you give them a phone, they'd be able to do it. If you give them a computer, they can text. But give them the two mixed together, and suddenly they don't know how it works. I don't know. I don't get it. Dude, it works the same way as both a phone and a computer. And they're just stumped. They go, I don't know. It's like they took the smart out of the phone and just said, dude, just go over there in the corner and bug people online for a while. Like, just don't do any more damage to humanity. Like, you've done enough damage already.
You could even speculate that smartphones create a lot of dumb people.
Yeah, it's the world we live in. The information age is hallmarked by all these, like, contradictions. Smartphones and dumb people. Information with all this disinformation.
Yeah, dude. So if you go on and search up all the things that your current phone can do, like how many like shortcuts and task reminders and all these types of things, then you realize how much you're not actually using all the features of your phone. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's got like basically it's personal computing in the palm of your hand. The scientists and all the engineers, just like all the hard work they did, plus the people who brought you the internet, all these scientists and engineers gave you a device that you can fit in the palm of your hand to access the full wealth and breadth of human information, to reach out to other people with different ideas and points of view and understand the content being presented to your education level. Like it breaks it down literally Big Bird and Barney style. And what did some of these people do with it? The Canadian Atheist, the U.S. National Geographic Survey claims to have conclusive empirical evidence the Earth is an oblate spheroid. And he'll say the same thing over and over and over. And if you go to, then they say, well, we get muted and banned here. So they make a new channel. You go there. They still don't talk. They repeat the same garbage over and over again. But on this side, they just kick you and mute you from the room anyway.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of people don't want to properly engage this subject, right? Whatever reason.
It's because they have a worldview that somehow they think they need it to be a globe for this worldview to be correct, like nihilism, some sort of or whatever, Scientology, something along those lines. They've got some sort of alternative bullshit, atheism or something like that, where the world has to be. It just has to be heliocentric. Otherwise, they don't see how it would work. So what they're arguing about is they think that someone who disagrees with it is really disagreeing with this other idea that they won't present or take questions on.
Yep, it's like that guy that Witsit was talking to, that info board guy yesterday. Like, already had his mind made up. Nothing's going to change his mind. No, everything Witsit or whoever's going to say, he's not even going to absorb it or consider it or anything. It's just the lie is too big. Whatever that guy was saying, the same old surface level stuff we're all used to, right?
You know what's funny though? It's interesting. The majority of people in the world are religious, or at least adherent to some supernatural paradigm, right?
Right.
And of those people, the majority are specific theists, in which the paradigm in which they believe has, within the context of the paradigm, an agent specifically claimed to be the personification of deception itself. Right? Think about it. So what I'm trying to say is that, yes, this guy may not be the case, but like most people tentatively believe in an agent that's pure evil, that's like the father of deception. Yet they can't fathom why humanity would be under deception. It's like, dude, did you ever read the source material for your beliefs, dude?
Yeah, that's like the ultimate Irish.
Yeah, the greatest lie the devil ever told was that what he just said isn't a lie. Right?
Trust me, bro.
Some of them remain in that position. Like, so many people would have to lie. They're not actively lying. They just believe the story. You know? Why can't they get past that? It's just like I don't know.
Shut the fuck up, retard. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you retards. Shut the fuck up. Shut the.
Hey,
You
brother.
Evidence, man, that's some valuable information you're bringing to the table there. How about the glove evidence? You got any of that?
No, he ran. So they have questions. That's the best part. They've got questions. They want flat earthers to answer. You give them an answer, and they completely break it. They have no idea what you just said. They can't parse it out. They'll call it wasn't in English, or they'll say it was word soup, word salad, or whatever. They don't make any sense what you said, and they fully adjudicated what you said as being incorrect, or like this last guy said, the R word. They live in a world that's so contradictory they can't even maintain a logically consistent claim inside the worldview, inside the conversation that they're adjudicating. Simply put, they're given an answer and they just adjudicate the answer as a non-answer. And then tell you didn't give an answer. Then ask you again. So it's like all these layers of inception. If I know not to really ask globalists anything. If I ask them something, it is a very rare event. If I want to know anything about heliocentric, I better just Google it and look it up myself, because the anti-flat earth globalists, the best you'll get is maybe they'll Google your question and then read to you what they think they read. Like a very poor read, a very low educated poor read of what your question was in Google. So just skip the middleman and just read what the Google says. Or otherwise, if they don't know the answer, they'll just pretend. They'll just flounder and try to parse out like what the definition of is. You'll never get to an answer. And also, too, they don't know anything anyway. So it's like the only reason to ask them something is to expose how they don't know anything, because they'll never answer.
Yeah, Paul, that's true. The main problem I had with that guy yesterday from InfoWars, seems like a nice guy, but like I said, he already had his mind made up. He didn't actually listen or engage or anything, and he just skated by the main points about curvature and stuff. I mean, typical surface level guy that he's not. He claimed he done all this research. He's done zero. It's crazy. He's done zero proper research, honest research.
Hey, what was Witsit's primary point?
I mean, the evidence on our side or on the
Yeah, like what did he present as the definitive capstone of why the Earth is flat?
the definitive falsification of the radius. Of course, he put it a lot more eloquently than I'm going to right now. But now we falsified the radius, and that motion has never been established. And he even pointed out how Einstein, all those guys, admitted that they can't prove it one way or the other. So those should be two key points the guys should at least latch on to. But,
So how did he say the radius was falsified?
by several hundred, I think he said hundred of observations, like the Black Swan and all the distance sightings we've had, and the radar. I think you mentioned the radar thing too, which is available.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, he's just trying to get information out there to a new audience, I guess, is trying to distill it to people where they can maybe actually engage with it and absorb it.
Yeah, if you're gonna come in here and say flat Earth is wrong, at least be able to articulate what the fuck it is. Like go into a channel that says like, oh hey, this channel's about X, and you tell them, hey, your X, your idea is wrong, and you ask them, well, what is it? Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
like
how
I
the
said,
fuck are you gonna say something's wrong if you don't even know what it is from a starting point?
that's the major hurdle that most people never get by. They can't even properly engage with what our actual arguments are. They will never properly get to that point. They want to stay in the straw man area or whatever. Right? But that was just kind of frustrating listening to that guy that's, got this big show or whatever. It's got 50,000 or whatever people listen to him, and he's not even close to being ready to discuss this subject. But it is what it is. It was just very dismissive, and it's like skating past the key points that Austin was making. You tell the people doing that they're not actually going to think about what you're saying. So hopefully they expose a lot more ears and eyes and actually do some proper investigation. That's the best way to look at it, right? Anyway, this has been Dead Air Dave. You guys keep talking. Or don't. Your choice.
It's quite interesting here. This guy wants to debate. Okay, you want to debate what? What do you want to debate? Nothing. Okay, so you don't want to debate. No, you don't want to debate. I go, not me. I said what I asked. You said you wanted to debate. I asked you, what do you want to debate? And then said nothing. I'm like, okay, so you want to debate nothing. He's like, no, you want to debate nothing. Me? How? How am I? Okay, if you want to debate, what topic is it? What topic do you want to debate? Okay, nothing. You made no topic for debate, so you don't want to debate. This over. I mean, this has been going on for like 45 minutes, mind you.
Well, I guess if he wants to debate nothing, you can start with.
Well, he wants to. Yeah, wants to debate how I want to debate nothing.
Well, if
I'm
he's
like,
talking
well,
about nothing, that's what he believes that we exist in. So start there.
oh
We
yeah.
literally exist in nothing. So go ahead, buddy. He does his active mic right now, or do you know text? He's not going to talk. But let's have a debate about nothing. The globe claim is we literally exist in nothing. Go ahead and provide evidence for that. Thank you. All right, let's do a quick shout out in case there's someone out there listening. If you have honesty and integrity, and you'd like to come in here and discuss this very important subject, click the link, start the convo. We will discuss with you. We do not know the answer. At least myself, I'll say I don't know, and I'm proud to say that. There's a lot of things 10 years ago I thought I had the answers for. Now I know I do not have the answer. I may never get the answer. But I know that a lot of the answers that I was supplied with, like this spinning ball in the vacuum of space, that does not check out. So click the link, come in here and talk. Open invite. If you're a troll, just don't waste our time, don't waste your time. Let's go somewhere else, some stupid channel. Thank you.
Yo, hello?
Hello, who said hello?
Yo, Dave Hinkle.
Yeah.
We're probably related
How's that?
because I've never met someone with my last name.
Yes. Really?
What?
I've met plenty of Hinkles
Yeah, really?
that I'm probably distantly related to. What part of the country do you want to say? I'm in Kentucky.
Wait, what? You're like German, right?
Well, I think the name origin comes from that area of the world, yes, as far as I can tell.
I see.
The name Hinkle is of German origin, as far as I know, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So do you think you live on a spinning ball in nothing?
Probably.
Probably. What makes you think that?
Because we have like a lot of photos and shit from like space, and it seems to be kind of the model that aligns with reality best as we know it.
So if I show you a photo of Bigfoot, does that make Bigfoot real?
It depends how well the photo was documented.
Okay. Have you checked into how the space photos have been documented, or lack of, maybe?
Well, we even have space videos, and yeah, it seems like they've been documented pretty well. We have space live streams and shit.
Okay. Feel free to share one that's been well documented. We'll go over. One of these guys will, if I can. Because I'm operating a motor vehicle, so I don't know if I can do a whole lot of engagement. But you really think that your worldview depends on photographs from space? You're going to go with that? That's enough for you?
Well, I mean, like I just kind of go off what we can see, right? And like if I can see videos of that thing, and we can test to see if it's edited or not, which we can, and that's what we do in courts and shit like that. Then I don't know why we couldn't do the same thing with this.
Well, why don't we begin with what you just said, what we can see? Say me and you went down to a beach somewhere, right? And we're both looking at the horizon. You say that the horizon looks flat, or does it look curved?
Go to the beach. The horizon looks pretty flat, but like if you see like ships go out or something, you can see a curve. Like you need to kind of have an object of reference. It seems like.
So once someone tells you that what you're looking at, it looks pretty horizontal and level, somebody makes an extraordinary claim that's actually curving. Wouldn't it be their burden to prove that to you?
Well, yeah, but it's like already pretty proven, right? Like we have live streams of this thing occurring, right? Like people have been to space.
There's live streams of all kinds of stuff that's not actual reality. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that. No, I think like if you want to give me an example, like I feel like it'd be pretty hard to fake like a live stream or something.
It'd be hard to fake a live stream. Who wants to take it? Hey, are you still there?
Oh, dude, it depends on what you mean by live stream and what you mean by fake. I mean, it's not hard to fake streaming something and stamping live on it, right? Unless there's something in the view that can be validated by other people to be occurring concurrently, right? Then that could be easily faked. But secondly, for example, let's just use the ISS, for example. So the ISS is a high altitude platform, supposedly, that's taking video, right? Supposedly. And it's sending this video out. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of the videos that they send out appear to show the surface of the Earth being curved, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah, like what?
Fair enough.
Like what do you have to,
Yeah,
like
no
indicate
problem.
fake?
Okay, so the problem is when you scrutinize some of their images and the curve, you find out that there's other parts that are curved that shouldn't be curved. And then you find out that they're flying over a lake, and you look at the lake, and the curvature rate around the lake would make the Earth like 1/8 or 1/6 of the size that they claim it is. So that means that the curvature that they're presenting, at least in those images, isn't accurately representing the alleged plane curvature of the Earth, correct?
Wait, what? Sorry.
Okay. There are images and videos from the ISS that show curved horizon, a curved quote-unquote Earth, but they show such an extreme curve when you look at the land masses and the water masses like a lake, that it looks like this lake takes up like the majority of the side of the Earth. So it's clearly the curvature presented in those images isn't accurately representing what they claim the Earth size is, correct?
I mean, I don't know why that would be the case. Like, why
Well, it's very
is
simple,
that?
dude. It's very simple. A lake in northern Italy doesn't take up the entire Earth, correct? Well, the answer is yes. So if they're showing a live stream where that lake that they're flying over takes up a quarter of the alleged circle that the curve rate that they're showing in the image would be, then that means that the curve that they're showing you isn't the curve of the Earth, correct? It's exaggerated, at least, at a minimum.
Well, yeah, but like you could say that that's the camera lens, but like nonetheless, there's still an obvious curvature.
Okay, that's interesting. So the camera lens is curving the images you're seeing, but there's still an obvious curvature.
Yeah.
Okay, think about how incoherent that statement is.
Well, it's because you can see the curvature with your eyes, but like a lens might obscure an image, right?
Yeah, like just because the image has like an exaggerated curvature doesn't mean that it doesn't have a curvature.
Okay, fair point. Now that we've image.
Cut out, Overlord. Last thing you said was fair point.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit. I got give him a second.
So you've got optical curvature, right? Clearly. And then you're saying it's still physically curved. So if you have optical curvature to work with, but you're claiming that what you're seeing is physical curve, how are you going to validate that?
What is
Well,
optical
because
curve?
first of all, not all of the lenses have that from what I've seen.
No, all lenses have it.
Second of them.
All lenses have it. All lenses, because of the artifact of having an angular field of view, okay, have an artifact within them that as they go away from the center of the focal point towards the edges, it increases the values of the X and Y coordinates. So if you had a two color fields with a distinction between the two going across the image, as you get towards the ends, there'd be like a parabola.
Okay, but then you could use that same logic for our own eyesight, and then just say that nothing is curved at all. Like, do you not realize how?
No, that's not, dude. Okay, there's a difference between what I perceive.
Our eyes are a lens.
No, not dude, chill. There's no claim on the table that because you see a curve means nothing's curved at all. The question is, if you see a curve, okay, how are you going to validate that it actually is physically curved? No one's drawing into contention. No one's drawing into contention that you
it's an obvious curve.
Okay, so there you go. So how is it obvious?
Like the lens, because just because the lens is manipulating something, you can account for the lens manipulation and still see a curve. Can you not?
I don't know, dude. You tell me.
Well, he'll say yes, but
I mean, like,
can you account for, like, this Overlord? Can you account for a lens's manipulation of something? Can you account for the curve that a fisheye lens might have?
To a degree, yeah. To a degree, yeah. Okay. Like for example, 240,000 feet. There's a system set up, and it had a curved lens, and when corrected, it shows a flat horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there you go. So you send up a high altitude platform, and this is the problem. At different altitudes, with different lenses, we get different curvature rates consistently. In fact, did you know the Chinese have a version of the ISS? Did you know that? Well, guess what? They have images from their ISS showing the horizon flat. So who are we going to believe?
yeah, I don't think anyone in China is saying that the Earth is flat. I think it's just different lenses, right? That we could account for.
That's not the point, dude. The point is that all of these altitudes show varying degrees of what is alleged to be curvature of the Earth's surface versus curvature optically of the image information, right? So which one is the correct one? That's the question on the table.
Isn't one thing you could at least conclude if all of them are at least saying that there is a curvature? Couldn't you draw from that? Well, then there is at least a curvature. Maybe we're not sure of the degree of curvature or what is the accurate one, but since they're all
Hey, listen, if a lot of them appear to be curved, and you say there is curvature of what? The images, for sure, yes.
Yeah, but
Okay, but like
what
also,
the images is
also like in these videos, they're going in one direction the entire time and ending up in the same spot, which would indicate a globe, right? Like unless you're like, yeah. Like I don't know how else that would happen if they're going in one set direction, but then ending up back where they started, right?
I mean that's a claim, sure.
Well, that's not. Well, that's what's happening in the pictures and videos, though, right? Like it's a claim based on the pictures and videos.
Here, I got something. If you guys reach to once you get to the end.
Yeah, great. So that's an interesting claim. So in order to back that claim, we need the 24-hour unedited footage, unbroken footage of them leaving and arriving where they started from. Where from the footage itself, it can be determined that they haven't changed course. Now, that feed from the ISS doesn't exist, friend.
I mean, I'm watching it right now.
No, you're not, dude. You are not watching a 24-hour lapse over the path of the course of the object across the entire surface of the Earth.
Okay, yeah, it's probably been going on way longer than it's been going on for 3 months.
You're watching a live stream? Because I'm pretty sure those are just
Brother, one more time. What I'm asking you for is an unbroken, continuous 24 hours, in which during that 24 hours, the entire surface of the Earth that they're over is broadcast uninterrupted. Now, I'm telling you that they don't have one of those streams.
I am watching it right now. Like,
Here, post it.
Is the problem?
This kid is watching 30 seconds of something alleged to be something, and then thinking that extrapolates that it carries forth into a continuous stream.
Here, post it. Post it. I think you're probably misunderstanding. I think you're missing.
Yeah,
you're probably.
It's well known. It's well known that the ISS feed goes dark, and it's well known that the ISS feed shows throughout the day replays. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I bet we're checking out here.
It is not a continuous feed of the entire course of the thing over the surface, dude.
So, like, what you're saying then is that it's not like a live stream of the cameras on that currently.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just like videos. That's what I think.
Sometimes it could be live, but what I'm just saying is there's not a continuous stream of its course.
From what I'm aware, maybe it's not right now that, but I know that they have done streams like that. I can look at VODs and find them.
That's great. So what we need is a stream that's 24 hours long, in which the camera is uncut, in which the entire surface territory that they pass over is in view, and it can be determined from that they haven't changed course. If you have that, I mean, that would be cool. Don't get me wrong; it'd be worth looking at.
What does change course mean? Like, is that something that ISS usually does, or are they usually only on one course?
From what I've watched footage, they stay on one course. They literally.
You're cutting out,
Really,
Cameron.
otherwise, I can fuck with where they are in space, right? Or like what's the word for it? Sorry, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you now. You're good.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just got called. No, like it. I'm pretty sure that they have to go in one specific direction, otherwise the fucking.
Well, they don't, dude.
What do you mean they don't? I think like it's part of how gravity works, right?
Yeah, but look, as far as I remember, the purported path of the ISS is spiral. So it's not just traveling over a single line in a circle. It's traveling over it, but it's moving diagonally, laterally, simultaneously.
So you set him up for like an unprovable claim. You said you wanted to show you wanted to show a 24-hour thing of the ISS streaming on one course, but I mean that the ISS apparently changes course.
Dude, listen, friend. You're now getting it. The point is, he made the claim that this object doesn't change, and it's traveling in a straight line. And then he made the claim that there's footage of it doing this for 24 hours. And I just was saying that there's not footage of the 24 hours, and even if there was, it's not traveling in the manner in which he describes. So his claim is moot.
I took what you're saying as this is what you would need to believe it, but then that's not even possible to obtain.
Well, here, check this out. Look at the NASA's live feed, and then ponder why it's different. Here, I'll post it.
But just for the record, so you understand, my critique of his claim was that one, the 24-hour video doesn't exist, and two, the path that he claims that the thing is taking, in which it could demonstrate his position within that 24 hours, is also not in existence. So the two things required to prove his claim don't exist.
Wait, okay. From what this is claiming, it's that it is just a live stream from the space station. I'm even watching some weird shit happen right now.
Yeah, but he's saying the space station changes course. It's not on one set course, so he's not going to. It would have to for some reason. It would have to not change course for him to believe it. I don't know why that.
But why? Okay, when you say not change course, like what do you mean? Because our Earth like has seasons, right?
Dude, pay attention. Your claim is about traveling in a linear path where you don't change laterally. You maintain your forward heading, right? Yet arrive back where you started. That was the crux of what you're claiming, right?
Well, yeah, but like eventually you would. It's just that we're on a
That's
globe
great, but if you travel at an arced path, now let me change that real quick. Your claim requires that the ISS travels in an arced path, just on one axis versus another, right? So, in other words, it maintains a straight heading forward, but in your view, gravity is pulling it in an arc around the Earth, and then it arrives back where it started. So it's going in an arc in one axis, but not in the other axis. Okay. Now, transversely, I could just change those axes. I could just change the axes of those arcs, right? And I could arrive back where I started. So, for example, if I take a large arc path and I move diagonally or laterally along that path, I can arrive back where I started. For example, I could go out the back door of my house, and I could arrive at the front door, and then I could arrive at the back door again.
I'm confused at what you're saying here. Is there any way you could like rephrase that? Because
yes, like, your claim is that the ISS is going straight. That's false.
It's going.
If
it's going
categorize it
on a globe. Can I explain
on one axis? It's going straight on one axis, correct?
on one axis. I guess.
Let me use a car. Let me use my truck as an example. If I hold my steering wheel perfectly straight and I have a good alignment, let's just say a perfect alignment of my tires to my steering wheel, I'm going straight. However, I could go up a hill and down a hill, and that is on a different axis. So on the left and right axes, I'm maintaining straightness, but on the up and down axes, I'm going up and down, right?
Sure, yeah.
So, right. So in one axis, I'm maintaining straightness, and in the other axis, I'm doing an arc. So I would submit to you that your claim requires that the ISS is going straight in one axis, particularly left and right. However, it's curving around the globe on the up and down axis. That would be your claim. Make sense?
Yeah. But
okay. However, if the ISS is moving on a third axis, creating a different arc, it can close that arc and arrive back where it started by traveling in a circle, the same way I could travel around my house in a circle.
What?
It doesn't work that way because our globe has like a tilt. Like it's the reason that we have seasons and shit. Is because there's a
way they can travel around your houses.
All right, nose beers. Nobody cares. Okay. Yep. Profound.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Your mother would hold on. Your Chinese mother would be so proud of your accomplishments, Mr. Nose.
She's actually Filipino. Anyway, brother.
You know, your mother has a congenital defect that causes her offspring to lose their ability to speak when they reach a certain age.
I know because I've been down there and I.
There you go.
Wait,
see,
okay,
see, the medical condition came true. All right, go ahead.
So I have a question for you. Like, assuming like all of that is true, do you just think like all of the countries in the entire world are just like aligned together in some way? Like we're not actually fighting with China and the United States. Like they're like protecting us by not like revealing information about the Earth being flat or something like that. Like, do you think that like just the entire world is like aligned ideologically?
In my worldview, the entire world, okay, is subject to deception by agents that are supernatural in origin. So, in other words, there's higher powers at play. So, I don't need to stop it at what humans do. There's a hierarchy of effect here.
Oh, okay. So now you've just brought in that there's like some like higher power thing going on. I don't like. What evidence do you have of this at all?
Okay, so they were now going into metaphysical, right? I would submit to you, okay, that this is not concrete evidence in itself. However, the majority of the people in the world believe in a supernatural causation for the realm in which we live. Okay, that's the facts. Of those people, right? The majority of them are specific theists. Of those, the majority of them believe in an agent that is the personification of deception itself. Okay? Now, you might then ask me, where's your concrete evidence for an agent of deception that actually has machinations and designs on the human race, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Right, so last time when I was at his house for the weekend, I actually shaved a piece off of his ass, and I have it in a bottle. And if I show it to you, will you believe it?
Probably.
I wouldn't know that came from him or have any idea.
There you go. There you go.
Wait, did you just say that that you believe in this because the majority of people are theological and they believe in?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, then wait, what was the broader point of the majority of people are religious or have some religion? What was that? Must have tuned out then.
The
Why are we
broader
saying
point is that humans are not the only sentient agents on the stage of this realm. Okay, so you can't stop your thought processes on what human motivations are, right?
But you didn't provide any evidence of that. That's the problem.
You need evidence to back up that claim, and you have none.
Well, I've got no evidence for supernatural agency.
None.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, so show me the natural composition of a mind, please.
Don't flip it on me. You've got to show evidence.
Why would I have the burden of proof here when you're the one making the claim that there's some sort of supernatural thing?
Secondarily, show me evidence of the natural without the presence of a mind.
You're doing it again.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, you're the one that's supposed to be proving, like, the idea of the supernatural, but you're putting it on me.
No, dude. I'm just saying the assumption of the natural, right? And then the supernatural has to be extraordinary. It is just a cognitive bias in the first instance.
So what your claim is, like, it's a cognitive bias to not believe in the supernatural then?
Well, it's a kind of. I think he's just saying that his belief in the supernatural is just as justified as your belief in the natural. I think that's his point. But like,
he's like assuming I have a belief in the natural to begin with.
He probably did.
Right? I'm asking him to justify.
We all know. Look. Unless you're. Look, the way it is that the fundamental underpinnings of how reality, quote unquote, renders itself, right, is all going to be philosophical, right? You could say, oh, I have a bottle, I'm holding it, it's solid. If I smack myself in the head with it, it'll damage me. But is that damage actually caused by a concrete object moving in free space and ramming into my skull? Or is it caused by a mental construct that's illusory or simulatory in nature? You could go down that road ad infinitum. The point is that I know that there's experiences of what is described as physical and natural reality. But I know that those experiences exist within the mind primarily, right? So I have first order primary evidence of the mind, right? And the secondary outside world is secondary evidence, second order.
Yeah, but then everything experienced in the mind. I mean, the difference between like what you're saying is you're saying that the natural mind is an assumption, but I think the natural mind. You did, but you said, but the natural mind is more of an inference, right? We're basing our belief in the natural mind, the presupposition based on like an inference of evidence that everything is showing us that there is just a natural mind. But like you can't give anything to show that there's a supernatural mind, unless you have some different epistemology.
Oh no, the mind itself is supernatural, dude.
Okay, well that just doesn't make sense. I don't.
Makes perfect sense, dude.
No, it doesn't.
I'm sure you could say like, you without the mind there is no natural, so therefore it's supernatural. But that's just I don't. Not.
How is the mind supernatural? That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't exist in the natural world. It's not physical. It's not energy. It's not momenta. It's not spin. It's not electrons. It's none of those things.
Isn't it a cause of those things? Isn't that like...
There's your answer.
That's like saying like language is supernatural because language isn't like a physical thing that gives off any energy, but it's a cause of sound, right? I don't know if we would say language is supernatural.
Language isn't the cause of sound, dude. What the heck?
Okay, we produce language through sound. Correct or incorrect? It's correct. I'm right. But I'm saying, but would you say that?
That's one mode of language transference. You can also use any form of semiotics to infer meaning.
Fine.
And
would you
deliver
say
that meaning to another mind.
Supernatural?
Oh yes.
Okay, then you're consistent. All right. Well, there's no argument then. I would just disagree. I think most people would, but
Dude, language is the conveyance of meaning between minds.
Yep.
Okay? Meaning is supernatural. Minds are supernatural. So the entire process of language, though it goes through a natural conduit, is supernatural in its basis.
It's like the other way around. I think people would say that since it goes through a natural conduit, then it's natural in its basis. Like it's crazy how you could just have the opposite.
Dude, you have language in your own mind. You have language in your own mind that doesn't require any physical conduit.
Well, it requires my body and my neurons and things firing off. It requires these things.
No, dude, it requires a sentient mind, dude. In order to experience meaning and to understand meaning, you must have a sentient mind.
And you can't have a sentient mind without freaking neurons firing off in your brain.
Well, that's your claim. Good luck.
Well, based on everything that we could possibly prove, that's the inference that we can make. But with your assumption, it's based on nothing.
Yeah, dude, that is saying that the connection of data from the outside world into the inner world of the mind requires those things. Okay, that could be true, and that would be a fair burden. But there's no way unless you can remove your own sentience from your own experience, which you can't, for you to understand whether that would be true or not.
I guess like, okay, this is like the first time I've ever had like a flat Earth conversation. But if all of it just boils down to like Satan belief, then I'm very much not convinced.
No, dude, that's not at all. See, what you asked is motives and meanings about what humans would or would not do. Okay. Now, whether or not quote unquote Satan is real isn't even relevant to my point. My point is that the majority of people believe in these types of paradigms, so much so that it affects their choices, that it affects their motives, that it affects what they're willing to do or not do, that it affects whether they're willing to commit atrocities or to give themselves up nobly for a cause, etc., etc. So yes, if the elites thought that there are supernatural entities that they can tap into or that are judging them or whatever, that could change the way they think about what their responsibilities are to themselves and to the people of the earth. So yes, it's not unreasonable to assume that a cabal of elites would think themselves some kind of noble good doers by curating humanity under a deception for its own benefit. It's not unreasonable.
Oh, yeah, okay. So then what you're saying is that like the U.S. and China and Russia are all just allies and working together. Then
on some levels, yes, they are.
Okay.
And on other levels, no, they're not.
I think like empirically and historically, there's just no evidence of that. Like that's just not the case.
Yes and no. Let me tell you why. A lot of people operate under similar interests, even without being direct allies. Their interests align to the point where they coincide. And there doesn't need to be a conspiracy of any kind. It's just the natural outpinnings of the struggle for power.
That assumption is literally a conspiracy. Like definitionally, it's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Like
No,
it might be.
What are you talking about, dude?
It might be reasonable and rational under some people's worldview to a certain extent, but there's other views that are more reasonable and more rational and more logical. Okay, every view is probably everyone who believes everything probably believes it for a reason and is probably reasonable to some extent. But there's probably other views that are more reasonable than them, and those are the views that we would actually call like logical and reasonable. Like you could use the word games, but it's just so like it's silly. It's useless.
Yeah, look. So basically, what you're saying is, my opinion of what people would and wouldn't do is the arbiter of what they would and wouldn't do.
What?
Yeah. You think it's incredulous to think that superpowers, right, would have similar interests and designs on not only their own people but on the world, and that so much so that they coincide uncannily, and that there doesn't need to be any direct collusion or conspiracy between the agents of the several governments for them to kind of have their interests aligned. I mean,
Well,
good
like
grief.
the thing is that their interests aren't aligned, right? Like it would be in China's best interest to call us out on bullshit. If we fucking were lying about fucking what the globe looks like, they would benefit from that. And like pretty much anyone would agree with that. I don't see a world where China wouldn't benefit
So, yeah,
from that.
let's say that's the case. But that's assuming that there's no hierarchy greater than the severable nations that's keeping certain things under wraps, right?
Yeah, but those are unfalsifiable assumptions. Like Cameron just did a demonstration of what I was saying earlier. Like Cameron came to an inference based on like a historical analysis and a modern day political analysis to come to an inference on something that you guys were just talking about. Whereas you came to your conclusion just based on a baseline rationale that humans do evil things. Do you see how you both are coming to
You're wrong, dude. You're wrong.
to
You're wrong.
reasonable conclusions? Okay, you both are doing that, but one person's reason is backed by more like information and more validity and logic.
No,
other
not at all. Not at all.
It definitionally is. He just gave you like a historical analysis and political modern day analysis of why that would happen, and your response was, well, there could be a greater cabal that they're all working for. Like it's baseline versus like
no. Listen, friend. His question was about the nature of collusion between agents or companies or corporations that may at a baseline not seem to be collusion, and I'm just offering him a matrix in which it still can be, right? Which answers that question.
It answers my question, and it's a possibility, but it's not like a probability. Like I don't have any evidence yet.
No, friend, it's a certainty. Let me tell you why it's a certainty. You ready?
Certainty. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, let me tell you why.
I gotta go.
Because if they're all presenting a certain thing about the cosmos in relationship to the Earth and the Earth's place in it and what the Earth is, and all of this requires that the Earth be a globe, and the Earth being a globe requires 360-degree demonstrable surface curvature, and it's demonstrated that the surface of the Earth isn't curved in the manner in which all of these people are purporting, then it's obvious that they're lying or deceived.
Yeah,
well, there's two totally different things you just said there, but
wrong. Listen, what I presented to you was a possibility of why they would be colluding when at first it doesn't seem at a surface level that they are. That there's a higher cabal that's pulling the strings. Now that's a possibility on the table. Now, if everyone's presenting the globe as a certain thing, which, by the way, all the agencies aren't necessarily presenting it the same way, but that's another story. But let's say they are. All you have to do is demonstrate that the Earth isn't a globe, and ipso facto, you prove that they're all blowing smoke up your ass. So the epistemological basis of my claims about their collusion, their lying, their deception, and their fraud is not based on me knowing their motives or knowing whether there is or isn't a higher cabal. It's based on the fact that the Earth is flat. And with that, I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past. And one of these other friends can take you down the path, because I have to leave, so let me wrap this up. One of our other friends here can take you down the path of demonstrating to you that the Earth is indeed flat, and then all those other things will fall in line. All right, have a good day.
Okay, well, what I just heard was a concession of not understanding their motives, in that there's like, what's it called?
You can play the third wrong. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You can play the third wrong. Who wants to take over for AI? Somebody go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Ken. Finish your statement. I'm sorry to interrupt. If you got that out, what he just told you, you heard him incorrect. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's that he didn't answer my actual question. He just said that the question is framed wrong, right? Like,
I think he left because he was losing.
No.
Maybe.
You got an biased approach to this conversation. He was trying to have a kind of a metaphysical conversation with you, but like you said, if you want to go over empirical things here, we can falsify the globe if you're honest about it. I mean, if you leave here believing it's still a globe, we really don't care. We're just trying to share information. We have empirical information that this whole globe story is a load of bullshit. So if you want to know about that, continue with somebody else here. If you don't, you're wasting your time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've just, this is like my first time talking about this ever. Like, I only joined legit just because I saw your name, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not particularly like that interested in the topic, and I just don't, I don't think that like the like political incentives or anything add up at all in regards to like everything that we know about like history, or like like everything that we know about today's like economy. It doesn't make any sense at all in terms of that. But like, yeah, I mean in regards to like that there could be something that's like higher. Yeah, I would need like evidence of that, or I would need like specific evidence of there even being like a fucking like flat Earth or something like that, and like basically what happened is like that guy just devolved into saying like that there just is evidence of a flat Earth, and then he left. So I didn't really get anything from that
Well,
would
you want to
indicate
see
either.
some of the actual evidence then? You want to see some evidence?
If
I mean,
anyone has anything,
if this is actually your
I'm
first time in this subject,
does,
the first thing you need to
someone have,
figure out, the first thing you need to figure out is there a lie. Then you can worry about why people might have lied or whatever. But like if you're a detective going to a murder scene, is the first question on your mind after you see a dead body in the blood is like, I wonder why somebody did this. No, you start collecting evidence, don't you? So
well,
do you want?
yeah, but like, motives are actually a big part of evidence to begin with in a case. It like it's actually like what's kind of necessary for like a case to even go through fully is to have an actual motive.
In many
It's
cases,
like very,
the motive comes in later, but what is primary focus? The actual evidence, right? So
like
do you want to see a piece of actual evidence?
I would just say that they're like one and the same. Like they're like a motive is a type of evidence.
Okay. Do you want to see one piece of evidence while I got time to show it to you here?
Topography maps require a flat Earth.
Well, can somebody post the Black Swan, and I'll see if he'll actually engage with this. Are you looking at the live stream voice text? Do you know where that is?
Every day.
I'm sorry.
I'm replying to what he said. He said people commit crimes without motive every day. I mean, I don't know, like, I'm not saying like a lack of motive excuses a crime, but I'm saying every crime has a motive.
Can we set
which
aside
is
the
just
motive?
entirely.
Let me show you some evidence. Do you want to see evidence or not?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Okay. Do you know where the live stream voice text is when people post stuff?
The live stream what?
Voice text that's associated with this channel. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. Could you send me a link or something?
Well,
yeah,
He's
I'm on
talking
my
about the
phone.
side chat.
Oh, yeah. I have access to side chat.
If somebody's listening to me, I'm driving, so can somebody post the Black Swan image for me? Is this really your first time engaging this?
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
You see that picture of the two oil rigs that we posted there? You see it?
I see which one. I'd see a couple different images.
Post that's got two oil rigs.
Sorry, it cut out a bit. The post that has what?
The two oil rigs. It says "Bye Bye Ball" top.
Oh yeah. You want me to read this?
That is a. I mean, do you want to read that out loud? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I see modus tollens. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a square with a radius of 3,950 miles, then every horizon. What?
Sorry,
I'm trying to read this.
You said square, though. I was correcting you. It's sphere. If the Earth is a sphere, go ahead.
Yeah. That was what I said. It must have cut out or something. Yeah. Okay. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be more than 1.225 square root of observer's height in
You read
feet.
that wrong. Sorry to interrupt. No more than. No more than. Go ahead. Every horizon distance must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Go ahead.
So I'm trying to understand this.
Okay. Well, you've read the premise there. What do you not understand about hold on. The claim is we live on a ball, correct?
Yeah,
Okay, the ball.
Yeah, with like a radius of 159 miles. But what I don't understand is why it must be no more than that amount.
Because that's the geometric constraint of the claimed radius. Understand what I mean by that?
I don't know what you mean by that. No.
Size, is that right? They claim the size. They told us the size. So we can take that size and do some math, and we can figure out what the furthest you should be able to see before the ball starts dropping away from you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. That does make sense.
Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Is our horizon the edge of the ball? I mean, I guess every the edge of the ball, right?
Well, that's what a globe believer would say. I understand that, but in reality, if you actually research this subject, the horizon is just the apparent position as far as you can see, depending on the weather conditions or the atmosphere. You want to know the whole point of this whole thing?
I'm not sure.
Well, just listen for a minute. Give me a second.
Like okay, like I'm looking at so like from what this says, right? I get the math, it checks out, but I'm not sure about the image. Like for instance, like if I look out and I see like a curve, like that, like I see.
For you, then you can react. Okay? Listen to what the actual argument is. This is taken from a video. We'll be glad to give you the video, and you can go out and do this yourself. Is the beauty of this thing. But anyway, this guy is 1 foot off the surface of the water on the coast of California. We know the distance of these oil rigs because people live there and work there, and you can do it, look it up on Google, whatever. But that furthest oil rig is like 9.4 miles away. The closest one is like 6.2 miles. Okay, so we know they're only distance markers. We don't care how much you miss. We don't care if it's clowns dancing on the top of the oil rigs. We don't care anything about the oil rigs except they mark the distance we need to see. We need to evaluate, right? You understand what I'm saying? Anyway, from 1 foot above the surface, go ahead. What's your question?
No. It's okay. You can continue.
Okay, from 1 foot above the surface, the horizon, if we're on a globe, should be 1.2 miles away. You agree? If you're 1 foot above, You can do the math, and the horizon should appear at 1.2 miles distance from your viewer, right?
Question, is that 1.2 miles including refraction calculations or without refraction calculations?
This is without any kind of stories you want to make up about whatever the air is doing. This is physical reality. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away from a 1 foot of Verber height. Am I right or wrong?
Kind of interesting. I'm looking this up, and apparently, apparently it's a refraction thing that causes this difference.
Refraction is a story that people use as an excuse for atmospheric conditions. The first thing flat earthers acknowledged 10 years ago when we started this argument is that the horizon moves around. And y'all were saying, no, it's the edge of a ball. And we're saying, no, it's an apparent position. It depends on the atmospheric conditions. And y'all say, no, the boats are going over the edge of the ball. So what are the boats going over? Are they going over refraction? Or are they going over physical reality? Which one?
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm looking at, because people have already gone over this image and addressed it, is it's like a
refraction with their sophist arguments that make no sense. But I don't have time to get into all that. Can I just finish the argument and let you argue with somebody else?
Okay.
Now, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away, correct? Whether you agree or not. That's what the globe tells us. It should be 1.2. So why does the horizon appear behind the second oil rig, which is over 9.4 miles away? Why is that the case? Somebody else take over. That's all I got.
I mean, from what I'm looking at so far, I guess I could look into it more, but it seems to just be like refraction from the weather.
That's just a word that somebody told you, and you have no idea what you're talking about. So you don't know. You haven't done any calculations. I'm showing you something in physical reality. This is something you can go out and show yourself. You can go to any beach and find a landmark and see something that should be behind the curve that's not behind the curve, because the water is laying flat. Water does not do that. Bodies of water do not maintain or display convexity on their surface. That's just not natural behavior of water. Can anybody else pick up the baton here?
It is if it's like reflecting off of what's it called? Off of like what is the word for it? Off of like the fucking what's it called? The what is the word for it? Off of like the atmosphere.
Guess nobody's available. If I start roboting, it's because I'm driving out in the country in Kentucky. But what was your last question?
I mean, I was just saying that it seems to be because of the actual weather, and that's why there's images of the exact same thing where there is a curvature, right?
Well, there's not you can't say a fact that there's curvature, that the horizon appears closer. I would agree with you there, right? Some days the horizon appears closer to you. But why is that? If it's a physical edge of a ball, it shouldn't be moving around, should it?
Well, I think it does because of clear weather, right? And what creates the reflection. What?
If our eyes are playing tricks on us and the horizon's moving around, then what the hell are the boats going over?
Wait, what?
For hundreds of years, they told us we're on a globe because we see a boat go over the edge of the globe, right? But then you go out and look, and it goes over the edge of the globe and at different distances on different days. So is the Earth shrinking and contracting and expanding? Is that what the Earth is doing?
No, no, it has to do with the weather, right?
Right. I mean, you're kind of hitting the point, but you're not acknowledging the point. That it totally depends on atmospheric conditions, and we know refraction exists. It's a thing. It's provable. You can do it in a lab. Can you quantify it to justify seeing a horizon distance 10 times further than the claim should be? No, nobody's ever done it.
It seems like you're doing that right now, right? Like with the images you're sending, like that's what we're observing, right?
You right now. If you don't want to acknowledge it, that's on you. I'm pointing at the obvious fact that anybody can go outside and see something that's way further than the globe predicts it should be.
Yeah, because of the refraction from the atmosphere.
Right. Welcome to flat Earth. Things appear at different distances on different days, depending on the atmospheric conditions, right? The foggy day.
Things appear. No. It's because it's refracting.
Oh, since you use the special word refracting, that makes it a spinning ball and literally nothing, right?
It makes it a spinning ball because that's what all evidence points to. Like even if I even if I accepted that, everything else points to it being a spinning ball. And like this is probably something that we just don't understand. But thankfully, it's actually something we can understand, right? It is like we have images of that where the water actually is going up further from our point of view because it's not refracting, right? So like therefore it's something that's like not completely static.
Well,
wait, are you saying that the curve is refracting?
Refraction.
Go ahead, Flat Lloyd. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just wondering. You're saying, this is refracting, but are you saying that the curve, this geometric horizon, is refracting?
The curve is refracting. I have no idea how the process works, if that's what you're talking about.
Let me ask you this. What is the horizon?
The horizon is just like the visible point to where we stop seeing the other side of the curve.
So you're saying that it is a physical geometric horizon?
It is a physical geometric horizon.
Right.
I don't even know what that means when you say that. What do you mean when you say a physical geometrical horizon?
I mean, are you familiar with the sphere? Right? The sphere would have an edge, right? This is that same edge that you're saying that boats are going over and things are refracting over, apparently, or something.
Yeah.
Right. So why does that have zero slope? Can you have a flat spot on a sphere?
Well, it's not like our Earth is like a perfect sphere.
Well, I mean, they tell us more or less a certain geometry claim, which is kind of the point of this image, right? Is that, well, according to the globe calculations, we see way farther, which makes you wonder, how did they get that calculation in the first place? If there's all this refraction and, if they can't even nail down this geometric horizon that they just told us they could calculate, right?
I mean, it depends on what calculator you use, right? If you use a calculator that takes in refraction and you use the correct refraction coefficient for the day, then you get results that match reality, I think.
Yeah, but unfortunately, those calculations for refraction can give us, it's actually just changing the radius of the ball to make it work.
No, the only thing you change is the coefficient, refraction coefficient, which depends on atmospheric conditions.
Which is 7/6R, correct?
Incorrect, no.
So how do you get the coefficient then?
Coefficient is calculated based on temperature differential at different heights. ideally you would get
Oh,
temperature
I
differentials at
understand.
different heights
Well, I mean,
above
that's
sea level
one way. There's
all the way
like
across.
there's honestly like
But in practice, you
Oh,
can't
six
really
okay,
do
different
that.
I understand refraction
refraction
now.
models.
Yeah, that makes sense. Isn't kind of like what you're describing like what you'll sometimes see on the road in like a hot day or something, where like you'll see like
You're talking about mirages, yeah. That's sort of, yeah. You could. It's a type of refraction, yeah. But in this case, what they're talking about is terrestrial refraction, which, in most cases, in almost, other than very exceptional circumstances, it will make objects appear higher than they actually are. So that's called looming. It raises things up, and that's why you end up with these oil rigs that should be half hidden, or would be half hidden by the water on a clearer day. Less than half, or more than half of it is visible on a less clear day with more refraction. And you can tell that there's more refraction because you look at the cranes at the top of this oil rig, and you can see that they're not straight. They're all bent out of shape.
So it's not a geometric horizon.
Well, it is.
It is apparent, right?
A horizon,
it's an
yes,
optical,
apparent
horizon. Right. So it's not the edge of an Earth curve.
It is.
But you just said it's not.
Look, if something is changed,
that's a contradiction of terms.
No, because something has to be physically there for it to be refracted. And for it to appear in a different place than where it actually is, it has to be physically there.
Yeah, it's the exact same concept as a mirage, just a different type of refraction. Yeah, I understand this, and that makes perfect sense, actually.
It's the same refraction you can see if you take a glass of water, put a straw in it, and you see it all out of shape. It's the same.
No, that's not the same. That's two medium.
Same idea.
In this case, we actually only have one medium.
Yes.
No,
yeah,
it's not the
same idea, but it works differently because it doesn't cross.
No,
two
Snell's
mediums,
law
right?
and atmospheric refraction are not the same.
The way you calculate it are not the same thing, but what's happening is the same idea, same principle, rather.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And the reason you get atmospheric or terrestrial refraction is because there is a difference in temperature and pressure in the air between, let's say, right above the water and 2 meters above the water. And those differences in temperature and pressure mean the mediums, essentially you can think of them as the mediums are slightly different.
You guys do realize it's not flat earthers that are saying there's no refraction, right? We're just saying that, of course, to have refraction in Snell's law, that you would have to have 2 medium. Now, sure, we're experiencing refraction in this image, right? However, you just said that it's not a geometric horizon, but it is a geometric horizon, but it's not a geometric horizon. Since you can't decide, I can only take your argument at face value that you can't even decide, right?
It seems like you're saying it is a geometric horizon.
Yeah, I thought I was clear. It is a geometric horizon that's being refracted to appear in different locations than where it actually is. That's it.
So the geometric horizon exists, we just can never see it. Is that what you're saying?
No, we can see it, but it appears in a slightly different location.
It just looks flat,
Doesn't look flat. Just looks a bit higher, a bit further, or a bit higher in your view.
Yeah, just 10 times further, a bit further.
Depending on weather.
Well, it depends on conditions, how much further.
Yeah. Alright, well, that makes sense to me. I think I might head out.
It's just perspective, actually. But yeah, continue to look at it.
Continue to honestly research this subject. Find the Earth curvature first. Come back and show us the Earth curvature.
if
Thank
it was,
you.
sorry, Dave, go on.
I was just saying goodbye to that new guy. Go ahead, Parmesan. What kind of stuff? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if it was perspective, then we should. So then the ground or the horizon should go up to our eye level, right?
It does.
It doesn't.
You can't definitively say it goes right to your eye level. There's all kinds of different atmospheric conditions and factors. So it generally goes toward your eye level. Is that what you mean?
No, but it doesn't reach all the way up to your eye level, and there's multiple
I'm not going to make a
images.
claim that it's always at your eye level because there's many things that affect that. I mean, we can all see the horizon moving around every day.
Yes, but it's always consistently below your eye level.
I wouldn't say consistently below. It depends on where you're at. But go ahead, Flatlord. You still.
Well, it really depends on the optics of your eyes, which is what is establishing that level, right? Is of course the center of the optics of your eye, and yes, it does reach and appear to reach eye level.
What I've seen are images through theodolites and other surveying equipment that's leveled, so that you can see the crosshairs are horizontally eye level, basically. And in all these images, the apparent horizon is below the crosshairs. I've seen loads of those. I've never seen one where the apparent horizon is above the crosshairs. If you have, I'd like to see it.
Well, there's an important dynamic that's just true across the board that isn't entertained much, but gravitational bodies absorb more light because of the nature of how geodesics they claim work. So the whole concept of like what you're seeing when you're in or on a gravitational body is gravitational lensing to an extent that is still not understood. So the actual shape of a thing is not fully understood, to be quite honest, because they measure these things by different. Your vision basically is it's warped. What you have access to on a planet. Yeah, light bends to geodesic. They claim.
Yeah, so gravitational lensing, that's the thing that Einstein predicted, and they proved it with that solar eclipse that happened, right?
You don't need Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Is that the one?
It's just. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But the idea of what you see on a gravitational body, on the surface of Earth, it's warped because the light is bending according to them to the geodesic. So the chicken and the egg question comes: does light bend first, or does the mass body exist first?
So you're saying light would bend due to Earth's gravitational field, or whatever, the curvature?
Yes. Okay. Even if you took a brush and threw it out into space, like the way light would interact with that brush, if you're on the brush, would be affected by the gravity of the brush.
Oh, that's a cool story.
It's not a cool story. It's just true. General and special relativity are complete.
But then,
just because you said it, it's suddenly true, or what?
Nah. Try to measure light moving in a straight line without a mass body. You can't.
Well, yeah. I mean, you claim that space now. We got to talk about how you can't have gas pressure next to no gas pressure without a container.
Gas pressure next to gas pressure without a container? Well, there's repulsion and attraction. So gas moves at fast speeds. It would spread out. It wouldn't cohere if there wasn't a container.
Welcome to Flight Art.
I mean,
right on a pool table. Hit the balls with the cue. Like, it's just going to spread out. It'll hit the walls of the pool table, and then it'll start to clap together and all the other wonderful dynamics.
Right. So what's stopping the air from just going out into space?
Gravity.
So gravity holds air?
Electrostatics, the sun.
Imagine your pool table has like a dent in the middle, where all the balls will just go into that pit, basically.
Well, that's really weird. When I drop a helium balloon, it goes up.
Yeah, because the air around it is falling faster.
Less dense.
Yeah.
It's less dense inside.
So what about gravity?
And then,
no gravity? It just
helium-
kind of took a break that day.
All
helium
things
balloon
move towards
will
the
then eventually
equilibrium.
pop and not go up.
Contradictions after contradictions. See
No,
how
you
you
can-
don't need gravity, then you
What?
need gravity, then you don't need gravity. Just like how you have a
What's
physical
going on?
horizon, then you have an apparent horizon, then you have a physical
Are you
horizon.
denying gravity, or are you denying the gravitational lensing effect? What are you doing here?
The gravitational lensing effect and that really cool story about how, oh yeah, you throw a paintbrush,
So
the
you're
light's
not
bending
arguing
because
against
of this,
gravity. You're
this
just
pseudo
arguing
force
against a
that I
phenomenon.
can't prove.
You're not arguing against gravity. You're arguing against a particular phenomenon known as gravitational lensing. Do I have that right?
No, he's pointing out that you've got faith in his story. There's no
I don't have
empirical.
faith in anything. I'm asking him a question to clarify what he's trying to say. You
The
don't
answer
want to
was yes.
answer me? Okay, yeah. So gravity exists, but you don't agree with gravitational lensing. So you're claiming gravity doesn't affect light.
I'm saying gravity don't affect gas, it don't affect light, and you don't even
Doesn't
need it.
affect
We
gas.
experience things falling as an effect, sure. But that doesn't mean there's a magical pseudo force either bending or warping or mass attracting mass.
It doesn't
So-
affect gas? Gravity doesn't affect gas? What?
Yeah, it doesn't.
So gas particles have mass. Are you denying that?
No.
Fuck. So mass bodies don't have any of gravity doesn't affect mass bodies. You just said that.
When I let air out of a container, where does it go? Does it go straight down or what?
Oh, you're
Depends on
trying
the air.
to you're trying to say there's
Hold on.
there's multiple forces. It's called a free body diagram, dude. So if I
you
Yeah, I know.
fall,
I've taken
Yeah.
physics, but
well,
you have gas.
there's different
if you have
forces
gas-
acting on gas.
If you have gas that's heavier than the gas around it, it will stay in the container. It won't go up.
You do this with dry ice,
well, you're
dude.
gonna need a container for that gas. But see, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
you can have
Actually,
an
the
open
question
container.
is
Where else is this
the
supposed
gas
to go?
pressure that we're breathing right now. All right, that's actually what's in question, guys.
The gas
Right
pressure
in
we're
this
breathing.
globe scenario, right?
In the globe
No,
model,
not
you-
necessarily in a globe model. I just need you to explain how the atmosphere is still here and it's not just blowing out into space. Because gravity is the thing keeping
It's
it here.
yeah, it's contained.
By what?
I don't know.
The
But
Earth is in
we
a
have gas
container?
pressure,
Just say it, man.
and the answer
Why are
being
people so scared
yeah,
to say
that's
how
what
they
I
really feel?
that's what I just said. If you were listening instead of
What is
jumping
a
all over
container?
me.
I'm not. I'm trying to have a conversation. What is a container made of, do you imagine?
Oh, I don't know.
No, real quick, we acknowledge that container is necessary. We do not claim what the container is. You
You
guys are the
never
ones
bothered
made up
to
the
figure
story
out what the
about
container
gravity.
is made of? Doesn't make any sense. That's lazy.
It's lazy not to go to space, as you call it. Go ahead.
I don't need those type of things. I'm just wondering, like your particular framework is the Earth's in a container, but let's not investigate what it's made of.
No, I mean, I could ask you the same thing. You're just telling me there's a magical
I have a lot
force
of
holding
ideas.
gas,
I have
even though we
sensible
don't experience
ideas. You have none.
the same thing holding gas.
Well, I have sensible ideas of what it could be. You have none. So who should people listen
Well,
to? Zero or something sensible?
I mean, I've got one for you right here. I mean,
I'm all
here's what explains, the effect of gravity. And then, of course, right after with Dr. Amish, there's actually, gas pressure next to a vacuum. And then when they open that container, guess what?
Yeah, it's a density.
No gravity held that down, right? I mean, where's the gravity now?
All right, so here's the thing. This is like high school physics,
Thank you, Amish.
different density liquids. So what do you imagine you're seeing here? The GIF you just posted in the side chat? Lloyd?
Well, that was for our previous statement, right? For the effect of gravity, right? We just have
How does this
density and
support what
buoyancy.
you're- Well, yeah,
But in
there's
our
no on
case,
and off
when we were
switch.
talking about, well, what I'm saying, you're asking a question. Do you want me to answer, or do you just want to talk through it?
I'm asking you to
So-
describe how that GIF supports your argument. I'm quite familiar with it from high school, but it doesn't support
Right,
your argument.
and there's two arguments on the table, right? We're talking about gravity, right? And we're talking about gas pressure because gravity is kind of involved because you're invoking it, right? So notice how, how gravity works, right? Or at least the effect of gravity, which in this case is just relative density and buoyancy. And then, of course, the gift average.
There's surface
Sure,
tension,
sure.
nobody slick. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why
no
the
gravity
brake
again.
stops at the bottom of on top of the red, because the surface tension. It can't break the surface tension. The same with the magnet.
Why not? Gravity's too weak now?
Surface tension, right? Because it's a container. What
My
happens
point is that
it creates a lattice
you don't
that's
need to
stronger
invoke
than
a
the
pseudo
intermediate.
force to explain reality.
No, I'm still dealing with your container. That's nothing but surface tension on top of just density. So
However, the second argument with Mr. Amish's gift, right, shows that you can't have this vacuum next to a non-vacuum without some sort of containment, right? That it disregards this pseudo-gravity force. It's not holding the gas from going into the vacuum, is it?
okay, have you ever taken a magnet, put some metal files, and see the field lines and see the toroidal? If you have
Of course.
south,
But we're talking about gas, not ferromaterial.
Hold on. So one of the things the Earth has is a magnetic field. That is a container as well, a very strong one actually, and you can demonstrate it with a pole magnet. So you skip that part. Gravity isn't the only force acting. There's
I'm just waiting for the part where it magically holds gas.
How magnetism holds gas? You serious?
Yeah, I mean, why are you invoking this magnetism and ferromaterial if you can't even actually stick to the program, right?
Oh no, this is easy. I
go away from the gas to explain the glass.
Relax.
Gas.
I have a video for how a magnetic field can contain gas. Like, that's easy. What? It's electrostatics, dude. All particles are charged. So magnet field, charged particle, you just create the field line so it converges. You want to see a video?
Yeah, as long as it's not a cartoon.
It's not a cartoon. Isn't that what the ITER reactor is? It's a magnetic containment mechanism.
I bet it's in a container too.
Oh yeah, the magnets are in a container, and the magnets create a magnetic.
There you go. So where is it magically holding gas, making the container, man? You said gas is now the container holding gas, right?
I want to be slick, so I can do a non-containment wall magnetic field, and then
I'm just saying you're using all of these. You're using all of these demonstrations that don't actually show the demonstration. And what's funny is you're calling me slick when you're the one trying to be slick.
I'm just gonna let you gas yourself out with words because nothing you're saying refutes what I said. The Earth has a magnetic.
Well, sorry, I gotta talk a little fast because I do gotta go, man.
Sorry, dude. The Earth has a magnetic.
I've talked to you before, man. I'm surprised
the Earth has a pole-based magnetic field. So if you want to deny that and the massive force it has to contain things, that's absurd, bro. And
that's begging the question.
Pole magnet. You need a long distance between the two. You can't have a flat Earth with a pole magnet, champ. It won't work. Boom,
buddy. You're making a lot of assumptions. You're making a lot of assumptions that you can't validate.
No. We can walk back through it. Do you agree or disagree? The Earth has a magnetic field containing partially.
Of course, man.
No,
but it's not containing. It's not containing gas. I said yes, but it's not containing gas, my guy. Anyway, I got to split.
High school. So gas is supercharged and it has a very high charge rate because it's moving.
Nice at home, guy.
Friction, static coefficients, all that stuff.
Anyway, I'm going to mute you.
Magnetic fields definitely affect gas.
Actually, so sorry, Newt. Just one sec. I got to split. So if anybody wants to talk to Newt, please go ahead.
Why am I being muted? What's going on?
Well, you're not muted yet. I'm not sure if I can stick around or not, but you just don't understand the bottom line here, man. Is you're basing all these assumptions. You think you know all this stuff, but you've been given information that has not been substantiated.
We did this in high school, like the density cup, AP physics. Yeah, we already did all these experiments.
I did high school myself too. It doesn't mean it's real.
When you do an experiment with your own hands, it's not real. What?
Did I say that? No, I didn't say that.
Well, did you do the experiments in high school? Because I did.
Have you experimented with gravity with your own hands?
Yeah, you do it in high school. bowling balls, magnets, all this other wonderful stuff.
Okay, just saw a magnet do something that means that the gas pressure is being contained.
No,
by
we
gravity.
actually contain gas with magnetic field lines. Yeah, in high school.
That's interesting. I mean, that could
AP
be
physics. Got to go up to the higher classes to do that.
Yeah.
I don't trust
Now,
the regular people.
you could interpret that. Now, once you start extrapolating and interpreting stuff and making up stories, is that an issue for you, or you just go along with it?
Well, I like to see things with my own hands, and I've seen a lot of this stuff and done
Right,
a lot
so
of
so you're
experiments,
conceding,
so-
Newt, that you need a container for gas, and you call it magnetism. Okay, cool, Newt. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, what do
Yeah,
you
so
think I was
gas
gonna
needs
say?
containment.
So you
Yeah,
don't
yes,
need
it
gravity?
does. And a magnetic field is one,
Gas
and a
needs
gravity
containment.
field
You
is another.
conceded that point, and you
when you
argued
overlay
against it.
them, you get a stronger field. Like, don't be smart. So, free body diagram.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
well, thanks
you
for
agree
proving
to
our
that,
point.
right?
You proved our point.
So if you
start
Gas
saying
needs
it's
a
a
container,
magnetic
Newt.
field. Yeah. Hey, start saying the thing you believe that contains this Earth is a magnetic field, and you'll get a lot of people agreeing with you. See, it's not hard. I'm glad I helped you guys today.
So then you don't need gravity to contain the gas.
Oh, you can add on another force. Who says you can't?
But then why would you
Is it
need
impossible?
gravity?
Yeah,
Why
but
would
then
you
there's
need
no
it?
Brownian motion, is there, Newt?
Universe,
You got
why
no
do you need
Brownian motion?
multiple forces to do things. Brownian motion, I know all about that.
Yeah, why? Yeah, are you
It's
are
in
you a
one of my
denier
research
of the
tabs.
random walk?
Oh, no. So you have a container just like the one in SideChat. When you drop the thing through it, the container wall, right, it causes the Brownian waves that you speak of. So when you have a magnetic wall and it hits that, yeah, you're going to get the oscillations. You're going to get this wonderful,
Great, thanks
beautiful
for describing
Brownian.
the container that is needed for our purposes, not yours.
Well, I'm glad I helped you. I already
Yeah,
knew
there's
that.
already been speculation about that, Newt, about 10 years ago.
In what
We're already
way?
on board.
Maybe we can make some progress together. What do you mean there was
Yeah, not with
10
you,
years ago?
because you still have residue.
Well,
You have
I
gold
found
residue.
all I need. Yeah. I'm just here to have conversation, not learn. So, yeah. Thanks. 10 years ago, you said, right?
Why do they say they need gravity to hold the gas, though?
You don't need
'Cause-
anything. You need forces equivalent to what effect you want. And we're not the universe, so we don't dictate what it needs and what it does. at
The
scale.
globe, the people that believe in the globe believe that you need the gravity to stop the gas from exiting
don't.
into the gas,
No, they don't.
exiting into the space.
No, they don't.
Because
It's just one of the
yes,
other
yes, they do. Because if you have
you
a
post the link?
sphere, I'm about to tell you. They do that because if you have a sphere moving at 60,000 miles per hour and it's spinning, and also the entire galaxy, including the Earth, is moving at millions of miles per hour, obviously the gas that's on that object is not just going to randomly stick to the object. So you obviously need gravity, according to them, to stick to the to keep the gas stick to the surface of the Earth.
You don't, though. So if the Earth spun faster and you had higher centrifugal force, given the magnetic field that's at the core, that would be sufficient. It would just be pretty uncomfortable with the spin rate. So if you want to,
So you don't need gravity then.
Can I please finish? If you want to force effect the end conclusion, force 1 plus force 2, force 3, I can get rid of force 2 and 3 by amplifying force 1. For damn sure.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, how much
10 plus
how
10
much
plus
strength
10
is,
equals 30.
yeah, how much
plus
strength
0,
is
0,
the
0
Earth's
equals 30.
magnetic field compared to your other container?
Get a compass, bro. It's pretty strong. It affects a piece of metal in your pocket.
Okay, so unquantified. Okay, got it.
Yeah, you can just go buy one from Walmart. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No denying that.
I understand unquantified. That's what
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Or like I'm not. You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, what is the strength of the Earth's magnetic field?
I'm not sure. I can Google it. That's not a number that would even have any value to me because there's a lot more stuff you have
Well,
to
I
do.
don't know. You're making claims that it could do this or that, so maybe you need to know how strong it is. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe.
No, I said it could. I said potentials. I never said anything affirmative. You asked me if this is possible, and I gave you clearly it is. You can do it at home too. Put a pole magnet in a sphere and spin it at higher rates and see what happens. Actually, here, do you need a sphere on a container on the outside? No, you just do it in a bathtub. It's still a container. Is this what you're contesting with? The idea that you initially need a container?
Holy crap, dude.
The whole universe is a container. So there you go.
So you don't need gravity, you just need electromagnetism.
Oh no, the whole universe is in a container, and this is something this is where I disagree with scientists, or they're trying to be facetious, and that's what orients everything else to have these Brownian motions and swirls like black holes, because the whole universe is in a container. So if you inject something in it, just like that cup, you drop something, it's going to disturb things. You're going to have vortices, and then things have the ability to cohere and come together.
Okay, but on the Earth, you don't need gravity because you have electromagnetism, right?
When you're looking for an effect, whatever gets you there, gets you there. You're acting as if I can't get there with just a magnetic field, and I don't know why this is happening.
No, I just want to make sure that I understand what you believe, because most of the Globers, they all believe in gravity that's holding the gas. They don't believe that it's caused by electromagnetism.
I've had conversations in here before. Einstein, ether theory, was his initial filing. The scientific community, for political reasons, caused him to revise it and split it into an incoherent mess of general and special relativity. I know that to be the case, and I strongly disagree with the scientific community in the direction they've gone in since.
So you don't believe in the
agree with
mainstream?
everything they say. No.
Okay, got it.
So wash.
That's based.
Yeah. But the thing is, I want to get to all the details, so there's work to do. So I have theories about things, but I don't hold to them firmly. But I definitely don't have open questions about things. Ether theory explains everything, and this is why they hated it. It actually worked out mathematically too. You can Google Einstein ether theory. It's the same outcome mathematically as general and special relativity. The way
Has ether been proven?
It hasn't been disproven. The Michelson-Morley experiment.
Michelson-Morley kind of does disprove it, though.
No, it doesn't. It's a bullshit experiment.
Wait, but how was it proven in the first place?
The people that sets up the experiment agreed they disproves it.
Because they attributed false characteristics to the ether theory, right, that nobody even ever agreed on in the scientific community, and then they went to test those aspects, and of course it proved wrong because they gave it false attribution so it would not work out. The Michelson-Morley experiment, given the time frame and the crude
they found there was nothing like
ether. Given the crude instrumentation they used, there's no way in fuck they could have actually made a precise measure to rule out ether theory, because ether is below quantum mechanics and quantum phenomenon. So how did they measure that back then? They did it.
That's the outcome. There's no measurable effect of the ether. So you could say something exists, but then it has no measurable effect.
Well, listen, friend. When you change the physical size of your measuring apparatus, mathematically ex post hoc, then yeah, there you go. Easy.
Okay, here, let's dig into the Michelson-Morley Einstein ether theory. Why didn't it pass the scientific? Because it didn't agree with Lorentz, the Lorentz invariance, which is a light cone. Based on what? Based on gravity. See, it's circular. So this is not a good litmus. So the Michelson-Morley experiment is done with light, right? I know the experiment in detail. It's done with light, correct? Yeah. So how the hell are you measuring ether with light?
What's wrong with that?
Quantum electrodynamics, quantum chromodynamics. Light is a quantum particle, but are you measuring?
Yeah, right.
How are you making quantum measurements?
Right, right. So real quick,
tabletop experiment. Yeah. See. They need quantum.
It's their
Yeah, they need
experiment.
quantum apparatus to do that
prove they
now. They're
exist.
very sophisticated equipment. I wonder how the hell they did that with some tabletop mercury with mirrors and light back then to measure enough skew to rule out ether when the skew is way too low to measure. Yeah. I know the experiment. You want me to post it in side chat and debunk it?
Go ahead, AI. You were saying something? Go ahead. Oh, I think he left. Never mind.
Here, I'll go ahead and do what I said.
He was about to, I don't know. He was going to say something, but whatever. Man.
Did it render? All right, there you go. How the hell do you measure ether, which is below quantum field theory, with this goofy tabletop experiment? Can you explain this to me?
Are you still there?
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you, but AI and the other guy, are both of you guys still there? AI and the other guy?
Yeah, I'm
shit.
sorry.
Okay. So the question on the table is proving ether, but here, when I asked you guys about that, immediately instead of saying this is how it proves it, you guys say, well, it hasn't been disproven. Is there someone that had already proved it before no one has ever disproved it? You know what I mean? Like initially? Like has anyone initially proved it or discovered it?
No, because to discover it empirically is to measure it, right? How do you measure something that is beneath even the causal floor of the universe?
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically the substance that the whole universe rides atop from beginning to end, right? Now, the idea there is they said if something exists, right, it's material, it must have material measure. And then they began to, at the time, the only precise thing they could use is a photon, right, with the light source you see in side chat. That's the most precise thing mankind can really do. ITER, they slam stuff together and they measure it in a reciprocal plane, like the fragments that fly out. But a direct measure, all we can do is photons. That's it. So this idea of a photon, the problem with it is a weird thing itself, like wave particle duality. It's a quantum particle. Scientists don't fully understand it yet. So
Let me rephrase my question. In order to detect the existence of ether, you said that you need a photon,
Here. Let me just bring it to the modern day, because back then they had no clue what they were doing. At CERN, they've just done an experiment, or are approaching one, as what they claim measures dark matter, dark energy, and then the next phase is super high luminosity. That's what you need to measure ether. We just now developed the technology. So this garbage back then is just that.
So you need, in order to know ether exists, you need dark matter, dark energy, and luminosity, or something else you said.
Super luminosity. You need to go to the quantum plane, and you need to make measures there.
Got it. Okay.
And you only can produce that by slamming things together and measuring residuals. It doesn't occur in a natural way.
Is there a way to, like, for the average person to detect the ether existence? Because
no,
there's a lot of okay, go ahead.
So the idea is, back then, we're matter. Okay, we get matter, light. Ooh, this is the magical thing. That's where the buck stopped back then. So a lot of these theories from back then are rubbish because they didn't have a correct framing. Lorentz invariance, a light cone. You can Google light cone. All of physics back then, and even into the present, was somewhat centered on a Lorentz invariance. You can't violate it. Why? Because light was the floor. You can't violate light. It doesn't interact with things. Even two photons, it was hard back then to figure out if they interacted. At CERN, they figured out how to do it because they slammed it together. And they're like, oh shit, something actually results. Okay, so everything had to be compatible with Lorentz invariance. So every theory, this is why Einstein, when he filed ether theory, it wasn't compatible with Lorentz invariance. It broke it. Why did it break it? Because he was speaking about the causal floor. He was trying to make a theory about the causal floor. General relativity and special relativity are relationships that get held towards the causal floor of the universe. But it's framed in a bullshit way, you see, because they didn't want to acknowledge there is a causal floor, aka a container of the universe, and some kind of substance in the container that we haven't found out yet, which would be dark matter, dark energy. Nobody was talking about that back then. You can go look it up. How did we discover that? Long-range telescopes let us know all of physics is off completely with the dynamics we were seeing in the universe. Like even in our own Milky Way, they can't explain the orbits of many things in our Milky Way. So dark matter, dark energy. What contains dark matter and dark energy? A container? Is the universe in a container? Find a physicist who publicly starts talking like that. They don't. They try to hide behind things. So the idea is we're now getting to the causal floor, which is dark matter, dark energy. Think of it as like some goo that you tap into to do things in the universe.
So just to be clear, the people that went to CERN, they either witnessed or experienced the dark matter or dark energy using, like, did they just see it on a computer screen or did they see it like, okay.
Are you familiar with the fine structure constant?
No, what is it? No.
The idea is there is a minimal distance that you can approach in the universe. There's always a distance between things in the universe, and it is the fine structure constant. So this is, I think, the Casimir effect even highlights it. They've measured it in many different experiments. So you can't actually push something like completely together. You'll create infinite energy if you try to. Can you create it? No, you can't. The dark matter, dark energy that's underneath this structure of the universe, right? That's what you're hitting, and it doesn't budge. Is the idea.
Okay, so they saw the effect of, when the people at CERN, they saw the effect of something caused by it, or did they actually witness the dark matter itself?
Give me a second. I'll try to find a link. They've been doing experiments. The idea would be if there is some substance in the universe and there is this thing called a fine structure constant, if I make a big loop and I get two things and I try to slam them together, you're actually trying to violate that, right? So that's what the premise of all these experiments are. When you hit that fine structure constant or try to like violate it, you start to see another thing, which would be somewhat dark matter, dark energy arise. Because all of the matter-based measures that they do, when they slam these things together, it doesn't have a full account. Yet and still, even in their stupid experiments.
So they did see it then. They did see the dark matter.
They saw force effects that weren't measurable. Force effects that weren't measurable, which leads them to keep going further and further with the experiments to try to tease out what that is. And that's why, if you Google it, LHC superluminosity, that's the next phase of experiments they'll be doing out to 2038 or something, which is trying to like really bang out at that. The equipment they had before didn't give them enough energy and capability to get that low. Now they're going to put more energy in superluminosity and try again. See?
So in order to validate that ether exists, you need this dark matter, dark energy. And then the question becomes, how does the average person validate? Because the average person needs access to dark matter and dark energy.
No, hold on. Ether is a concept. It was a concept that never got a chance to be fully fleshed out and detailed because the scientific community did a wash. Now, the issue with that history is they've come right back to it. Right now it's called M theory. M theory is a theory of how everything's connected. It's literally ether. But the way science keeps going is almost like parceling out everything into pieces incoherently so they can play their little empiricism game and never really acknowledge a cohesive framework at the high level. Because if you do that, there's kind of a lot of people would be out without a job. Yeah. Because so the idea with the LHC is we cannot naturally observe a lot of phenomenons because they are reserved for high energy particle physics. It's only when things slam together at high speeds that you get to see what's really going on, right? Because you'll see things break apart and all sorts of forces that you never saw before. So they went down that track, and what I'm saying to you is they're going to keep going until they hit the container of the universe, seemingly. And you can do that not because you're doing something in the. Imagine you're in a glass container in water, like a big pool. I throw you in there. You get like a warhead or something. You blow it up in the pool. You're gonna see like the container walls. Once that amount of force rushes towards them, you're going to even see a bounce effect and all sorts of other stuff. So to simplify what they're doing, that's all they're doing. They're slamming stuff together to try to figure out what happens at the more extremes of the universe, which would be the container.
Okay. And one last question. Do you agree or disagree that the average person is not able to validate the existence of ether, or do you say they can do that?
It's hard for the scientific community to come to a consensus on details of the theory to even test. So yes, and the equipment's very expensive, and it would be nearly impossible because you have to do high energy collisions.
Right. Okay. So it'd be basically they would have to have access to this device, the high energy whatever they're using.
That being said, as time goes on, they're actually at the point, I think, of tabletop accelerators.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, using MEMS. I'm not joking. You can Google tabletop accelerator MEMS technology. There's a couple of American companies.
Gotcha.
Room temperature even, too. And the reason being is instead of accelerating in a loop, when you have MEMS technology, the big thing that they have is how can I say this? You can always scale something down is the idea, but you need advanced manufacturing so that the device you would use at CERN to make it precisely at a small scale. This is where we get into 3D printing, atomic printing. So since that now exists, they can shrink down a lot of CERN's technology to tabletop. Some of the older experiments, capabilities at least. The new ones still require that. The superluminosity, at least. That's why they're literally, I think they already are starting to decommission the old CERN, LHC, and they're retrofitting it towards the new. Like they're already done with, they got all they could out of that, slamming stuff together at that speed and energy.
When they, when the people at CERN saw this, the effects of all this, are they witnessing, or sorry, let me be clear. When the people at CERN were doing the aether / dark matter / dark energy thing, let's say, did they actually see with their own eyes the physical interaction of the whatever the effect was, like the ether, dark matter, dark energy, or were they looking at like a computer screen, I'm assuming, or some kind of like technology or something?
I'll do something. Look inside chat. Funny how these diagrams are similar. So the bottom one is how they situate CERN, and the top one is the claim theory of the Big Bang. Notice how you have this kind of matrix around the outside of it, like it's a container. Yeah. No offense, it's just as true as it reads. Now the idea is, if I want to figure out how the universe works, I got to replicate the structure of it, and that's what they did at CERN. So what they do in terms of measure, you're saying, is they accelerate particles in a tube, and it meets in this big container. What is the container? Container has all sorts of physical, exotic metals and all sorts of other things that if something hits it, it registers a reaction. So when they slam those things together and it creates all these fragments, it creates virtual particles and all this stuff, gluons, quarks, they have all sorts of layers, like insane amounts of layers of metal and electrically charged sensors that can register that. So before they assemble it, they test it in like standalone, and they prove that it actually registers these different things. Then they put it all together, and they do this wonderful slam it together experiment. So the measures are the interactions with the physical substance in that container.
Okay, so they looked inside the container with their eyes and they saw these interactions.
No, they just have readouts from sensors that they've already tested work.
Readouts from. Okay.
Yeah. Are you familiar with how CERN looks?
No. I was just wondering. So like, okay, so like,
hold
let's
on.
say.
Do you
Go
see the
ahead.
picture?
Okay, 1 sec. Let me look. Sorry, I'm on my phone right now. 1 sec.
The side chat. So you see all those metal
Okay.
things in this concentric circles with wires and sensors, right? So when those high energy particles fly through that tube, left and right, and they meet in the middle and they slam together, the residual hits all of these plates and sensors, and that registers data in the computer. And on the screen, the scientists rule we've discovered something. How do they know this is true? Because those sensors, they test independently, and they do experiments to prove the concept of them, and then they assemble it.
Oh, okay. So they're using the sensors, and then the sensors. Okay, I see now. I see.
Yeah. Notice you still need a container. I never contested that, by the way. The whole universe is in one.
Wait a minute. That's that's a huge claim. What you just said.
Not so huge, because scientists secretly hide this in this anti-de Sitter conformal field theory holographic principle. Essentially, the Big Bang. You have a singularity. Something disturbs it. This is their claim, by the way. It goes Big Bang. Big Bang into what?
Big Bang into they just believe that it's in a space. It's in space or whatever. That's what they believe.
No, it has to be a container. So
For the
if
Big
it's
Bang?
if it's empty space, it would just spread out, correct?
Well, they believe, yeah, but they believe that gravity.
Okay, let's slow this down. Now, when CERN got fired up and they did their experiments, remember the big search at the time, 20 years ago or something, was the God particle, which was aka Higgs boson. Now, Higgs boson particle, is there a bigger thing? Yeah, it's called the Higgs mechanism or the Higgs field. Scientists claim the Higgs field is the container of the universe, actually. That is the container. It evolves from the Big Bang. It got stretched out and it morphed to fit our universe as it evolves. So that's their claim. You can Google it, Higgs mechanism, Higgs container of the universe.
Okay. And in order to test, well, let me phrase it like this. If I say that let's say I have a balloon and I make the claim that the air inside the balloon is in a container, I can show you the physical boundaries of the balloon, right? But the issue I have when you're saying that the entire universe is inside a container.
Hold on.
In order to test this claim, you're gonna have to show the boundaries, or I don't know, like you can't actually show me. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Give me a second. It's always in science with theories and concepts, right?
You're claiming it's a theory? You're not claiming it's fact?
Big Bang is a theory.
But what you said about the universe, it's not a fact, right? It's just a theory.
If you have to make a guess, is the universe in a container? Or is it not? Those are two options, right? They're binary.
Okay, it's just a theory. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were making like a absolute fact claim.
Okay, we sit on Earth, right? If I in a room, right, take a bucket. The room is still a container, but if say the room's the size of Walmart, and I walk into Walmart and I take a bucket, right, and I just throw it through the front door, splash, hits the ground. It's going to take a long time for that water to even hit the walls. If it ever does, it's not voluminous enough so that I know that there's a container.
Right.
So the issue with the universe is the kind of container it would be. Even the container evolves; it can expand. It's like a balloon, right? Look inside
Right.
chat. This is the Higgs. This is the Higgs field. You see the white lines from the singularity? I'm not joking. This is what scientists believe. I'm holding them to what they claim. That's what I'm trying to show you.
Okay.
Trying to demonstrate why they do the experiments they do, because it mimics this, but they don't really publicly say this. Like, hey guys, the universe. We think the universe is in containers. When we do our goofy experiments, it always is going to be in a container. Now, to the other people's point in here, does this mean it's containers all the way down? Yeah, down to the floor. You see, when you hit the fine structure constant. So, is a planet a container? Yeah.
So let me rephrase the question. Do you believe that this is 100% irrefutable fact, and you have no doubt in your mind, and you're willing to bet your life
You don't.
that this
You
is
don't.
true, that
You,
the entire universe is inside of a container?
you
Yes?
don't play this game with yourself of like black and white. Why? Because as I said to you, the container is exotic if there is one. It's
Okay.
massive if there is one. It can change its shape like a balloon. This is not like a glass container. So if you focus too much on the container, it's a dynamic. You're wasting your time if not for localized things you care about. So no offense, when they do these experiments at CERN, they are looking for how to scale the nature of the universe at large down to something they can control. And this is what leads to fusion reactors, right? So if you make assumptions on how the whole universe works and you get it right, coincidence, you just, hey, I think the universe is in a container, it's not. Let's assume it's in a container and do all of our experiments as if, okay, if you go down that road, you don't have to do it for long to figure out, hey, this is not lining up, but it's all been lining up. See? So they're going to keep going until they hit the container. That makes
Okay.
logical sense, right? Like if it's
Okay,
working, just
so
keep going down that direction.
so it's more like logical consistency so if some like the only issue is if you make a claim that the entire universe is inside of a container, that is going to cause me to say, okay, so first of all, you need to know how the boundaries, right? You need to know the boundaries of this area, this location, to
Not
know where
necessarily.
Okay.
So if there's a container like
Yeah.
the cup the guy posted earlier with dropping nuts and stuff in it, different density. Okay, that's a smaller container. So if you were to have a really high resolution camera and zoom in when you drop that in there, you would actually see as soon as that grape breaks the surface tension of the top, the wave would propagate to the container wall, come back and hit the grape even all the way down. You would see and you would see Brownian motion from the interaction, right? That is because the container is small. If I make that the size of like an Olympic swimming pool, if you drop the nut in there, you will see the surface tension break. You'll see that wave propagate to the walls, but it would take a lot more time. And the Brownian waves and all the waves would be a lot less because it would get distributed out more, given the size of what you throw in there. So it's all relative, as I do.
Okay, and when you're saying that universe is inside a container, that's according to you, is that 100% irrefutable fact?
No.
I just
So
want
the thinking
or is it
there
a
would be-
theory?
Hold on. You just approach this like it's a theory. There's really no facts because everything's relative from the beginning.
Okay, it's a theory. Okay.
Yeah.
Agree?
All right,
A theory?
Sure. So the idea is,
Okay, it's just a theory. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying it's 100% irrefutable fact, and I would be willing to bet my
absolutely not.
life that this is true. Okay, so it is a theory.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But you have to approach these things like, if it is the case, what would it be like? And just go down the direction, man. See what happens. Like, we don't know what the hell we're doing. Science is like a mistake, one mistake at a time, ruling out one thing at a time. That's all it is. Okay.
Okay.
With good ideas of what you think it might be. Don't just because people are very educated and stuff, they just make better guesses and are more efficient at experiments. That's it. Okay. So the universe, the container is massive, bro. Now, how can you do some kind of guess about if it's a container? As you approach, you should start to see changes. So you don't need to hit the wall. Even in that example in the side shot, as soon as you drop the grape in the middle and it breaks the surface tension, you're going to know there's a wall in a container because the waves are going to hit that. It's going to hit it so quickly and come back. Now, the universe is massive. So how can you generate a wave? Slam stuff together. It doesn't matter where you do it in the universe, right? The higher energy you slam something together, the wave is going to propagate quicker. It's going to have more of this ripple effect. And if the universe is in a container, the idea is if you take that glass and you were to shoot a bullet into it, the percussion wave would even shatter it, right? You can do that locally because we're in containers within containers. So what they're actually doing at CERN now with superluminosity, they're trying to fracture a local container so they can see the dark matter, dark energy whip up in it past the fine structure constant. That's why people air this, we're concerned with what CERN's doing, because they actually try to do this type of stuff.
Got it. Got it. All right. I'll be right back. I have to go on mute.
I'll put a link to superluminosity in the side chat. I think there's a video on the page that explains what they're about to do, how it works. Oh, and then I'll show you the technology, the container.
So when they're accelerating, they're accelerating a physical mass that's obviously small in the Hadron Collider.
I think they've done a photon experiment where they accelerated a photon to insane levels, because the theory before was photons don't interact with each other. But the idea is if I speed up a photon to a high degree, it actually takes on mass-like properties. So they did a photon to photon interaction.
And would it
Find
have
the
to?
experiment.
So I'm trying to. Okay, yeah, it's trying to visualize it actually curving around the track. And what's
They
actually
use magnetic confinement and stuff, accelerators, so it stays dead center. They use quadrupoles. Here, I'll show you what a quadrupole looks like. It'll make sense. So imagine the whole thing that you're about to see is magnetized, so that to insane degrees. So something that has those properties, it's like it sticks dead center with the fields.
Okay. So this thing has to be a vacuum. There's got to minimize air resistance as well, right? It's got to be a vacuum at some sort of low pressure system.
Yeah, I mean, you if you don't know to that extent, try to find a good summary video on the CERN technology, because I don't even know the full extent of the details. But yeah, I mean, they evacuate everything out of the tube. It's a vacuum. It's super cooled. In some sections, it's like a pipeline of dynamics they add to the object before it gets to the final container where it slams together. So they do all sorts of exotic, crazy things to it. The thing under test. This quadruple.
Yeah. It's pretty wild though. You can't get a
device they're using. I'm trying to find the older one because it's more obvious. This one I even have to do some research on to find out what is the nature of the dynamics inside, because this is even like very new technology. I haven't spent time on this yet, but the old school one is very easy to explain and obvious.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at this.
And you're better, like if there's a YouTube summary video, because there's so many things to detail that if somebody just condenses in the video, that's probably more efficient. All right, that's the slightly older one design. This is a newer 3D print of the older concept. But if you zoom in, you see dead center.
Wow. Yes.
That's actually where the thing ends up being. The circle, the four lobes, is called a quadruple pole. That allows a magnetic field to get whipped up, and then it centers on that singular point in the middle at the cross, and that's where the trap thing is.
I didn't know it was this. I mean, it's still big, but it looks smaller.
This is the. I'll show you the older one. They've been able to miniaturize the older one because of 3D printing and stuff. Yeah, this is the same old school one.
I see. Yeah, because I'm recollecting the old. Yeah, that large Stargate looking thing.
All right. No, these are the accelerator pipes. This
Right.
is what. So that's the old coil looking one you see that generates a magnetic field that confines it. Nowadays, because of 3D printing technology, they've shrunk that massively. The one I even just showed with the red is a shrunk version, but that one is like their newest shrunk version. So it's a lot more package, and I forgot how they induced the magnetic portion, but they don't need direct magnets now.
One moment.
Yep.
So they have. Is this the one they have 27 kilometers of, or 27 miles of around?
Yeah,
Like
that's the actual. This is from 2009 Reddit post. Magnetic quench, like it can even fucking collapse some of the sections of the pipe if it's off a little. So it's insane energy. That's an example of like when something was off and it basically the vacuum pipe, and it just collapsed a section of it.
Yeah, those are some nice machines with those.
Come again? What'd you say?
I'm just highlighting like these. This isn't like they've. I remember when they were trying to boot it up, it took them 8 years of fuck ups before they can even get the thing running. Because sections would just break if there's any unalignment or anything.
That looked expensive.
Yeah, and there's just I don't know how many miles of this in the loop. What the total distance of it is. So if you're able to miniaturize and focus the energy better with new technology, you don't need these massive things to do it. This was just a crude. It's 2009, so 15 years ago. And with everything in technology, as time goes on, you can shrink it. So that big thing is now reduced down to that copper thing you see.
So that's pretty interesting that because going into this, they were trying to find certain particles.
Ion drive?
But they ended up scaling it down and finding better uses and alternatives to get the same power, but scaling it down, right?
They found throughout state, there's so many findings from CERN that even lead to ITER, which is their fusion reactor. So once you understand how a high energy particle, CERN was a massive experiment on high energy particle physics, and there's just thousands of findings from it. The major thing that they were looking for was the Higgs boson to indicate that the Higgs field is legitimate. The Higgs field is basically at the beginning of the universe, a balloon, right? Was super compressed as well. And then something got shot into it, Big Bang. The balloon expands, right? Allowing the evolution of things inside to occur without, a lot of destruction at the onset. And that's why they have this conceptual framework on how the Higgs field even evolved. In the beginning of the universe, the container, the Higgs field, was a very tight, strict thing. As time went on, it actually it expanded very rapidly. And as the universe cooled down, the same if you blow up something in a balloon, it started to mediate and moderate and then raise up to a certain level to interact with things that have mass to give them matter-like effects. Sorry, things that have matter to give it mass-like effects. This is where gravity comes from, is the Higgs field. The Higgs field, things that are in the universe that are coded to have mass, they interact with the Higgs field, and then you get gravity. So that's what the big finding was from CERN. Now you see why they moved on to say, okay, we already know this is the case. Let's try to figure out the container properties, dark matter, dark energy, if there's some substance in the container before the universe went Big Bang. And then once they tap into that, then you're playing with fire. You can do stuff like black hole warp engines and all that type of stuff. Truly.
The last thing I heard about the Higgs was the hierarchy problem. That's why the mass was lighter. What was it again? Why the Higgs boson is lighter? Oh my God, this is so long ago.
I googled it. Higgs boson. I'm reading it. By the way, give me a second.
Okay, yeah. There's something about the hierarchy
read
problem.
It out loud?
Are you reading about the hierarchy problem?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
In theoretical physics, the hierarchy problem is the problem concerning a large discrepancy between aspects of the weak force and gravity. There is no scientific consensus on why. For example, the weak force is 10 to the 24th times stronger than gravity. Did they solve this since, or?
I don't know. I think it's still a problem.
All right, I'm gonna actually look into this. All right, minis. What the fuck?
Yeah, the differences of strength is wild.
I've never seen a quadrupole thing. I mean, I've seen photos of. I didn't know what it was. I'm gonna read about it right now.
This is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. The differences of power, force.
Oh, I've never heard of it. I've seen photos flying around. I didn't hear about it. I didn't know what it was. I flew past it.
But this is beautiful because it's actually, I'm running into space-time ether particles. This is almost the Higgs field doesn't interact with everything the same way. So the idea would be, man, that's trippy. It's almost as if the universe is in a server or something that has attribution before the universe started as to how things will interact with this baseline container. And there's a hierarchy as such of interaction.
Does it mention the interaction of dark matter and dark energy? Because I don't see that really anywhere with Higgs.
I'm opening up tons of. I'm gonna spend my day on this. But yeah, I'm gonna look up higher. Thanks. I'm just adding anything you say. I'm like adding to a tab.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so
today's a good day also. Yeah, because I haven't looked at their superluminosity details at all. So I feel like this will dovetail it nicely, actually. But yeah, I'm assuming dark matter, dark energy
long range radio
is obviously related to the hierarchy problem. I'm just trying to find a link that explains how. I found an article. Yeah, this is the sauce. Thank you so much for this. It's almost like I've been looking for this. Yeah, here's a diagram.
The superluminosity is interesting because what is capping that object? Why can't it go past that?
But you see what I mean as to why they're doing it. If you've looked at the details, they're trying to literally hit the container. So if you see here, you see the cut down through. That's what their next experiment is going to try to do. And once you do that, you get characteristics of what. So dark energy would be above dark matter, and then dark matter would be right before you hit the container. Is the idea. So they're going to cut down through the first layer with superluminosity, dark energy. What is dark energy? Dark energy is just if I actually slam something together quickly enough, high enough energy, the thing that supports anything having energy in the first place will show its face, is the idea.
Right, so they condensed the supermassive radio analyzer into that copy
So
of
whatever gives
it?
everything in this universe energy, which is like a dark component we haven't seen yet, just like the thing that gives things dark matter, if you slam into those things, which all things do gracefully on a daily basis, right? It's extracting from dark matter and dark energy and converting. It's like running a server and the server is running on a power supply and you're just looking at the software. The experiments try to like do something in software and do something in the hardware underneath. And that can give you a sign of what's running this universe or something, right? So that's literally what, if they were to say that publicly, the problem is it would really confuse and concern a lot of people. So they kind of make it academic sounding. So you just and stretch it out so it's not a coherent picture. But there's tons of people on YouTube, probably some of the users here, who make these arguments. It's just unnerving because of what it implies.
Right, so it's just a really accurate RF analyzer? That's part of the Carter poll.
Wow. Yeah. Even that diagram says it. The Milky Way is here and the intergalactic medium is down here where the energy is. See what I mean? So the idea is even our Milky Way is in a whipped up container, like extracting resources from dark matter and dark energy to run. That's the idea. And how does that seep up into our reality? It's through the fine structure constant. So if you look at the fine structure constant, there's always a gap in between things. The experiments they did to prove this is like the Casimir effect. If you try to move like two plates together using all sorts of forces, they will never touch. The amount of energy that even the repulsion in between them goes up exponentially. So the universe won't let you put things completely together because it has something it does at that level. So when they do these experiments, they're almost like cutting through the little cheese grater and trying to see if something pops up that they can measure.
So dark matter is what combines things, and dark energy is what spreads them out.
Matter is almost, if you had a bucket of energy, the bucket would have to have matter-like properties would be the idea. So it's a weird relationship because like when the Big Bang happened, it got mixed up, the dark matter, dark energy. But I don't want to say too much about dark matter, dark energy because no offense, it's completely enigmatic. It's just a placeholder, a conceptual placeholder. But the idea with the fine structure constant, just if you were to try to do this visually, if there were energy, like a pool of energy underneath the fine structure constant, right? The fine structure constant, given the way that's like very tight together, it doesn't seep up into our reality easily, right? There has to be something that compels it. And it's literally like the thing running the universe. So anything that has matter-like properties that's in it, obviously the universe has an account. It will power it. Is the idea. What they're trying to do at CERN is slam into this right? They know it's there because they measure the fine structure constant. So they're just continually trying to like slam into that and see what happens, disturb it, see how it operates, to get an indirect measure of dark energy and dark matter underneath. They're not there's this you can Google direct measure dark matter, dark energy experiment. Yeah, that's the holy grail right now.
So that's why I have to read formulas to understand it. All my
But
books back.
just dark matter, dark energy is a placeholder for what the hell runs the universe underneath.
Doesn't the cosmological? I mean, doesn't the disbursement of the the disbursement of the cosmic background being uniform kind of equate to the cosmological constant, though? Because they're saying that the radiation is uniform in all directions, and so doesn't that show a constant? You know what I mean? But he removed that. Einstein removed that. I'm just looking at the graphics here.
And I think this is another new generation of dark matter experiments gears up. Yeah. This is the nature of like what they're going to be doing. But it's just funny because the whole container concept is like right there. Enter.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Dark energy comes from a field that fills the cosmos. It's interesting that dark energy or dark matter doesn't build up more energy or more momentum, you know, and push things exponentially.
Okay, my theory is kind of, this is why I'm not at home with flat earthers, because this is, if the universe is running in something like that I just posted, and if somebody wanted to spin up the universe, they inject something into it. The container is there. Dark matter would be the layer right before you hit the container, and the container would be like a strict thing because you wouldn't want whatever you put in there to break out and mess something up, right? Your wonderful little experiment. So dark matter and dark energy just kind of are distributed and accessible so that the substance in your universe can have life property. In the religious circle in the beginning, there was a word, and the word was God, and said, then God said, let there be light. The idea is that's the initial bang into this distributed computing container. So causality, what is powering cause and effect relationships always, is the idea is it's some elusive thing underneath our reality.
Yeah, it looks like that.
It's a server.
It looks like there's like a Goldilocks zone of how gravity works, because when you go to the macro, the quantum level, it breaks down, and when you go to the large scale, it breaks down. You know, so it's like, what is that happy medium in between? Because the very large and the very small, it breaks down.
You would here if you think like a hacker, if this universe is literally like some Call of Duty game, right? Now if gravity is a phenomenon because you want dynamics, things have to be able to, moderate and have some kind of sensible medium to interact. Just like you said, a gravity number in the game. The idea is because that exists, things can cohere, and then almost infinitely cohere. You have to break that cycle. So you would almost put a limit as to how massive things can get before they collapse on themselves, right? And almost do this recursive spill back out into the universe. So that's kind of what that is. It's like the upper limit of what the universe allows gravitational bodies to do before they collapse. Because otherwise it would consume the whole universe, right? You would start your experiment, things would cohere gravitationally, and you would just have one massive black hole suck everything together, and then it's over.
Well, but if Earth is infinite, wouldn't the energy just keep expanding outward, and you wouldn't see as many black holes?
The sun powers us locally, our planetary system. You're always going to need a power source, right? That distributes things in a fun. Here, what is a black hole? Milky Way, right? It's a scaled experiment. It's like this is going to be a galaxy over here, right? When galaxies get near each other, they start.
Hey, one of those looks like one of my designs.
Okay, so the cosmic web. So it's kind of like we sit in a node of a larger graph, which is the cosmic web, proving there's tons of black holes. There's black holes even within our Milky Way. There's one circulating the massive black hole in the center. So these things have use, because if you want to stir something up, when you have something the scale of a Milky Way, you're probably going to need another black hole even to do proper dynamics. And this is the whole 3-body problem. You need at least 3 bodies to almost create interesting dynamics and stability. Always. That's the minimum. 2 is not enough. You just get a binary thing that doesn't evolve complexity. So we do understand some of the baseline structural natures of the universe to an extent now. But the bold question is, okay, we see all this stuff locally, engines creating things, planets are an engine, a sun is a powering, like a mobile powering station. What is going on? Is the whole universe like a system or something? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It seems like is it a closed or open, the whole universe? Is it closed or open?
It's closed, but the closure is so massive that our particular physics at the moment isn't able to, like, the whole is the universe expanding or contracting, big crunch, big. Nobody knows. That's complete bogus territory. We don't have.
Hey, don't tell me. I made this piece of shit.
We're guessing intelligently, wildly. But the idea is, like, the universe very much could be in a container. It's useful.
I wanted to machine that piece of shit. I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't know. It's a hunk of shit, but it has no dimensions yet.
Sorry.
It looked like somebody already perfected it, so I don't see the point in building one.
Wait, what is this in particular you drew?
I don't fucking know, dude. It plays around with magnetic fields and, like, alternating currents and a plate attached to. Dude, it's supposed to rubber magnetic field into a spike.
All right, so do the magnetic fields get focused in that end container that looks like a hypercube or something?
Yeah, it's supposed to spike into that fucking plate at an unknown amount of frequencies. I don't know what rate it can fucking affect that plate at. I don't even know if it works. I haven't built it yet. I don't have the fucking money for that shit.
You should look into Macers. I mean, I think they're expensive, but here.
That red thing looks like an advanced format of it. It looks like I'm late.
I'll try to. You're trying to stir in a magnetic field into a container and have it keep its evolved shape, I think.
Dude, I thought it would spike forward to a plate. I thought I could direct the magnetic field into a beam.
Yeah, you should look into this. That what you drew looks most similar to like an atomic macer.
I need my books back. I need to get away from the anti-study world of Colorado. I saw fucking tagging on the wall down in downtown, and it said,
you're in Colorado?
Yeah, they fucking hate IQ out here. They hate everything out here. They hate universities and shit. They hate NASA.
No. Oh, hold on. Let me fix my link. There's a lot of space companies in Colorado, and there's even a company called Cold Quanta who deals with Macers, funny enough.
Yeah, my brother-in-law's out here for work. He's in aerospace, and he doesn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, he can't. So anyway, in side chat, I think what you're climbing up is called a macer, atomic macer, in some cases of use. But if you look it up, the company is called Cold Quanta. That's even their product. They do experiments in these types of things. They have really cool properties.
I can think of a bunch of applications for that stupid hunk of shit that I made.
Yeah, it's already exists, this idea.
Oh, that's cool.
And this is the history of it right here, the wiki. Now here's the tripper part, because I just remembered this. I climbed up this tree like a couple months ago. A planet is a macer with the way the magnetic confinement and everything works. So this is why they studied it back then. And
Is this
unjokingly, this is where you guys have credence as flat earthers. No offense, because it's almost like a holographic projection when you spin it.
Hey, thanks for these links. I can continue my studies.
Yep, no problem.
I'm curious to see how angular momentum plays a role in, space-time dragging, how that affect like massive stars of the space-time dragging, if there's some sort of whirlpool effect that's happening, how that's not contributing to some sort of variances. You know what I mean?
Frame dragging. Well,
Frame dragging is interesting to me.
Yeah, the idea would be the center of a Milky Way, like collapsing, whatever. The black hole begins, Milky Way. It starts sucking in substance, whipping up. You get an accretion disk. So what an accretion disk is that we exist on. Now, pretty much statistically, planets that can evolve conscious life, they almost inextricably planetary. They have to be on an accretion disk. They've never observed, and it's the dynamics you would need. It's almost impossible to get like a planetary system that can evolve life outside of like a supermassive black hole secretion disk. So a black hole it whips up something called astrophysical jets. I'll put it in side chat.
Yeah, are the disks that's coming from that's the only reason why we can see a black hole, right? But otherwise, I mean, if black hole's not emitting light, you can't really illuminate it. Right. I mean, thank goodness there's light. Thank goodness there's light that's just escaping just enough so we can see the, almost a silhouette of the black hole. Right. Someone said, I took a picture of a black hole. It's like, how did you take a picture of a black hole? I mean, you'd have to have some sort of light. I guess that disk is helping you, attain some sort of definition of the whole. Very strange indeed. Man, could you imagine the space-time dragging of a black hole? Would it be pushing away or pulling? I mean, I think it'd be an angular momentum if the centrifugal force is pushing outward on the actual object. Wouldn't the space-time dragging also be pushing outward? Oh, did he disappear? Interessante.
Hello, hello. Anyone here? Anyone here?
YOLO.
Hey man, how's it going?
All good, man.
What brings you to a flat Earth room?
Even, man. Even if it is flat, you can't do anything. You can't do anything.
Well, it's the creator's creation. You're not going to do anything about it, whether you like it or not. I mean, man and his
Hey,
rockets
would that
tried
guy
to
go
bomb
to
the
send me to like a
firmament.
fucking machine shop?
Someone interrupted you, old dude, man. I couldn't hear you.
It's okay, my friend. What was he saying?
Someone out here sent me to a machine shop, but I didn't hear where the machine shops are in the area.
That's okay, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yep,
Yeah, we
yep.
can't.
It is a creation. I know, man. I can confirm you. I can agree with you. But the thing is that we cannot do anything towards it, man. What happened is already happened. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, NASA have done what they've done. They've got generations of us believing in this science thing, son. And it's terrible. It's corrupted religion. It's corrupted what we call science. And it's got people believing in an absolute fake, demonistic lie, basically. But we have to move forward, and we can't hate people for what's been done. We'll have to move forward with love and compassion. It's not a war. It's a war of sort, but it's a war against lies.
It's a fact, and we want to tell the people about it.
Yeah, it's information, Ali. Why can't we all share this information, go out into the world, meet friends from other countries, work with them, and figure out what's going on? It doesn't need to be a fight. It doesn't need to be, oh, you're this and I'm that, and we hate each other because of this. We can all be adult in this. Why not do that thing, you know?
We have two, like, two huge lands we cannot discover. Too many lands.
What, to remap it again, do you mean?
Yeah, I don't. They might be having the map, but we didn't look at it.
It would be hard to remap it all again and to try and figure out where the land masses are properly in relation to each other, because all we've got is globe mapping, or it's applied to a globe. And I think there's unseen lands out there that we're restricted from. You know, international travel isn't as free as some people think. But yeah, it would be nice to actually try to remap and figure out a lot of stuff. But the distances involved. If you've got a 3,000 mile long piece of string, you can take it from America to Scotland. But I'd like to see you try. You know, it's calculated on other ways of getting that distance.
Well, you can't do that. You can't do that actually.
Exactly. And that's why we've got the surveying that we've got. We've got ordnance surveying, which then became geodetic surveying. They just applied it mathematically to a ball. But people don't understand that. You know, we do survey the land very, very closely, wherever we are. But yeah, it needs, I don't know, some people would call it a professional level to
Whoever,
come
man,
in and sit it all together. Yeah.
whoever is behind it, behind the globe map, we must know, like, who's behind that globe.
We can't know though. You know,
We can.
You think so? How could we know that who's behind it all?
Let's go back to the history. History tells us many things.
Oh yes. We go all the way back to the great, you know, mathematicians and scientists, and we discover that it's based on theory, and assumed sizes of Venus, and assumed distance on its transit, and assumed distance on where it is, and it's all formulaic math after that. But yeah, I mean, we kind of know that. But as to who's behind it today, I don't think we could ever figure that one out. Everybody just believes in it.
They already lied, man, and they already won us.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. One person at a time, Ali. That's the way I see it. If we can sit down with one person at a time, get them to look at what we are saying, begin to understand the facts and how to go and apply it in life, then that's one more person that's maybe on a path to something better than living in a lie.
But let me tell you something. You say that we cannot find who's behind that. Do you know who's behind that? Who's claiming that they've been to the moon? That's one of the vaccine people. Like, who's doing that? Who's claiming that he've been to the moon? We can
Well,
say that it is USA.
Well,
Why
it's not
would
the USA,
why would
it's
they?
more NASA. It's
NASA,
more NASA.
USA, man. Yeah, it's in USA. Who bring the Nazi scientist to USA back in 1950?
The world government, my friend, at the end of the war. You see, you can't just bomb a country to death and then leave it like that. You have to help them rebuild. You have to give their people jobs. You have to help rebuild infrastructure. So all the top scientists and engineers were taken away from that area to stop them making more bombs or whatever, but also to help fund other industries for good reasons, like NASA. And sadly, that became rocket technology, and it, increased more wars. But that's what we do sometimes. But all these scientists were split across Russia, Germany, France, England, and America, and other countries too. And it helped all these different economies to come up. Like Japan, who was stopped from building war machines. Now their industry went, other ways, and now they're a great, strong nation because of it. They're not necessarily a warring nation anymore, but America carried on building guns and tanks and bombs and stuff, and they're still a warring nation. Okay, technology goes into the wrong things, but there's a way around that. We could work to a better way of sorting all that out, man. But yeah, all the stuff from the war, yeah, it's not that evil went certain places and carried on doing evil, but like it ended up for the good of the few, not the good of the many, shall I say.
So you're saying that they've invaded Germany and they took the scientists from Germany. They took them and they sent them to Texas. You mean?
Well, they didn't necessarily send them. They gave them homes in America and told them that they could carry on their careers and work as American civilians eventually. If they stop fighting. And it's all a wonderful idea. Let's do that, yeah, because it stops war and stuff. They say you can't just have war, bomb people to death and then leave it. You have to help them rebuild.
There is something suspicious, man. There is something suspicious. There is something shady. We can't tell.
Yeah, there's something shady going on, Ali, when we're spending billions on a space race, bro. More money than you can think about.
Man, yeah, of course. They spend, but they've never existed. The first layer of sky. They've never been out of the first sky, man. There is 7 layers of the sky. You know that?
Mm-hmm. The 7th heaven.
There is 7. They've never been to the first one. To the first. And these motherfuckers are claiming that they've been to the moon. What moon? What moon? Yeah, of course no one went to the moon, but why would you claim that you've been to the moon? There is a reason who forced you to lie.
Yeah, especially if it wasn't you that went. If it was a friend of your grandfather's or someone from your grandfather's generation, why would you get all upset and say, "Oh, we've been to the moon, we've been to the moon"? No, someone from history went to the moon, allegedly.
The history, yeah, the history.
Some people think that flat earthers want to tear NASA down and put people out of jobs and wreck governments and stuff like that. We don't.
Of course, man. No, of course you want that.
We want it to stop. We want the nonsense to stop. We want the money to go where it's needed, into human aid and rebuilding society instead of into this endless empty void of space.
They start to do good things to the community, and instead of lying.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. We don't need to be so angry at each other that we want to throw bombs at each other. What's all that about? It's 2024. Look what's going on in the Middle East, dude. That's horrendous.
It's next to me, man. It's next to me.
I know it is, my friend. I know it is. I know. It's always gone on. Can we not stop this and just say, wait a minute? We're throwing money into killing people on Earth. We're throwing money into the void on space for nothing. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah, Israel is expanding their borders. You look at Israel's neighbors, that's who we've been going to war with for decades.
You
We
know,
are
it's
not.
actually
No. We are not in a war with anyone. I can tell. I am in Jordan, man. I'm 20 kilo away from Palestine. Yeah, we're not in a war with Israel. We're friends. We're allies with Israel. Do you know why? Because they forced us to be allies with Israel. If you are not allied with Israel, you will die. Simple as that.
Pretty much.
Yep. And that's your friends and family and people you grew up with that live just down the road. Really, just down the road. It's not necessarily a different country. You don't have to, like change your personality to be there. It's just another piece of earth.
Check out the side chat.
The Greater Israel. Yeah, I saw
exactly what
that.
I'm talking about.
It's a plan. It's a plan. You know what, man? Without the border, man, they are already on it. Like without accomplish anything, they already own it. UK have done it, man, 100 years ago.
Yes, sir. You know the truth of it. Yeah.
It's called the Greater Israel. Posted pictures of the map on the side chat.
Anyone is a Christian here? Anyone is a Christian?
Yeah, I was christened Protestant. Yeah, I was christened for Jesus, bro. But I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily an acting Christian. But I walk in God. I walk in God's grace, bro. That's all I can say.
Let's say you are a Christian. Let's say you are a true religious Christian.
Mhm.
Do you believe of the final war? The final war of Christians against Muslims. The final one.
I believe there will be a final war amongst humanity, not necessarily religion against religion, but I think we're already in that state where if you've got a different skin color or you've got a different religion from me already, I'm, encouraged to think that you might be a problem. That's the way the world is today, and to me, that's already a religious war.
What I'm trying to say that what happened, it's already happened. What they've lied, they already success with their lies.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep going forward, but the unfortunate thing that we're gonna have a war soon. We're gonna have a war, man. That's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
Yeah, it scares me as well because the West are being lured into thinking we have to bomb the Middle East hard. And it's
It
just
will not happen.
distraction.
It will not happen.
Yeah, I know. I pray
It's
it
not
doesn't, bro.
mentioned. Bombing Middle East. It's not mentioned in any book of the holy books.
Yeah. But, look at the way that we've gone. We go in there with mass amounts of destruction, any country, and we wipe it out eventually. And that needs to just not happen. It's happening on a small scale, but it's a big scale to you guys. But it's distraction, bro. The reality of it is that human beings are meant to be here. We're special, Earth's special. We're for it and it's for us. And there's someone taking all that away. They keep distracting us with war, disease, famine, pestilence. In reality, they're diverting humanity from this fight to find out who we are and where we live.
Yeah, Jerusalem. Yeah, there is a myth. There is a mything thing. Like there is something that how to say it. Guys, let's cut the religious thing. Let's talk about the earth.
Right, fair enough. I'm bad.
Yeah,
for it.
Because if I say a few things, I might get banned. I might
Yeah, me too, dude. And I'm supposed to be a moderator, so thank you for reining me back in, my friend. Thank you, bro.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, but as I say, Ali, that's the reality of it. There's all these people in all these troubled countries, right? Now they've got access to the internet, and here's a body of people talking about Earth not being this globe, not having a reason to fight over all these different things. But they can't. You know, they're too busy involved in war and pestilence, you know, or some strange legal government thing. People can't go out and test the reality of Earth. Sure, we can do it where we live. But if you want to go to some other country, you're restricted. If you want to go to America and check out what the people in America have been doing about flat Earth, you're restricted. And that's probably because of your colour, creed, or religion, or race, or which country you're coming from. They've stopped us. They've locked down Earth. We can't just go and look to see what Antarctica is or where the edge might be. Much and all as I don't think there's one that you could fall off of. I think it's more natural boundary, like the cold in Antarctica. You're not going to survive there. That's as far as you're going.
That's what they told us.
Yes. Yeah, that is, again, you're right. And apparently Admiral Byrd found a way past it to land, to the actual physical land where vegetation, now that's warmth. That suggests somewhere you could live. Yeah. But yeah, they've got us so scared that we hate each other and we're too scared to go out and check the reality of where we live. And it's really simple because the math applies simply. Once you learn it, once you apply it over water, you realise that you see 20, 30, 40 miles when you shouldn't be. Take binoculars, you'll see a lot further. You go to nighttime infrared, you'll see a hell of a lot further. It's just not curving.
We are not allowed. We are not allowed.
Yeah.
We are not allowed to discover anything.
It's a curfew. We're curfewed ourselves in our own home. It comes to dark o'clock at night when the streetlights go on, if you're lucky to have streetlights. And people are scared to go out because of society and its ways. What on earth? You know, that's ridiculous.
That's funny, man. At some point, that's funny.
It is, really. Oh, it's getting dark. I better go home. I can't go out. Oh, no. What?
Yep, but there is, how to say it? There is a true scripture, like verified scripture in the Bible and in the Torah. It says that all of the earth we are living at, it's a creation. It's created from God.
Yeah.
That's a God creation.
Yeah. Now, I wasn't around when that was written. And I know that that's a long time ago it was written. And I know it's the words of man that wrote down his truth of God. Where he actually got that truth, I don't know. But that same truth is in all religion, bro. Doesn't matter which. It's that same truth. So there has to be something in that. And I feel it in my heart as right and true today. And I've read these words in books. I'm not taking that from a book. I know reality. I know what life is. And I know these things to be true.
May I know where you live, old dude?
Scotland.
Scotland. Man, you have so many nature, nice nature.
Yeah, we're lucky. We're lucky, yeah. Yeah. Very, very lucky. We get warm weather and there's warm water comes from America. And it makes a big difference. I mean, look how green Ireland is and, the farming from Ireland, England, Scotland, and then into Europe. It's a very, very good climate here. People say it rains a lot and it's muggy and horrible and it's nasty. But these are usually the people who live in the city and they're depressed. See these things? If you live in the country or you live in society in the greater part of the earth, you're happy. It's raining. Everything's going to be green tomorrow. Yeah.
So basically, you are in Scotland. I believe that you are in the middle, Glasgow.
Close. I grew up. I grew up around Glasgow. Yeah, yeah.
It's a big country, man. As I see.
Well, big. I don't. There's a lot of different peoples in our country. We've had people coming here to settle with their families for a long time, and Scots have been going across the earth for a long time and marrying people and coming home. You know, we've got a great diverse culture of religions and creeds and colours and ethnicities. It is wonderful, but we've also still got Scottishness, and that's good too. That's good too. All these things should be preserved, but it's a very kind of small place compared to America or whatever. You know, it's a melting pot, and the cities even more so. Even more so. There's big problems in a tiny little country. Like, sadly, Dundee, big city on the East Coast, the highest drug incidence rate across Europe, biggest heroin problems across Europe. A little town in Scotland, you know.
What the name of it? Dundee.
Dundee. Yeah, the drugs are the problem everywhere, and how we approach them and use them everywhere. Again, it's the same thing, and the cities show the problem.
Corruption.
Yes, it is. Yes, yeah. If we were all happy to live, we wouldn't be so bad. We wouldn't want to use things to make us escape.
So basically,
it's the same where you are. Your country's beautiful, or still beautiful. Your cities are beautiful, still. The parts that haven't been annihilated.
It is.
You know, people need to understand that this earth is for us wherever we want to be on it, and respect it and look after it.
so if you let's say you are in Glasgow, okay, if you go north, if you keep going north, you will end up being in some islands in the sea.
Yes.
Shetland. What is that, man? Shetland.
Shetland. S-H-E-T. Shet.
It's for who? For who?
Yeah. Yeah. There's some beautiful islands up there, man. Yeah.
Faroe Islands?
Islands, yeah, the Faroes. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, this earth cannot be a fucking globe. We're not in a globe. It's a... Imagine, man.
Bro, see, people say to me, how do I know that the earth doesn't curve? And I say, I've been to the islands around Scotland, and I've done tests and I've done things where I've seen the mainland from too far away. And you can go to certain islands and you can set up triangulation tests where you can see too far in three directions at the same time between the islands. I've done that with bonfires on the beaches and EPIRBs, you know, the little flashing lights that you get. Use that stuff at night and you get some infrared camera and you can see forever, bro. If it's a clear night.
But as a human being, you have a limit to see. You have a limit.
Yeah,
like
of course we do.
You have a limit.
Of course we do. That's why we are such amazing animals. Our eyes can see things very, very far away, and we can draw that right back in and get a close-up or a massive panorama at the same time. We're very, very good with our eyesight, but there's a limit to it because of that. And there's also a limit because of the air quality. Stops us seeing too far in that regard. Yeah, we're amazing. We really, really are.
So how far is the limit?
Who are you? Parmesan?
Parmesan.
Are you? Parmesan, we don't know, man. But I can see for enough distance as a human being. Maybe 20 kilos, 13, 15, I don't know, man. So yeah, the Earth we are living at, it's a station. It's a station, man. Let's say it's a station.
I've looked into the human soul, and there's been a lot of writings on it. and it seems to come from somewhere else. It's almost like, you know, it's a different state of being. And this place here, Earth, the human body, it's for us to be in this state and to learn and to grow. And I think somewhere else is after this. If you don't learn and you don't grow, you have to come back again and again until you get it right. But that's theory. But yeah, we're meant to be here. We're not some happenstance of a random accident.
No.
In entropy, eventually, someday in the endless void of darkness. The sun's not going to die out. Humanity's not going to die out. Nothing's going to come and blow us up from space. It's all nonsense. People are living in sheer terror. They're now buying asteroid insurance in case one of these things falls through their house. It's nonsense, guys. They've got you feared and scared, living in terror, thinking that you're on this screaming ball that's hurtling through the endless void. Who wouldn't be terrified thinking of that? Where the hell's it going to go?
That's what they want us to believe. The Hollywood movies. The fucking Hollywood movies. They want us to believe that. But that, of course, there is a final day. The final day of the earth. There is a final day, man. I agree with that.
Yeah, there has to be a reckoning. You know, when you're young, you get away with so much, and then you get a very, very sore backside from your mother or father when you do wrong. You learn, you know. And I'm not advocating for violence, but there has to be a balance, bro. There will be accountants. There will be a time that's we're called for our actions. Yeah. Even the scales of justice show a right angle that proves that Earth's flat.
Man, the logic says it is. Do you know what? I hate to call it flat.
But is it the word that you don't like?
It's the simplest. Yeah, it's a simple word to describe.
Yeah.
Let's say it's
huge.
Huge.
Yeah. It's like saying globe. It takes everything that's beautiful and it crushes it into this just silly little ball that flies around. Flat's the same, I understand, yeah. I do. It doesn't give it the weight or the beauty or the worth. It's just a very, very general term. It takes away the mountains and the deeps of the valleys of the oceans and stuff. Yeah. But you go deeper and you realise it's more to it than that. I understand, yeah. I do.
Like these people thinks that we are living on a chip, on a pizza chip. Pizza chip, imagine that. On a disc.
They've got kids believing in two things that amaze me. The spaghetti space monster thing, right? They've got kids believing in that. And they've got kids believing in last Thursdayism, that, you know, nothing existed before last Thursday. What on earth, man? I was here Thursday last. I know there was stuff happened before that. It's just mad. And flying spaghetti space monsters, bro. Come on, is that God, is it?
Imagine, man. But I'm pretty sure. Let's go back to our main subject. Who's behind the globe is USA, man. USA. England and USA. Both of them are accused.
Yeah, and we could actually trace that back through NASA, all its, you know, little organisations from Europe, where all the legality of it was all passed. Oh, actually, all boils down to, you're right, Britain. Yeah.
What about the other space agencies?
Man, the first one, we are talking about the major one, which is NASA.
Yeah, but what about the other space agencies that also have satellites, send missions, and so on?
Have you ever seen the satellite in front of your eyes?
Satellite? Have I seen satellite? Yeah, I've seen pictures of satellites. Yeah, what about it?
You seen satellite?
Yeah.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
We're not denying that they're up there, Parmesan. I don't know how to say your name,
Parmesan.
bro.
Just like the
Parmesan
cheese.
is.
Like the cheese you put on your carbonara.
Yeah, oh, I know what kind of cheese it is. I just don't know how different people say it wrongly. My friend and I might be doing that with your name. So Parmesan it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
So
there's
Parmesan. Sorry,
Parmesan.
keep going.
Parmigiano.
Parmigiano. So Parmigiano, man, Parmigiano. We are so simple people, man. We are so simple. We are just saying one thing, nothing else. The Earth you are living at, it is so huge to be discovered. It's so huge to say that it is a ball. It's not a ball. It's simple as that. It's not a ball, and you've never been to the moon. That's it.
But how do you know that?
Long distance observation. You apply. We're given the size of the ball. They tell us how big it is. 24,901 circumference, and the 3959 radius. That gives you the arc of the curve. So we know how much it should drop over distance from where you stand. We know that should drop over distance at a set rate, regarding to where your eye height is above the level of the floor, or if you look over water,
above sea level.
Exactly. So for a 1 foot observer, the horizon, the physical Earth curve, should start at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. Now, if you're sitting in the water and your eyes are a foot above the water, nice and cool, lovely, deep, clear day, Earth's curve should only be 1.5 miles, a little more with refraction maybe, away.
Yeah.
And then things must
it's a bit
start
more
to
with
drop.
refraction, yeah.
Yeah, it must start to drop, or it's not the size they say it is. But we see orders of magnitude 10 times, 20 times, 30 times further. And then you raise an elevation, and
So
you see
how do you
far
know
too
that
far
we see further?
because of the geometrics of the ball.
No, but
The
how do you know
geomet-
that we see further than predicted?
Because of the size of the geometrics of the ball.
Yeah, that gives you what the prediction is, but how do you know
Yeah.
that actual observations are different to the predictions?
Oh, right, okay, because I've seen things physically recorded as 20, 30, 40 miles away.
Okay, but you 30 miles away and you can see the bottom of it. So another way to say
You can see it's not obscured at 30 miles away, where the numbers on the globe say it must be obscured from 1.22 miles or however high your eyes are.
well, plus refraction, and then it becomes slightly.
Yeah, but refraction doesn't actually extend it that much. I mean, 7/6R really only extends it by, at best, another mile to, a mile and a half, and I'm being very, very lenient at that. It doesn't
That would be like under normal refraction conditions. It depends on the conditions on the day, right? Because it can be more than what you quoted there, 7/6. That's roughly what you would estimate using if you assumed standard refraction conditions. Coefficient of like 0.17 roughly comes out to be 7/6R is the other way of calculating.
Yeah.
But
approximately,
but if you have a day where you've got stronger refraction, it can be quite a lot more. But anyway, I don't know. So, what are there any particular images or things like that you've seen? You said you did some.
Personally, I don't have it recorded, but I've seen France from England. I've seen parts of Europe from Scotland. I've seen the Isle of Man from Scotland. All the borders of England and Scotland. Seen across to Ireland from Scotland.
And how
all these kind
high?
of things.
How high were you?
Shore level, dude. For like the French stuff, I was down on the beach. Same as in France. I was across in France and saw Dover. You know,
On
saw
the
the shoreline.
beach. Oh, at Dover, Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Dover, Calais.
Yeah, you can see across the channel. Yeah, that's cool actually.
Yeah. There's people now saying that, you know, they can see the Alps from some of the mountains in Wales. Someone thinks they've actually caught the Alps from, is it Mamtor in Wales or somewhere in Wales anyway?
The Alps are quite high, right? So there is, depending on the conditions, there is a chance that you might be able to see the peak of it, but just the tip of it, while the rest of the mountain is hidden.
I don't know. I mean, at that distance, I would have to go and dig out the calculator and start looking at it again. But at that distance, there's, you know, technically angular size reduction. The Alps should be so small, and at that distance, the amount of curve it should be behind the curve, man. It should actually be. But I mean, all I can say is, please research the math. We'll give you the links to the server and all the data you want. Go out and do these tests yourself, and come back with your own findings on it. You know, go deeper into refraction. Where they say it extends what you see, it actually doesn't. Can't a little bit. It'll clear up the air and let you see further, but that's about it, bro. If you get a high refractive index on a day, you'll have seen it as well, where you look out to sea and there's a band of white light you can't see past. You know, a har. We call it a har in Scotland, a whore, or, you know, a fog, almost. It's like the air's so charged with light. It's the processes of this total internal refraction thing, where the light reflects off the water and back in on itself. You know, and normally it happens at distance. You know, it's where the angle of view is so compressed causes this, and you get things like looming, towering, stooping, sinking. You get all that caused by it. You know, people think that, oh, look, there's a boat being loomed up over the horizon. It's actually not. It's this, you know, the way that the light's being perturbed. But yeah, look into it deeper. Never stop researching this. And if you think we're all wackadoodle, that's fine. That's, you know, go on with your paradigm. But please research this. We can link you all the documents you want.
Yeah, I'm not new to this, and I've not actually seen anything that contradicts the. Honestly, all the evidence that I've seen doesn't contradict the predictions. It usually boils down, from what I've found, to either misunderstanding what the prediction is, or what it should be, or misrepresentation.
Okay. Have you seen infrared stuff from Canada?
No, doesn't ring a bell. What's that?
Give me a second. I'll drop something in chat. The boy that got the world record long distance photograph from is it Marseille over the French Pyrenees?
Okay.
It's actual Guinness World Record stuff, and he's got an infrared one, and it's like 255 miles, bro. Now this mountain range should be behind a mile of Earth curve at least. This is infrared, low light conditions, no refraction. And this thing's sitting there in the distance. You can see it. You're looking straight at it. Hang on, I'll drop this thing.
Yeah, go on. I'll be interested. I'll work out what we should expect to see and how it's different from this picture.
Yeah.
Once you drop it.
Right. Where am I? Yeah.
Have a great one, guys. Have a great one. See you.
See you, man.
Yeah, you too. Stay blessed, bro. The bottom one is like a gig's worth. Or sorry, not the bottom one. There's a tiny little thing you have to click on it and scroll in. The panoramic thing. Masses of data on it.
So is there information on locations where this person's located, his height, elevation, and where the camera is, location and elevation of the camera? Is that information available somewhere?
Yes, sir, there is. Where is it? I'll link you something. Are you on our main server? Are you on 24/7 Flat Earth main server?
Don't think so.
Any chance? Because there's an entire section in there. I'll link that as well. There's an entire section on it.
I can probably use the
Canada.
the website here at the bottom. Horizon LLUM.
There was a teacher in 24/7, and like we record everything, obviously. That's a recording from it. Some of the admin or some of the mods go very deep on it in that one. But there's
They probably wouldn't like me because I'm going to challenge them too much, I think. I don't believe the Earth is flat. I think evidence overwhelmingly shows that it's blue. And I'm not one of those people that dismisses the picture we get from like ISS and all the different satellites, including Japanese satellites. There was a Japanese lunar lander that landed on the moon earlier this year in January, sending pictures back, and telemetry data back. So I don't know. I don't think your teachers would like me much.
some people end up getting into an argument or a fight over all this. You're welcome to have your standpoint and your viewpoints, completely and utterly. As far as I'm concerned, you can believe in spaghetti monsters or whatever you like, my friend, as long as it's not harming anyone. But that's fine. And having a big word fight or an argument isn't going to change that. It's only going to make us look daft. We'll probably lose value in your eyes, and you may well stop looking into the whole thing. So yeah, keep it at a conversation level. We can talk freely about it, and research the data on both ends. I mean, if you've got something that we can check out, a way that we can check out some of the pictures that we get from space, we would love to do that. We've done things like pixel counts and stuff in the past, but that's not, But again, for us, it boils down to if we can't get to space, we can't get to test it. So therefore, it's on the possibly bogus pile. It's not empirical in that regard. It's, it's a claim.
Yeah.
And that's fine. It goes in the claim pile. And again, with the 7/6R thing, you say it does extend it. Well, again, that's fine. But if you go deep on that, you come down to where did 7/6R originate? And then you come to a dude called Aristophanes, who kind of figured it all out, from a bit of a theory that one guy could be in somewhere else and shadows would be so long and Venus was this size and so far away and its transit was so-and-so, and it's based in math. It's not physical, hard measurement. So, yeah, I mean, again, it's all about the research. It's all about knowledge and attaining knowledge. So, yeah, I'll link you the server in your DMs and go in. There's a huge database. Use it as a database. I'll link you some other stuff as well. But, yeah, just take the time and go through it at your leisure. Don't get pressured into it. It's not a fight or an argument. Earth is Earth. It's not going to go away in your generation or mine. We're just trying to work out the problems around it all. Right, Parmesan, where are you? I'll get you in DMs. I'll get you a link in DMs. Link to the server in your DM, Parmesan.
Thanks.
Jump in, scroll down, you'll see there's a huge additional info section near the bottom. There's also big sections like optics, vision, and perspective that we use a lot. I've also linked you a Google Drive. There's some stuff in there that I'm not trying to push any misinformation on or anything like that. So if you don't want it, it's entirely up to you. But there's over 1 terabyte of information in that Google Drive. But have a look and
You
be
guys have been
careful.
saving up.
Be careful if you're linking it.
Yeah, okay. But by the way, Geeks has asked to be unmuted. Where is he? Oh, he's left. Sorry.
That's all right, bro.
Late.
That's all right. I hear the accent similarities anyway. Say hello the next time you see him.
Yeah.
It's that one's on the back burner. Geeks will get his voice back in here, given time.
So I'm still trying to figure out where this picture was taken from. I'm looking at the second page. World record long distance photograph. Have a look at this YouTube video. Yeah, I mean, it still doesn't tell me where it's taken from, but it does look like it's pretty high up.
I think it's about 9,000 feet.
Okay, so yeah, so
off the top of my head.
You obviously see further the higher you go.
Oh yes, of course you will. Yeah, you're opening your angle of view, so you will, in actual fact, see further in that regard. You get more clarity on what you see. And on my side of the argument, according to you, refraction's helping it to bend up round the ball. The more elevation you've got. I'm not laughing at you, dude. I'm just laughing at the story. I think it's hilarious that we can see things round the corner or see things that were behind a hill, technically, because of the way the light is. I've never seen anything the other side of an obstruction. I've never seen the backside of a ball because of the way the light's shining. I think it's funny.
Anyway, I have to go. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Have a great day.
What's going on, guys? Notice the Earth is still flat, still zero arguments for culture.
Oh, Governor.
Hello there.
How's your day?
Are you having fun in bonny Scotland?
Locks of mercy, sir. I surely am, you know.
Where are you?
It'd be a right proper place to live, you know. You want to come up and live here, but you should come up and live here, mate.
Love to go back to Scotland. Last time I went to Edinburgh, which I've been told by everyone doesn't count.
That's where the English go and think they're on holiday.
But I've been to Glasgow as well.
Aye, the cities are nice, as you know, mate, and the culture's different in each and every one of them. But yeah, Scotland is the country and the people in the actual country itself. The city's same as London, bro. You know, you have to search a little bit to find Londoners and the true cultures.
So it's like basically Glasgow's full of like the worst Scottish people. Is what you're saying.
I'm not saying that again. They only just let me back.
Yeah, no, I've lived in London for a while, and to be honest, everyone like it's just the worst people, worst English people live in London, all of them. But it is what it is. I mean, I live there as well, so it can't be that bad.
Yeah. Once you realise it, though, once you know it and you know how to work around it, it's city culture in Britain is great. It really is. But you have to be on your guard 24/7. I was speaking to a boy from America the other day. He was thinking about coming over for a holiday. And I had to warn him that if he was to come to a major city, he would be a target instantly because of how he was dressed, how he spoke, you know, the size of the wallet in his pocket. It's just horrendous to have to say that to people.
Also, I have to say, it very much depends on where in London you are. I don't think it matters where in Birmingham you are, because Birmingham, the entire place is shit. But there are parts of London where if you walk in with like really expensive clothes, they'd laugh at you because they've all got so much money that they don't dress expensively. It's like it's weird. It's almost like people get to a point where they've got so much money that you can't impress anyone else with money, so no one bothers anymore.
Yeah. And then it becomes a green culture or a hippie culture, or, you know, they're walking about in organic clothes. They've no use for money anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They almost go back to looking like it's like very, very expensive clothes almost resemble very cheap clothes. It's really weird.
Yep.
It's only the people trying to transition from poor to rich that actually show off.
Yeah. Handmade calico goes unseen beside, linen or cotton. Dude, yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't know the difference if you're like basically rich enough and bored enough to to be looking out for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been to some seriously ridiculous places in London. Like flats are worth more than £3 million, and you know there's a private road in North London that I got invited to do a party. Every house on the road was worth 20 million plus. It's like ridiculous. Who's got 20 million quid to buy bricks and mortar and a piece of land? It's just obscene.
Yeah. Some of the properties around the edge of Hyde Park, I've been involved in, let me say that. I've worked in security, bro. And yeah, some of the properties around London, and some people don't understand there's closed areas of London, right in the middle of the city. There's green areas and all manner of things that you can't access because you're not of that set.
Yep. Yeah, it's like you aren't part of that clique, so you're not welcome.
Yeah, you just don't get that key that lets you park your car in a garage and go out a different exit to somewhere else. You don't get that option. Oh, actually, you're the dude that would know this, maybe. Was there ever, did Quantum Eraser do a full expose on Canigou? I've had people this morning asking about where it was taken from, what the height was, all that stuff. Did you do an expose?
I don't know is the answer. But I can see it. If he did it, it'd probably be very details focused, which would be useful.
Yeah.
But I don't know is the answer.
Thanks anyway, mate. Yeah, I'm searching. If I get anything, if John's done anything, I'll drop it in the Canigou thing for a link. I think we're needing to get some more info in there. I see Heretics got us up as an AMA now, so yeah, I'm going to try and make sure we've got all the answers if people are asking questions. It's only fair.
Fair enough. Cool. Okay. Well, I got a dash, but I'll talk to you in a bit.
No worries, man. Drive safe.
You too, Pat.
Peace.
Skeptic Earth.
What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening.
Just waiting on a Glober.
Waiting on a Glober. Okay. No Globers in the wings yet, huh?
They're all asleep or something.
Yeah.
Hibernating.
I'd say that. Asleep at the wheel, as a matter of fact.
For sure.
Like driving that Globe with no driver. I mean,
I had a good kind of hilarious interaction. I would say good, meaning that it was good for a laugh. So apparently, flat earthers are extremely bigoted, hateful individuals who are transphobic. There's not one single LGBTQ person in flat Earth. And I said, you're actually describing NASA astronauts.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, that's who you actually described. You just described. And they said, that's not true. So I took about 8 citations from mainstream media in NASA themselves, citing how there's never been an LGBTQ representative in the astronauts. And then, instead of them just saying they were wrong, that, NASA's just as bigoted as they deem flat Earth to be, they just blocked me.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like these guys are so ego-driven. They want to other you. Their goal is to other flat Earthers, and they'll do with any identity or they'll call you whatever they need to do. And when the facts show it's their side that's actually bigoted, hateful, they run from it.
Wow. Well, that's quite a show when they do that, because they're just basically saying what, that they can't admit to being wrong, and that they are wrong.
Hi, Sonny.
Right. Like, even if they're right, NASA's just as bad as flat Earth. See, that's the best part. Inside their worldview, a tribute that they assign to flat Earth, which is completely wrong to begin with. But see, if it's just give it to them. Okay, you're right. Why is NASA just as bad? That's the part they couldn't handle.
How's it going, Sonny? You all right, mate?
Hey, One Deck, pretty good. Yeah, I got some issues, but I'm doing all right.
So have I, but I'm sort of all right as well. What do you think about this? I was just totally off the subject. Sorry, everybody. Just a quickie.
No worries.
I was thinking of the songs I just want to be able to just strum out on something like Old Man and a little bit of Happy Mondays, maybe Oasis and that. I'm having trouble with the guitar, so I was thinking of getting a ukulele.
I know you said that before, and I think I originally told you should buy a kit and build one, but that's not for everybody. So yeah, I would say buy a ukulele. Yeah, heck yeah.
It's not just all George Foreman, is it? I mean, you can pick that up, and I watched some video clips, and people are actually playing some good Manchester band tunes, a little bit of Oasis,
Yeah.
and Neil. So I think we might, because I've only got sort of small hands. I get trouble with the guitar, with the bar chords and that. So I think a ukulele might suit me.
You might try it. I mean, it would be rewarding any way you look at it, because you're learning a new skill, and you're getting outside of your comfort zone. So you'll take some time to practice during the day, even if it's just 5-10 minutes a day. But yeah, the strings are easier, and so let's say you got the ukulele, and I think you probably like it. Once you learn the chords and so forth, and you're able to play most any of those chords, then you might later on decide that you want something like if a standard guitar scale is not for you, like you said, your fingers are smaller, they have 3/4 scale guitars.
All right.
Yeah, they have guitars that are 3/4 scale, so they're smaller and easier to reach.
Ah, might look at that then as well. Might look at that, yeah.
But a ukulele should be they're fairly inexpensive, you know, and you don't want to buy the cheapest one out there. But I would say you could spend less than about $100 probably. I would say it would be a good ballpark.
I was looking. You can get some dirt cheap, but I don't think they'd be very good. So I forget the names now. Might have been Hawaiian or something, but like that. But yeah, something for like £100 or £80. Can get me a half decent one.
Yeah, I would say £80, or even in your local market. I don't know if you're in UK, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so I don't know if you have secondhand stores or anything like that. That's another place you can buy them. You know, music stores, used music stores, guitars, instruments. Yeah,
it's just I've always thought of the ukulele as like not thought about it, but you know, you just think, oh, that's just you can only play certain songs on that. But I wanted to speak to you because I've heard you play the guitar and I think you're great. So I thought, well, I'll just ask you because I think the ukulele I can still get what I need to. You know, I'm not going to be doing concerts and selling tickets, but when I'm in my garden, maybe in the summer, and I've got a few people around, and we've got the barbecue lit, and we're having a few beers and that, just pick the ukulele up and sing. Slide away.
Exactly. and you know, like after a short while you'll be able to play just about anything you want on the ukulele because they're really fairly simple chords and you're just pretty much doing some strumming. But after a while you'll be able to do like a lead. You'll be able to play like some strum and then some scale there, a little part of a scale, and then back to the rhythm. You know, you'll be able to do just about anything you want. You like the good thing about stringed instruments is, and we'll get back to the topic of flat earth, but the good thing about stringed instruments is you can actually orchestrate with a stringed instrument because of the way the strings are laid out and you have like the same note in different places, you can play some rhythm, then play some lead, then play some rhythm in different places, and it really can sound quite nice.
Well, thanks for that, mate. And we'll get back on topic, but it's good to chat to you. I like you, Sonny, and thanks for the advice, mate. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of going through a hard time right now because I owe lots of money to my ex, and it's a big deal, and it's like freaking been a long time, a lot of water under the bridge, but I have to face up to all this stuff, and it sucks, man. They got me over a barrel, and there's really nothing I can do but just deal with it.
Yeah.
So they're holding up my funds. So like from a retirement I have from I worked in the medical institution for a long time, and they're blocking my retirement.
Oh my God.
So I can't do anything until I pay this all off or like make arrangements to pay it off. So it sucks, man, because otherwise I'd be doing really, really well if I had like taken care of this years ago when I wasn't able to, though, honestly. Like, I was in a bad situation a few years ago, and I wasn't in any condition or situation to take care of all of these, and I wasn't able to face up to it. So,
yeah.
So now, you know, it's like difficult. We go through these personal changes, you know, and like it's like really, it can make someone depressed. Like I'm not a depressive. I used to be very kind of depressive person, and I'm not anymore. Which I thank God for that. You know, I have more to look forward to than remorsing about something that I can do little or nothing to change. I can just make simple steps, make the changes that I can make within myself on a daily basis, make progress towards that goal. And, you know, whatever, like at this point, though, I'm willing to like just about do anything, even go back to work, you know, in my 60s, which I'm not completely opposed to. You know, I'm not sure how much I'll be able to do, or if I'll be able to work to the extent I was like, let's say 10, 15 years ago. I don't know if I'll be able to work like that much, but if I work something part-time, then I may be able to pay some of this off. So I don't know, man. I'm like, thanks for thinking.
Busking, man. Just go busking, man.
I can do that. I've never done very well at that. It takes a lot of energy out of me, and like you can get some return, but there's basically a busker war going on here. So there's people everywhere trying to do that, and people are like kind of sick of some of the crowd because there's few people in that crowd that have like given the rest of us a bad name, you know. So I don't know. It's like little by little. Yeah, maybe I'll do some bus screen. You never know.
Let's see what Geeks has to say.
Oh yeah, Geeks.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, Geeks.
Can you
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, how you doing,
Cool.
Geeks? You've been muted
Have you
for a
seen?
little. You've been muted for a little while. What's going on?
I don't care if you mute me after this, but have you seen the new room, the AFK room?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's easy for you to say.
Guess that's going to have an impact, isn't it, on who's number one?
You think the AFK room is going to become number one?
No, it's just going to make sure that people who just stay AFK.
Why is this guy here?
What's he talking about?
Band.
Yeah,
He's salty. I don't know. He thinks that the numbers are all artificially inflated, even though he can't keep himself out of the room, and yet still can't figure out how the room got to be what it is. He wants to demote it, and I don't know. Well, in his mind, he's going to like clear up the true numbers, and yeah.
Is he still a Glober?
Yeah, all the rooms follow exactly the same rules. It's not like the different, like somehow this room was exempt from AFK or something. So you can see it right there, Geek. 16,000 hours.
Well, I'm looking at that AFK room, and we got everybody in there right now, other than Quad, is from other VCs. So good job.
Yeah. Yeah, Quad's generally, even Quad jumps around to other VCs. So what's going to really show is like, it's going to drop all these other channels down. That people who have been, whose channel have really had zero engagement, and you just had like people sitting in there to keep it open.
Good luck.
Shut the fuck up. The numbers can't be real, as he is unable to keep himself out of the room that he thinks is being artificially inflated.
The Earth
Stupid
can't be
as fuck,
flat,
Geeks.
even though it's measured like that. The Earth can't
Good
be
luck.
flat, but it's measured
That's
like
all
that.
I have to say.
Yeah, that's all I have to say. That is all you have to say. You're on mute now. See ya.
Yeah, I mean, you could have added something to the conversation, Geeks. You could have said, hey, this is what I predict will happen. These channels, these ones will drop down. These other ones will increase. These other ones will decrease. The AFK. So I'm going to say, like, if your channel is now below an AFK channel, why would it be even on the server? So we'll go through and, like, say, hey, check this out. These other channels the AFK channel has more activity. If they're even tracking AFK channel.
You know what Geeks is doing right now? Adding to our numbers. The numbers don't really matter. They matter to him, obviously. He's triggered about it being what it is.
Because it matters to them, because they thought, like Doobie explained it like 8 fucking times. The numbers don't matter. Okay, they're platforming ideas that get deplatformed on other servers. It's not about engagement. The level of engagement proves that you guys are full of shit when you want to shut a channel down. That's all he said about the numbers. The numbers prove when you cry about the channel, as you engage with the channel, he's telling you that you are easy to smell test you. You are stink. You stink. You smell like a fish. You're full of actual shit. He said, but even if you guys stop engaging with it, I'm still going to platform flat earthers because they get deplatformed in other spaces.
Well, I mean, if they had any brains, that's what they would do to fix the numbers, is they would just stop coming out. There you go, problem solved, but that one's too tough. Geeks couldn't work that one out, so he's going to go the long way around and try to come up with these other ways to try to correct them. And no, dude, just stay out of here.
Took the long way home.
it's gonna be interesting to see like which channels, like Ask an Atheist, Smart Atheist, Prove God Isn't Real. If these channels get buried by an AFK channel, then more people are just logged into the server, not doing jack shit, than actually engaging with some of these really minority points of worldviews and points of view.
And if it were all about the numbers like he thinks it is, I wouldn't have had him permabanned. I guess it didn't work. I had to go back and do that again. But I wouldn't be kicking him out of here because he can't help himself but park here and add to our numbers. Why would I be tossing him out constantly if I wanted that?
He loves it here.
Yeah, AFK is current. It only goes up to 100. The AFK channel is at 90 right now, which has blown out of the water his own Flat Earth channel. Like Geeks' Flat Earth channel, Flat Earth AMA, or was that the event? Oh, that must be the event. Okay, never mind.
By gum.
Yeah, so far I'm looking. There's like none of the 100 channels here. Oh, it goes a little bit further. Okay. You look at Genetics Room, 103. That's a channel that probably could go away. Religion is False, 90 hours.
Any
House of
outstanding
Canada.
proofs?
I'm trying to find Geeks' channel here. His Flat Earth. Was it called like
It
Real
died
Flat
like a
Earth?
week ago.
Oh, did it?
Died
Oh,
a week
okay.
ago.
It
Doesn't know
died
how
for
to
me as
build
soon as
a
I got.
channel.
Yeah, it
Like,
died for
the
me.
fact that he's so baffled that this channel is what it is, I mean, that's going to be his problem right there. He doesn't know what it takes to even build something like this. Case in point, his channel that fell apart in one day.
Yeah, it fell apart because he basically made a bunch of anti-Flat Earth mods who just muted all the Flat Earthers. He made a Flat Earth channel without any Flat Earthers in it. At all. Like, there's zero Flat Earthers. I go, dude, that's not... I sent him a message. I said...
So they fail at making their own channels, and then when one's successful, they're completely bewildered by it, and they're like, they must be rigging the numbers. Something must be off here. No, you just suck. That's all. It's that simple.
I sent him a message. I said, dude, they've got me muted. Right? There's a mod in there right now, a server mod, telling them that I'm not violating TOS. It was, I can't remember her name right now. I saved it. I saved the screenshots. I sent them Geeksy screenshots. Look it. He says that's not the same channel. I'm like, what? Is a different channel with exactly the same name with all exactly the same people that you made moderator? And he's like, yeah. Holy fuck.
What is this? What is this AFK channel? What is it? What is that you're referring to?
Yeah, maybe you don't see it. Are you on the phone? You might not see it on the phone.
I'm on my PC. Should be able to see it.
Yeah, well, unless you got it unless you got it minimized too. It's up in the main part of the server. If you go all the way up to the top,
Yeah.
of all the main channels, there's a one all the way at the bottom called AFK.
Okay, let me see here.
Look at Bev doing the hit and run post again. Come to my server. We got ethics at Hillside, part 2.
How does the AFK channel work? Does it just place you there if you're AFK, or like?
I don't know. Probably, I guess maybe if you like don't do anything or interact with Discord, and it tracks when you go away. Like if you know how you can set go into your user settings and just set it so you're always there. Then it probably will never move you to the AFK channel. It probably looks at people who are marked away, and then there's a bot that moves them.
Yeah, I see it now.
Geeks was yelling at me this morning, unmute me. I go, dude, I'm not even in the channel. If you want to get unmuted, like AI was there. I mean, he was talking to you and decided to mute you for some reason. Talk to him. He can't. Why can you bitch at me? I'm busy doing shit. There's a reason why we rotate in and out, so not one person has to sit here all day. Yeah, I went all the way through it, or most. I don't see Geeks' channel even registered. It was so low, the bot didn't even pick it up. Like, it's gotta last at least one day. Like, maybe it doesn't track until like 24 hours. Well, that's probably it. Because if you look at we do the clock, you have to pick up the time frame of 1 day, 7 days, or 30 days. So because it didn't even last a full 24 hours, it's just gone. There's no record that the place even existed. Get fucking wrecked, dude.
Bit like the globe.
Off.
It's tough, man. You're gonna make a channel about X, then all the people who are about that mute them and wonder why there's no one talking on your channel.
To be honest, people get muted a lot on this channel too.
Yeah, there's a lot of speakers though too. We get to pick and choose who we want to hear from. And at some point, if someone's used up all the oxygen in the room, it's time to flush that turd. Give someone else a chance to talk. So right now, we're looking at the numbers here. Is there any channel that's even close? 13 in the Theist Experience. 17 for Flat Earth. And there's no other channel. Oh, here, there's 13 for Low Value Men.
That's interesting.
And that's it. There's no other channel that's above the double digits. Except for AFK. AFK has 11 in it. Philosophy 5, Religion 2, Conspiracy 4, AFK 11, Economics at 0. Agora 7, Rage Cage 5, Stoa 8, Flather 17, Muslim Lounge 6, Atheist Experience 13, Ask an Atheist 1, Music Channel 1, Philosophy for Life just went to 10. It was at 9. Yeah, somehow AFK is going to clear out this channel in particular. Like, I mean, the worldview is just so badly broken. It's like, dude, if you're going to be completely immune to any sort of facts, figures, data, if you're going to be immune to just raw data, where do you go from there? Where do you take a conversation when someone's going to be completely immune to just numbers, just pure numbers? Not any sort of no interpretation's been done yet. No worldview has been used to filter it. Just someone will look at numbers and see and not be able to tell that the biggest number in the data set is 17? Like, wow. What the fuck happened to you? It's more, I'd be interested in hearing their story. How did you get there? What did is this topic the only one that does it to you? Or other topics too?
That's a curious thing. I'd like to know that. I'd like to get the data on that. Like, how much of it is just this topic?
It just cause people to completely lose track of just which numbers go before, is 17 a higher number than 5? And somehow this topic causes them to lose sight of that. They don't know. I'm not sure. Here's a good example, what I use on Gem Panda's server a lot, about why Flat Earth always defeats the globe. Here, let me grab that. Let me grab it real quick.
We have all the data, and they have none. So much for the Glober fun.
Yeah, it goes right here to the concept of entertainment value. Basically, bread and circus is what you're looking at here. So in a world where people have a phone that can access information, that can be difficult to learn, right? It takes effort to learn something. But it takes literally effort just to giggle just cackle like a hyena. So you look here, entertainment value is described as production value plus social value. So Flat Earth just wrecks globe Earth in social value. You can see it just by the number. Where's the Globe Earth channel? It's 0. The Globe Earth channel is literally 0 social value. There's no one here who even, there's no Globe Earth channel, Globe Earth mods. It's nothing. It's actually 0. Then production value, Flat Earth or Globe Earth, same thing. Flat Earth has all these experiments, all these like YouTube channels, debates, all the production they're going into, all the different memes.
Production. Production.
Yeah, but Globe Earth is 0. It's really just the only thing coming out of Globe Earth is more Flat Earth content. Earth not flat. So it's like even the Globe Earth in either one of these, the level of personal connection with the viewer or its content, or the quality of the content related to the highest quality in the genre, is literally 0. The globe has nothing to offer anybody. It's really, that's why they tell you that you've got all these sci-fi movies you could go watch that really focus on planets and balls in space. This Rogue Moon right now, like the hot item, like watching my feed and stuff. Everyone's talking about Rogue Moon. But you guys won't even bother to check it out, like, because it's just boring. It's just dumb. It's just CGI crap with very bad storytelling. And you just don't care. And that's the type of stuff that the globe is offering you. Really bad storytelling, really crappy special effects, and they can't seem to grasp what, like, say, the Marvel Phase 1 did, where they inspired people to think and imagine. Because the best part was, in Marvel Phase 1, they had a planet that was flat called Asgard, and a god from that planet called Thor. So one of the heroes was literally from a flat world inside this sort of heliocentric paradigm. And now it's over. Now it's gone. And what happened after they kind of Ragnar'd, or whatever they call it, the Ragnarok, the flat planet, the whole, like, the Phase 4 just kind of dried up. People don't really care about Marvel anymore. So if you're going to try to compete with Flat Earth, unlike Geeks had said, just make some random AFK channel because that will fix it. Try to do something socially with social value, or try to do something with production value that's going to beat out what the Flat Earthers are doing. And you saw when Geeks tried to do it, his channel didn't even last 24 hours. It didn't even last long enough for the bot to record the interaction. The Flat Earth AMA event, the 3-hour event, tracked more content than his supposedly Globe Earth channel. See, look at the people who get muted here, like Rich Evans. He's right now muted in the Theist Experience. They're the same. They're not getting any worse or better treatment than they get in all the other channels. He just jumps around channel to channel, spazzes out, lights his hair on fire, screams until they mute his mic. Then he goes to the next channel, does exactly the same thing. So, like you see, like, oh, I see a lot of the same guys getting muted. Dude, that's all that happens to them. They just go from one topic to the next topic. Prove it. I'm mad at your worldview. They say, okay, well, no, thank you. You're kind of done talking for now because you've got zero production and zero social value here. You're weak. Shutting your mic off is going to increase the level of this channel. And he was like, but you're silencing my opinion. Well, go make your own channel. Oh, it didn't last one day. Imagine that. Come listen to the ramblings of a drunk geeks, and they completely triggered Rich Evans. I wonder how that's going to go. Maybe try it again. Do it again and see what happens. Repeatable results. The cornerstone of science. Repeatable, observable, and measurable. We've got all the characteristics right here, ready to go. You got a bot that's going to track activity, and you got a number of users to track engagement. Let's see what happens when you're running the show. No one gives a fuck. Not even you.
That takes the fun out, right? If you're going into a channel full of people that already believe in the globe, you want to go into the channel where people don't believe in the globe, so it's like more entertaining.
But that's the best part. They don't even know what they believe in. If you ask them, what is the globe? What's the size? What's its shape? Where is it located? How many continents are there? How many time zones are there? They fuck that shit up. They'll say, oh, there's 24 time zones. Are you sure about that? Did you look into it? Explain time zones on a flat Earth. Yeah, there's 24 time zones on the flat Earth. It matches the sun's moving through the sky. Well, that doesn't make any sense because on my globe models there's 30 time zones. Yeah, maybe think that through. Yeah, the timeanddate.com, 32 time zones.
On the flat Earth, just curious, is everyone basically, I don't know if this is the case, but does everyone get 24 hours of sunlight in the flat Earth yearly? Where?
What?
I said in the flat Earth model, whatever. Does everyone get the same amount of sun?
No, there's 24 time zones. On the globe, there's 32 time zones.
No, I'm saying
according to timeanddate.com. According to timeanddate.com, there's 32 different time zones.
That's Matt asking stupid freaking questions. And Matt,
yeah, I know it's Matt. That's what I was trying to entertain him, see if he could learn something here today.
He won't learn. I'm going to give him one chance, right? If he ever posts something disingenuous about me or anybody again, right? He's gone. Every time I see you in here, I would just boot you straight away.
See, Matt, if you look at
You
it.
know that,
Oh, sorry, Tito. Go
no,
ahead.
Matt. You know, Matt, that what you posted about me yesterday was taken out of context, edited to make it sound the way you wanted it to sound, and do it again, and you're just gone. Every time I see you in here or hear you, you can change your name as much as you like. Every time you open your mic, you will be gone. Hope you understand that.
It's not a threat, Matt. It's just we're really sick of the nefarious, underhanded tactics. We're people. What are you doing to yourselves by acting like this and doing what you do in regard to us? Please stop it.
I don't know. I don't know how my question was stupid.
Yeah, right here, China. China has one time zone. So they have 12 hours of light and 12 hours of darkness. So they would be in, apparently in your worldview, they'd be in on it.
What?
China has just one time zone. Only one. All of China is one solid time zone. So they either got daytime or nighttime.
Oh, okay.
So they would be,
What about
in
it?
your
Is that
worldview, they would be
true?
in on it. They'd be in
Isn't
on the
that
flat
everywhere?
earth.
Doesn't everywhere have nighttime and daytime?
No, they got 36. Oh, hold on. Let me page back up there. There are 32 time zones according to time and date. But some places, over time, there used to be 37. So now they brought them back down. So here, the time and date says there should be 24 time zones, like on the flat Earth, one for each hour of the day. But since these time zones do cover the whole sphere, which is a full 360, each time zone is more than 15 degrees wide. Okay, that would mean that there's less time zones then, not more. Like China would be in on it.
So in on it. Seems like everyone's in on it, man. Not just China.
No, because they've got 32 time zones. The people who aren't in on it. Where China just has one time zone.
It's throughout the whole world, though. Is it not?
Yeah, does that make sense to have 32 time zones in the world?
The whole world? I mean, yeah.
Wouldn't it be 24?
This guy's a fucking sap.
So 24 hours.
I mean, what are we
you need
talking about here?
32 time zones. This guy's hopeless.
Yeah, and even better,
Why
it
would
used
we
to be
need- why
37.
wouldn't
They've
we
got
need-
rid of 5
Why would
time
we
zones.
need 32
Where
time
did the
zones?
5?
Why wouldn't we need 32
Where
time
did the
zones?
5 time
Alaska.
zones go?
Alaska had 5. Used to.
Yeah, so they would be in on it. Or not in on it. They weren't in on it.
And if you look at the time zones, they're not perfectly vertical. They're sawtooth.
They tell the globe people they say that's because of the Mercator projection isn't exactly a sphere, so that it does warp the way that the time zones work. But that sounds like a cope to me, because even if you show them a globe and try to line up the Terminator lines, it doesn't work either.
Well, Victoria to Queensland's 2,000 kilometres away. If the sun's travelling in 1,000 kilometres, that should be a 2-hour difference. But in our time zones that do change, it's only 1 hour. So the math doesn't add up in that aspect either.
Yeah, look at Parmesan's got a good point here. You could break the time zones into any time increment. You could really have if you really wanted to, you could have 1,440 time zones if you break the time zones up by minute. If you break the time zones up by hour, then you got 24. And if you break the time zones up by some sort of weird bullshit, you get 34. It used to be 37. Unless you're China, then you got just one time zone. Yeah, old dude, China's still one. Imagine when people wake up on like the east side of the country versus the west side. Like you're West China, and the people are like eating their breakfast, like just doing their shit, doing their daily, getting up, taking the dog for a walk. You're like, holy fuck, dude! It's the middle of the night. It's like pitch black outside. What the fuck are they doing? It's like rise and shine, asshole.
Looking at that meme, it really doesn't make sense on a ball to have two time zones. So many time zones on two halves, two hemispheres of the plane. So having it flattened out and it taking the light longer to reach the outer edge makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's why it matches, because the southern part is much larger than the northern part.
If only we can get those globers to realize the obvious.
See how the number decreases as you go more north? And that's not even with, showing that China's in on it. That 24 there, that's because like China is in on it. If China wasn't in on it, that would be like 29 or 30.
Good work, Rich. Thank you very much for every thought that you do. It is inspiring in so many ways. So keep up the good work. I'm going to head out, guys. I don't talk much when I do way too much.
All right, take care. Thanks.
Yeah, I second that. It's funny, we're talking about the sun with someone who obviously doesn't get much daylight.
Like LCD tan.
Yeah, remove selves from basement, step 1. Then there'll be a series of steps all the way up the staircase.
What was that movie where the guy had to do baby steps? It's like he had a counselor, and then Bill Murray was like the patient.
What about Bob?
What about it's what about Matt?
I'm sailing.
So on the flat Earth, the sun goes around and gives everyone daylight, right?
Have you been outside? You've yet to establish. You've yet to give me any answer that has established that you've actually been outside.
Well, I just told you I've been outside. I don't know if you've been outside.
Okay, so you've noticed nighttime and daytime then.
Yeah, you're gonna answer the question, or are you gonna just obfuscate?
Well, maybe you can answer it for yourself. If you've been outside, you can answer it for yourself.
Okay. I mean, I'm asking your worldview. I live on a ball. You live on a flat surface. So I mean, asking you how it works on your world.
Well, we live on the same world. Your world exists in your imagination only.
Oh, so we both live on a sphere then.
No.
We go up the stairs, leave the basement, and we walk upon the same plane. You've been told it's a ball because you've seen it on TV and textbooks and cinema. You can't see it any other way. And then you ask these smart-ass questions like, 24 hours, right? You don't even know how many daylight hours there are in a day. You come in here with a stupid troll that just exposes how desperate you are. 24 hours of sun, right, guys? I don't think you've been outside.
What's your problem with
glued to your TV? I think you're glued to your TV screen. I have no problem.
What's your problem with balls and spheres? What's your problem with those things?
Well, you're the one that sounds like you have a problem with it, since you're asking all these questions that are antithetical to that. You're the one that seems to have the issue with the ball.
You just don't like balls, man. It's fine.
God forbid. Yeah, you have you can update your name. Ball Obsessed Earther.
I'm not
Live
obsessed with
from
ball.
the basement, it's Ball Obsessed Earther.
Yeah.
So, Alpha, what's your proof you're living on this ball, bro?
What's your proof? Fucking
Yeah.
everything, dude.
Well, like, what is that? I'm
Well, it's what humanity's told me.
so stories. You
Define
heard the
humanity.
story. What else have you got, bro?
What do you mean? The entire? What do you mean? The entire story is what I have.
Yeah,
Are we
you've
not
got
part of
story.
humanity?
You've got second, third hand, fifth hand, umpteen hand account of Earth being a globe. So if I told you that, I'm the king of Britain, would you believe that?
Of course not. You're probably not the king of Britain. Britain
Well, there you go, dude.
governed
It
by
would
you.
take investigation, would it not, on your behalf?
Well, I mean, I can also look at the moon and tell the Earth is a globe. So.
Hang on, how do you do that?
Okay, I'll go ahead and show it to you. Let me just post this image in the chat. It's in the chat. In the northern hemisphere, the moon looks like that. In the southern hemisphere, the moon looks upside down. That's only possible on a globe. So there you have it.
So
Your logic is noted.
If you see a plane flying upside down, does that mean we live in a globe?
Planes don't fly upside down.
Oh, but you're saying the moon's upside down because of where you are on Earth, bro.
Yeah, because no, it's not just because of where you are on Earth. It's simply because of the Earth's spherical shape.
Oh, so it's a story.
It's only possible on a globe. No, it's not a story. You can literally look at the moon from the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. The only reason that would happen.
That's circular reasoning.
You know how we use. You know how there's a northern hemisphere.
Do you understand that that's circular reasoning?
Can I speak to old
I don't
dude?
know. Can you?
It's a question for you. Yeah. So obviously, I don't think you believe in hemispheres, but we have a northern hemisphere and we have a southern hemisphere. So I live in the northern hemisphere, so I see the moon in that way, right? How it looks like, well, kind of like maybe near, like how it looked like on London or whatever.
Or whatever.
Some people at the equator see the moon that way. Sydney, they see the moon that way. South Pole, they see the moon that way. So the moon appears more upside down the more southern you go, which aligns with a spherical Earth, and that's only possible if you're on a spherical Earth. So if you're on a flat Earth,
correlation, bro.
another sphere Earth. So you're all on the same plane. So there shouldn't be anyone seeing the moon upside down, right?
That's correlation. You'll have to back.
You're gonna keep interrupting your guy, or you're gonna let him talk, man? Like, come on.
But if we're round earthers, we're all right. Then how come when we go up in a plane, we can't see, the other side of the fucking Earth? Huh? We can't see the Earth curve on a plane. Explain that. Exactly.
You can't see the Earth curve on a plane because
I was talking
it's
to
not
this other guy about the moon, and you're just coming here talking about planes. Dude, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
because obviously the Earth is flat, and y'all are always like, "Oh, no, the Earth is round."
So
But,
how high is a plane usually? You know what altitude a plane usually is at?
I'd say around 10,000 and above.
Dude, it's 30,000. The fact that you don't know it
I
just
said it
speaks
above,
to your
didn't I?
ignorance.
That's not true. I was
10,000 and above. So you're at 30,000 feet. Let's say the Earth is flat or a globe, whatever it is. You shouldn't be seeing like crazy left to right curvature at that altitude any fucking ways.
Well, how do you know that?
Because the Earth is really big.
That's your logic. Yeah, the Earth is massive, but so is my cock.
Then why would you see curvature at 30,000 feet then?
Bro, just because the Earth is big doesn't mean that you won't see curvature, especially if you're that high.
Oh, but
eventually see it.
Even in real life, it depends on. Even in real life, you're looking at any shape. You see more curvature of that 3D shape. The far away you are from it, the far away you see it, right? Like if you're like zoomed in, like if you pick up a ball in your hand and you just put your eye right next to the ball, you're gonna barely see any curvature. But if you zoom out, you're gonna see more curvature. So the further
when
away
exactly
you are
do you
from the
think
ball,
we'll
you
see
see
the
more curvature. Makes sense.
The higher we go, what's the exact altitude?
You go. You look at some high altitude balloon videos of 100,000 feet. That's really
those use fisheye cameras. They don't make sense.
He doesn't understand. This guy's never picked up.
Why don't you put your own camera on when you send them up 100,000 feet?
That's stupid.
Put your own
Though.
camera. Use your own camera.
You think I'm gonna
Use
take
your
my
own
phone
camera,
and lose it because I want to see if the Earth is round? No.
Get your own camera. Get your own camera. You don't need your phone camera. Get your own
Okay,
camera, dude.
Alfred, since you've got the basketball in the hand and we're able to recognize it a ball, well, you've got access to the Earth.
Oh, I do have access to the Earth. Yeah. I live on
Okay,
the
well,
Earth.
why appeal to your picture book?
What do you mean appear to my picture book?
Appeal to your picture book catalog of Earth from space. If you've got access to this ball that you're so sure is a water ball, get to it.
We have plenty of images of Earth from space.
You just proved my point, dude. You're lost. You're lost in the mythology, bro.
Oh, lost in the
Spear
lava.
Earthers, SMH. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Round Earth? It's stupid.
So Shaz, you tell me then, if you have a boat and say you have a P1000, whatever it is, and you're looking at your friend going out in a boat, what do you think should happen on that flat horizontal plane?
It's funny. It was too big.
Let him answer. He can talk for himself. You're not gonna chat.
Dude, you're talking at both sides of your mouth.
Let your son talk for himself. He can talk for himself, right, Shaz? Go ahead.
That guy is my son. Let's not get it confused. But also, I was going to say that he gets smaller and smaller until he disappears. It's that simple. You can't see him. Your eyes don't have that.
So what's up with so it gets smaller and smaller until it disappears. So what's up with the disappearing bottom up? Would you believe that that's the thing that happens?
It's too big to see the curve.
No, I don't think that's
Shaz,
the thing that happens.
That's not well. You're wrong. That is a thing that actually
How do
happens.
you know? You can't just say I'm wrong. You have to prove it. What do you mean? I'm not going to go on a
Sure,
boat
I can show you plenty of videos. It's actually a phenomenon that even your flat earthers will tell you happens. Let me go ahead.
So you were wrong. So
Any
you're
video
so.
that you pick is biased. So
Yeah, you were wrong from a minute
You can do it.
ago.
You can do it any day you want to, man. You can do it any day
Hold
you
on.
want to. It's a thing that happens.
Hey, Hotshot, you were wrong from a minute ago. You told us the Earth was too big.
Too big for what?
Oh, dude, what is your attention span greater any curvature?
At decent distance. Well, I didn't say that.
I know you're tap dancing. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
But Shaz, the video's in there. I know Old Hospital keeps wanting to interrupt you, but videos there. Boats disappear bottom up. This subjectively happens. They disappear bottom up as they go out in the horizon. That's something that happens. So, yeah.
I don't know about that, man. Like, how can you explain gravity? You really think that there's some sort of force that pushes everyone to the ground? That's obviously not true. And it's clear that the Earth actually accelerates upwards at 9.8 meters per second. Number one.
Goalpost, dude. We were just talking about boats.
Wait, what?
Because you already exposed your hypocrisy on the last subject.
Why are you going to
You
gravity
told me
now?
to prove it by looking it up, man. Like,
I've
what
got
am I
a question. How does the sun work?
You don't need to look it up. Every flat earther will tell you that that's what happens.
What? That the top down
Boats go over
boat?
the horizon. They disappear bottom up.
So this guy seems to be a flat earther. Hey, guy, does the boats go down and up?
Hey, Nuclear, let me ask you a question.
He won't tell you. He knows why don't you answer his question? Answer his question, Old Hospital.
Nuclear, let me ask you a question. When the boat is going over the curve, is the mast pointed away from you?
Is the what?
Is the mast pointed away from you as it goes over the curve?
I don't know what you mean by the.
Well, okay, so you need to improve your observations. If you're so sure that a boat's going over the curve, you should be able to show me the mast tilting away, correct?
No, I shouldn't have to show you the mast tilting away.
Dude, you're so full of shit.
Tip away. It's just going to
increase your
disappear
observer's
bottom up.
height. You can see the boat again. That just shows you that it's going over some sort of curvature. So that
It disappears.
And Shaz, the fact that you told me.
Then you zoom in.
That's fine, Old Hospital.
Then you zoom in and your nightmare is broken. Your dream is broken. Your dream stays broken when you zoom back into that boat. So that's over now.
Actually, Cap, that's not what happens at all.
Yeah.
If you get a boat far enough and you zoom into it, you're still going to see that it's disappeared bottom up. And Shaz, the fact that you actually hypothesized that when you see a boat going over or on water, that you'll see it just go out and it'll disappear smaller and smaller. The fact that's what you told me would happen, and that's not what happens, it just shows your ignorance, dude.
Hey, I'm not a boat guy, man. I'm a gravity guy.
You can go to the beach and just see the mast disappearing bottom up, and it just proves you wrong.
Well, I guess I'd have to go out onto the sea one day.
Well, try it out. I mean, maybe you'll find something out. Maybe something new will happen.
What am I supposed to do? Send out my friend to go out while I watch him disappear from the horizon?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like that's ever gonna happen.
Wait.
Very realistic scenario you painted.
Or watch other boats do it. Get a camera and watch other
It
boats
doesn't
do
have to
it.
be your friend. It could just be anyone disappearing over the horizon.
Oh no, guys, I'm not convinced. I still think the Earth is flat. Just saying.
Congratulations, dude. That's fine.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's
thanks.
flat.
Ignorance is bliss.
Awesome. Yeah, you see, I'm so glad I was able to convince people to my thinking. Sometimes I feel like people don't
that
listen.
guy
to
wasn't
it.
convinced by
Yeah,
you. He was
it's flat.
identified it.
Measurably flat.
What happens to the sun in your model? Because I really want to hear this.
My model, well, it's clear the sun and the moon are actually lower than we initially perceive it to be, and that's why.
How high above the Earth do you think the sun
I don't
is?
know the exact altitude, but it's enough so that on one side of the Earth we can't see it because it's actually lower, so it actually is over there, and the moon is on this side as well, on the other side of the Earth.
And do
they
you think
actually
it
rotate
rotates
around each
around the
other.
flat disk, or do you think it goes
That's
under the
correct.
disk?
Yep.
The bigger question is, what is the sun?
The sun is a hot gas, a mass gas.
Prove it.
The sun is obviously the dying star that we're chasing.
Okay, I'm gonna be straight with you all. Yeah, I've been trolling this whole time. I'm sure you.
Yeah, you're not very good at it, Shaz.
That's not true. I was doing a great job. I feel like.
You're talking to an imbecile who believes in
for or
Bloomingdale
against?
television shows.
Dude, obviously the Earth is round. This fucking server is stupid. I
Yeah,
can't tell if he's joking.
That's funny that you. That's funny that you can't bring up anything supportive for the globe. Nothing to support it at all. That is
That's not
funny.
true.
24/7
The academic giant has spoken. Shaz, who also is live from his basement.
See, when someone calls you out, you just mute them.
Yeah, like what?
Do all the time.
Bro, it's so easy to tell who's not a flat earther. You just look for who's muted. Easy money.
Well, if that's the case, why did we listen to you scream at the top of your lungs yesterday, Auburn?
Oh, he's gone.
Remember when you checked out yesterday and started screaming?
Did he willingly
I imagine
leave?
it's pretty
or-
frustrating in this voice channel when you're speaking a bunch of retards.
Who knows if he willingly left or he got kicked out? Who knows? But
I don't know, Alpha. I feel like you would know this answer.
I'm not
His
that
attention
Alpha,
span
dude.
maxed out.
Alpha's prodigy. Come on, dude.
Hey, Auburn,
Yeah.
have you ever
Hey,
told
Auburn, I
someone
thought you could tell who was who.
Huh? What'd you say?
You ever
I
been
said,
told
I
you
thought you said you could tell who was who.
I sound like the dude from Gumball, like Gumball. What?
The Harmony Korine film?
So we're just muting. Wow. Well, we're meeting a lot of people.
That's what you want to talk about. We'll just put you on mute. We'll go to the next guy so we can actually address the topic. So there's this thing called audio chaos when all you speds are all piping up at the same time. That's what happens. That's what the mutes are for. Since you can't figure that out, you have to be muted. So we'll go to Grobby instead of you because you can't figure it out.
Thanks. I don't know. Why do you do that? Is it just because you get like overstimulated?
Okay, he can't figure it out either. So we'll go to Alpha's Prodigy.
Back to the basement.
What's up? What were we talking about?
Proof of the globe.
Question?
Proof of the globe. We're waiting for proof of the globe.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about boats going over the horizon a second ago. Proves that the Earth is a globe.
But the Earth's too big.
Too big.
It's too massive.
How come?
That was you. How come? Oh, how come you said that? Because you're in a like a 24-hour cope spiral. That's how come.
I never said the Earth is.
You talk out of both sides of your mouth. How come? Because you're desperately trying to rationalize this flat Earth conundrum.
No, because you're just straw manning me. I never said it's too
Why
big
did
to
you
see.
ask? Then why did you ask? How come?
Curvature at high altitude. Why did I ask what?
How come? What is your attention span, dude? Is this how they sell these dune buggy on the Moongolf films?
I'm convinced that you don't even know what you're talking about. Do you know what you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking to you, so I guess it's kind of like talking into a cavernous hole.
Why don't you go ahead and explain to me why boats go over the horizon?
Oh, they can't. The Earth's too massive. That would be impossible to see curve on the Earth, right? It's too massive.
It's not. It's funny because that's not what I said. I just said you'd have to be at a high altitude, and that makes
Yeah, you
complete
talk,
sense.
you
If you
talk out of both sides of your
know
mouth,
anything
dude.
about visualization, then you'd understand it.
Well, you're the one who's explained to us you haven't enrolled in a Drawing 101 course. That was you who admitted that.
No, I never admitted anything like that.
Oh,
You
dude,
just
you're
say
a liar.
random lies. You just say random
You are a
lies.
liar. Projection
Did I ever
noted.
speak about drawing? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's my point. You have no attention span. You got CRS. Can't remember shit.
You're talking about drawing. What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't remember when I asked if you had ever enrolled in a Drawing 101 course, you said no. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And now you're the one that wants. Now you're the one that comes in here with the perspective lecture. How does that work?
Yeah, we're gonna loop back now to. Okay, Alpha's back. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know why I was muted. The problem here, Tick, is that old Hosford is talking about drawing and all this other stuff, but he doesn't actually want to talk about what we're discussing. So that's interesting. And he keeps straw-manning me. So that's also interesting.
Well, you're the one that
Sound
said
like
that Earth
Brock or
is too big
someone?
to see
'Cause,
the
like, who
curve.
are you talking to?
Well, I didn't say that. I said that the Earth, to be able to see a curve of a really, really big ball that the Earth is claimed to be, then you have to have a really high altitude. That matches basic visualization. Do you
But
not
now
know about...
but now you're telling us that you see it when standing at the beach with a boat.
Yeah, because you're on the surface of the Earth and the boat
Okay,
is going
you're
away from
talking
you.
out of both
See it drop.
nuclear. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Perhaps no one's ever called you out on your bullshit your entirety of your life, because it
Tell me why
sounds
it's
like it's hypocritical. You're talking at. Do you know what the phrase "speaking out of both sides of your mouth" means?
Yeah, of course I know what it means. Tell me why
do
it's
you,
bullshit.
dude? It's bullshit on its face when you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Can you have your cake and eat it too?
But I'm not. Because
Can
if you
you
look
have
at
your
it, you're
cake
talking
and
about. I
eat it
never said the
too?
Earth is too big to see the curve, dude. You can't
Yeah.
even hold a conversation. It's
Okay.
ridiculous.
Have you
said that the
ever
Earth is too
enrolled
big
in
to
a
see the
drawing?
curve.
Have you ever enrolled in a
high
Drawing 101 course?
Why are you talking about drawing? Or like you just don't want to debate this topic, do you? Speak. Let someone else speak if you don't
You
want
brought it up. You said, "Oh, you obviously don't have an understanding of visualization." That was you.
It's basic visualization. What are you talking about?
Okay.
I never said that the Earth is too big to see the curve.
So all
You just
your
have to
all
be
your
at a high altitude.
mysteries, all your confusions, will be covered in a Drawing 101 course.
The Drawing 101 course.
Yeah, but then you have to
We're not gonna
remember.
talk about boats
But
going
then you
over the
have to
horizon.
remember. Listen, and then you're going to have to cope to yourself because remember the Earth is too big to see curve.
Yeah, I never said that. I just said that
No,
you have to have
you're a liar. You're a liar.
Yeah, I never fucking said that. You
said
fucking
you had to go really high. You did say you had to go really high, didn't you? Didn't you say you had to go really, really high to see the curve?
That's actually what I said. Not that you don't see the curve. See, this is the thing. So
Okay, no, you didn't say you had to go really, really high. Which, like, if you're seeing it from the beach, don't you think that the difference between really, really high and seeing it from the beach is differently? That's just like, dude, that's like they're so far wildly different. Because really, really high, I'm sure you're talking about still like hundreds of thousands of feet, obviously, because Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't even see it from space. So I don't know how you're going to see it from a beach if you can't see it from the ISS.
He's lying about his own words at this point. Because when asked why you couldn't see the curve, he said the Earth's too massive. He's a liar.
Since everybody knows the Earth is a globe, then why it should be so easy to bring the proof? I mean, we would solve all this problem with the arguing about it, all this little minutia that we're discussing. That's not talking about Earth curvature. All we need to see is the proof of Earth curvature. Just bring that part.
I just wanted to critically think, like, if you can't see it unless you're like really, really high. Let's say 100,000 feet, but you think you can see a boat go over it. Like that's kind of, don't you think that's kind of weird that you could see it that close? Like, let's say you're seeing it at 10 miles. Like, dude, you're talking about 100. Dude, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Whatever. I mean,
be simple to understand. But first of all, what I said was that you're not going to be able to see curvature probably at 20,000 feet, 10,000 feet left to right. And then he says, well, the Earth's too big to see curvature. That's what Matt Nuclear
was
said.
you.
No, it's not what I said.
That was
Fucking
you.
liars. I don't know why you ever said that. Right?
Okay, so
Second
now
of all,
now you
you're
see
on
the curve of
surface.
the Earth at the beach.
Didn't you
yeah,
say
it's
Buster
pretty
going over?
You're not,
I mean,
you're not
everybody
seeing Earth like
knows
curvature.
that anything disappearing bottom up is optical. It has nothing to do with the damn curvature of the Earth. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, he's coping. He's been coping hard about that for months.
Prove that.
That's yet to sink in. Go out and observe the Earth for yourself, dude. Where are these boats disappearing? At what distance are these boats disappearing? Nuclear. I don't know.
Well, you need to look at it because, dude, it can happen on a table. It can happen on a table with a quarter. It can happen at 10 miles one day. It can happen at 50 the next. And you're going to realize that the Earth obviously isn't getting bigger and smaller, and your curve is in a different spot. It's optical. It's clearly optical.
Can you prove that bottom-up obstruction's optical without showing me some coins where you fucking zoom in the aperture?
Dude, just go down to the beach and watch where they're disappearing, and then look at the Earth curve calculator, and you'll be like, oh, duh.
Some of
Simple.
your flat earthers, Mark Sargent, already got baffled by it when they sent him out to the beach and they showed him the bottom-up obstruction, the stripes. It was an embarrassing day for flat Earth, right?
The thing that you were claiming blocks the boat or the flag, right, is behind the flag.
And all the
How can it
stripes
be
are
blocked
still
by the
there
thing that
anyway.
it hasn't reached yet?
All
How
the stripes
can it
are.
be blocked by?
I'm sorry, man. All the stripes.
can it
All
be
the stripes are. All the stripes are on the flag still, and the horizon's behind the boat. That's supposed to be blocking it.
Right. So how
So
can it be
that's
blocked by
hilarious.
something it hasn't reached yet?
Yeah, you've got to critically think and just kind of like slow down, take a breath, look, observe what you're looking at, and be like, huh. Like, why does the horizon appear so far away, and why are things disappearing like way freaking closer than that on most days, and they're disappearing at different distances? Like, that's not going to happen if there's a freaking edge it's going over.
Yeah, that's a stretch to think that this clown who changes his name with the wind is here to think critically. That is a massive.
It's funny that you say that when all you do is just spew stuff that I laugh at. You never actually think critically or have a discussion.
I don't
for
hear
that matter,
you laughing. It sounds like a lot of crying and shut up, shut up.
I usually laugh at you, to be honest. Today you're a little bit more schizophrenic, but I usually laugh.
When you say to be honest, that holds no weight with me.
Your answer is locked in.
So
You will
can we
not
talk
change
about
your view.
the jet streams?
I'm just hoping somebody like can actually turn it around and realize that they've made a big mistake. Like most of us did some of us did about 6 years ago or 8 years ago.
Hold on, Nuclear. Before Chupacabra comes in here to white knight for you and try to distract and muddy the waters, maybe you. I thought you left. Maybe you can listen to T-Dub's response. Is that possible? Show us that you are here with some sort of integrity.
I can actually shut up. Other than unlike you, I can actually shut up and listen. I know you can't do that because you're always.
T-Dub, please try to speak to this knucklehead while he's muted.
Oh boy, he got muted. Who's T-Dub?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, one sec. Your answer is locked in. You are not willing to consider other possibilities. Right? You will only consider the one answer, the one reason, right? Why you're seeing something like that occur. By the way, I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I've only seen it in imagery, which I can't confirm is
That's fine.
either an object behind
Yeah,
a
so
wave or
T-Dub,
not.
I mean, when you look at
You
the
will
other
not consider
possibilities,
the other possibilities, despite
that's
having
fine.
been shown examples of it
Haven't.
being due to other things that it can't be the curvature.
T-Dub.
It's not
I've looked at the
physical
other things
obstruction.
people have
It's
said.
that it is
Hey, can I respond
optical.
to you?
Hey, Alpha Prodigy, you've skipped past what was spoken about within the last minute.
No, I can repeat back what he said because I actually know what he said. Now let me respond because you're going to interrupt your friend and you're going to go on your little schizophrenic.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You.
Yeah, interrupt him to tell him to speak. Nice.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, to respond to what you said, T-Dub, I have looked at the other possibilities. I've looked at the demonstration of little coins on a table and whatever. But this what we see makes the most sense. This answer, out of all the other possibilities that you guys bring up, makes the most sense. You have a horizontal flat surface. The water is always level at rest, you guys claim. So there should be no bottom-up obstruction.
We claim.
Shouldn't be any. So this one makes the most sense. It does, indeed.
Yeah, for a simpleton.
Lord, you don't see the bottom of the quarter, disappearing on the table. You just think that you just dismiss that as what?
Yeah. For a 21st century simpleton, this is the perfect answer.
I have a video demonstrating why this can happen. Do you want to see the video? And light as well. I have the video that shows that the camera's aperture is a main issue with this as well. If you increase the aperture, it can make things seem like it's bottom.
Dude, you can see it. You can see it on the beach. You can see it on the beach. Guys jogging down the beach on hot days, like the dog. Like I've seen it at Ocean City. Like literally, like people's feet are gone. Now I don't think they just got their legs blown off. Like their legs are gone, dude, and they're like freaking 150, 200 feet away. Like it's
actually uploading a video that demonstrates what you guys always claim, which is like the coin thing, and it has an explanation. I'm pretty sure Mez did this explanation, but you can check out the video that I'm posting.
Your desperation is noted, Nuclear.
Cameras have an aperture, and when you increase the aperture, it can make things look like they're disappearing bottom up when they're really not. It's just how cameras work.
What kind of camera have you ever used that you've adjusted the aperture?
It's actually in the video.
Well, no. What type of camera have you used in which you've adjusted the aperture?
Look at you trying to obfuscate. Look at you trying to obfuscate.
No, I'm just kind of pointing out that
you're incapable of holding a discussion.
I'm pointing out your bullshit artistry.
What? Most have apertures that can be changed. What are you talking about?
Besides
Name one.
All that being said, the Earth still doesn't measure curvature ever anywhere.
The Canon EOS DSLR.
Why couldn't he have said
no
that?
measurement of curvature of Earth? Okay.
You asked me.
Why do I keep obfuscating? Why do I keep
You're
obfuscating?
making an assertion that you can't change the aperture on a camera. Am I the only one who thinks that that's a fuck?
But no measurement of Earth curvature.
Hold on. Let me address that, and I'll let this clown show proceed. That's not what I said. He was the one giving us a lecture on changing the aperture of a camera. I asked him to name one camera. You had to name it for him because you've seen an Andre Agassi commercial. So you guys are clowns.
Yeah, no one needs to name cameras to know that you can change the aperture of a fucking camera. You idiot. You just want to
we just need
run.
Earth
We're gonna get the lecture from the guy who's never held a camera.
Yeah, you keep running away. No one ever said that
We
either.
need the
But
Earth
if you look at the
curve
video,
measurement.
is the
Earth
coin
curve
experiment
measurement.
See how you
bullshit?
just switch it on
That
talking
video
about
out.
cameras.
Can we get to the Earth curve measurement part? Where's that part? Come on. Where's Earth curve measurement? We don't care
Talking about
about
bolts going over the
fucking
walls,
camera.
and we just-
Camera aperture is just a way to get away from the topic.
Yeah, who's the next
No, it's
contestant?
actually
And
a
then-
way of
and then-
destroying the coin experiment that you guys do.
My lord.
For explaining the bottom up thing. Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, well, Nuclear, once you show us these boats disappearing at the rate in which the Earth that you believe you're living on, then we'll talk. Until then, it's just, hey guys, here's how a camera works. Name a camera. Oh, who's gonna name a camera to prove how a camera works?
Bro,
Why does him having held a camera relevant to his argument?
Because he was the one giving the lecture.
Literally everyone's held a camera in their lives.
Like he's not giving a lecture on how cameras work, right? Like you get that, right?
Exactly. Dude, we're dealing with a schizophrenic old man who can't actually hold a conversation. That's what we're dealing with right here.
Yeah, I'm not as old as you would like to
obfuscate from
think.
everything you say. That's the
So
only way
name
you can
one
do it. You can handle
name one camera that wasn't your cell phone that you've ever held in your hand.
I don't need to name a camera.
You can't.
I won't name a camera. No, I could
Then you
easily
can't.
name a camera, but I'm not going.
You just mute. You're a fucking retard.
All right, Grobby, it's your turn.
My turn for what? You're talking about fucking cameras.
Tell me how retarded I am.
You're pretty fucking retarded, and you're 50 years old on Discord.
That was just like a describer, not how.
What? How are you
I
retarded?
am pretty though. You're right about that.
I doubt it. How are you retarded? For one, you believe the Earth is flat, so that's a big
Believe.
Or well, you believe it, or you think it's a fact.
Well, I know what water does. I'm aware. I'm able to acknowledge the nature of water,
Okay,
and not
so you
have
think
to.
you
Hold
think
on.
water's gonna fall off a. All right,
Hold on.
all right.
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, say
Here's
your
you want to play that game? You think water's going to stick to a ball?
Well, what were you gonna say?
Well, let's play that game. You
No,
think
let's
water's
get into
going to fall off the side? No, because there's no side for it to fall off of, Einstein. So you think water's going to stick to a ball?
Yep, with gravity.
Show me that.
Holy shit!
Show me an example.
Unbelievable.
I'll
Yeah,
show-
show
I'll
that
take- all right.
happening. Show that happening in nature. Show it happening anywhere in the recreation in any
Buddy, who the fuck
freaking
are you?
experiment. It doesn't
All right,
matter.
I'll show you how it
Fuck
happens. Okay,
them.
okay, listen. If you have water
Show
in
it
a plastic
happening in
bottle,
nature. Show it happening in nature. Show it happening in the recreation. Show us a fucking 1,000-foot wide
buddy,
ball with
calm
water
down.
sticking
This has
to
already
it.
got you steamed, hasn't it? It's got you heated.
Dude, you just pissed me off talking about flat earthers are fucking stupid. You're an absolute
You are
idiot.
fucking stupid. You're fucking retarded.
Yeah.
You are. You believe the Earth is flat? Come on.
Well,
How
hold on.
fucking
You're the
dumb
one
can
that's
you get?
pulled in the bag. Hold on.
It's such an insult to humanity to think the Earth is flat. Come
Oh,
on.
dude. Dude, are we not part of humanity?
I don't think you should be.
Oh, is that a threat?
Yeah.
Well, fuck off.
All right. Listen.
Who's
Can
next? Dark Rider, listen.
Trust me.
Just proceed and don't act like a jerk, because these jerks are a dime a dozen. Maybe show some intellectual fortitude.
Okay, I won't say anything, but I want to talk about something else. Is it okay?
Go for it.
Okay. Is there any model where flat earthers show how the lunar eclipse goes? When the earth is flat?
Yeah, the Saros cycles made by flat earthers thousands of years ago. There you go. There's your model.
Where's this model? Where can I see it?
Why don't you ask NASA that, because they're still using flat earthers predictions for eclipses through the Saros cycles. Ask NASA. Why are you asking us?
So you think if a lunar eclipse happens and the Earth is flat, you'll see the eclipse as we see it today?
It's happening just the way it's happening right now and has for thousands of years. Yes,
Yeah.
they're predictions made by the Saros cycles. These people thousands of years ago made those predictions because they observed it.
You don't think
NASA, why is NASA using flat earthers data from thousands of years ago that still holds true today? Ask yourself that.
Does the data show that the Earth is flat? Or is it just data about the Earth that flat earthers also used, and then it's still
Flat
relevant today?
earthers, the Chaldeans, the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Egyptians, flat earthers. Yeah.
The Egyptians weren't flat earthers.
Yeah, bullshit.
How did you conclude that all these people were flat earthers?
Because they claim so. All you got to do is do a look online, ancient civilizations, and look at the. Yeah, somebody's got that.
It says the Mayans did. Let's see about the Egyptians.
Well, it helps they were all around before the invention of the TV.
True that.
And all these Sandra Bullock films.
Unbelievable.
Well, what's a model going to do for you anyway?
Everything.
Well, for first,
It says the Egyptian pharaoh was the first to say the Earth wasn't flat.
there you go.
Pharaoh Necho II. So these
Yeah,
guys
it
were the
sounds-
first.
it sounds
These
like-
guys
it
were the
sounds like a
first
real grounded
globetards.
guy.
They were the
Yeah, it
first.
sounds like a real
globetards.
grounded fella.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I was gonna say, if the Earth was flat, okay, the lunar eclipse would resemble a like stick-like figure or shadow inside a moon.
No,
Not,
no, sir.
like
Are you kidding?
No,
round round
listen,
shadow.
dude.
Okay.
Stop. You're imposing
Things- yeah.
your idea of heliocentrism onto flat Earth. So you're just taking the globe out and replacing it with like a flat disc. Right? That's not what flat Earth is.
You don't need a circle to make a round shadow.
Then
That's
shape is
not
it?
flat Earth. You're doing is you're just taking out the globe and replacing it with a flat disc, so that we're the third disc from the sun. No, that's not what I think. So I don't think it's what any other flat earther thinks.
Yeah,
either.
you idiot. You're really trying to apply like natural laws of physics and stuff, like
Just
to
wait
flat
a
Earth.
second, wait a second. Let me
Elvis,
talk
no need to cope.
Let me talk to him. Okay, I'm wrong. What's the right thing? What's the shape of the flat Earth?
Unknown. Unknown. How is that a good enough answer?
Thank you.
I answer to that because it's actually as funny as you might think.
I'm not concluding that what we see during a lunar eclipse is a shadow, and if it is, even if it was a shadow, I'm not concluding that it's the shadow of the ground that I'm standing on.
You are claiming that the Earth isn't a globe. Is there like a counterfactual to
That's
that?
what the globers think.
Well, you're not claiming that?
The globers think that during a lunar eclipse, what they're seeing is a shadow, right? And that it's the shadow of the ground that they're standing on. That's their conclusion, not mine, not flat earthers' conclusion. That's the globe. That's the heliocentric version.
Yeah, you guys are really selling yourself short if you're using that stupid stick shadow meme as a way of negating the flat Earth. Foolishness. It shows you how lost you are and wrapped up in the myth. Well, what else could it be? I mean, come on, guys. Take a look at a lunar eclipse. If you think, oh, yep, Earth ball, you're lying to yourself. Not just the one that you pull up in the Google search. Go outside and watch several of them and say, what the F is up with this one? So, you guys think it's all a lead pipe cinch. It shows how, I don't know what I would call it, naivety or willing gullibility. It's not a good look.
Yeah, it's because light moves in perfect straight lines. Yeah. So any spherical shape would cast a round shadow. Right. I ask you what does a flat Earth looks like, but you didn't.
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. I've seen spherical shadows. I've seen
Yeah.
shadows made by spherical objects onto another spherical object.
You've seen
like
spherical
an S
shadows?
bend. Look. I've seen. Right. I've done this in my home.
Yeah.
I've held up a spherical object in front of another spherical object with a light source behind it, and
Yeah.
it has cast an S-bend shaped shadow onto the second spherical object. Not like
That's
not round, like
interesting.
it's all wavy, you know.
Can you show us on video?
You can do it. You can do it. You can do it
Yeah,
yourself.
I can do it,
Just
but
get two
I may do it wrong.
Go muck around
No.
with it. Go play with it. Go test it.
Yeah. I might do it wrong.
And you can also
So,
get you can now. I'm not saying that the Earth is the reason why we're
I
seeing
really
what you can
I really
see
want you
in the sky.
show
I'm
me
just saying, right?
how
When I
it's
say
working.
this, right, I'm just saying that there are other shapes which can cause round shadows onto round objects. Like a flat surface, right? Like a ruler, you put it in front of a light source and cast a shadow onto a spherical object, and you can see that the shadow is curving because the surface of the object the shadow is being cast onto is curving. And you can also get a round object, and it doesn't have to be spherical. It could be flat, right? You could get the edge of a circle and cast a shadow onto another flat object, and the shadow will be round, appearing to be round. There are other reasons besides spheres. You can get round shadows. That's even if what we observe during a lunar eclipse is a shadow. You don't even know if it is a shadow or not.
Also, the Earth isn't curving anywhere according to the rate that they say it must, so it doesn't have really anything to do with that.
Yeah, by necessity, if what we see on the moon is the Earth's shadow due to it being a spherical object, correct, says who? That would necessitate that the Earth is curving. That would necessitate us being able to measure it.
Wait, if you can't measure the curve, that means that there isn't a curve?
Well, how else would you explain that?
You could look at it.
Wait a minute.
No validity to
Wait
the
a minute.
claim.
Wait a minute. Are you asking me because you can't measure it and you can't see it, it's still curved?
Well, you can't. There's no way to see an Earth. Well, you guys probably roll out any video, so never mind. There is no way to see it.
No. Don't be cheap like that and just say, "Oh, I know what you guys will accept." So, anyways,
I don't need to be cheap. This is the easiest scientific consensus ever. I don't need to be cheap at all.
Yeah. So you're going to appeal to consensus then. So it's just about consensus about what everybody says. So everybody says it's curved, even though empirically it isn't measured to be curving anywhere.
Wait, well, hold on. Can you see a curve in the Earth at all?
No, I can't see a curve on the Earth anywhere. Unless you want to talk about topography. If you're going to have that stupid argument, we're going to end it now. Right, but obviously there's topography, but not the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which is necessitated by an Earth.
Is there a video or photograph of the Earth?
3,959. Hey, listen, find it for me, bro, and then we'll test it. We'll go out in reality and see if that actually exists.
Well, hold on, no. You just said there's no. I'm saying, is there video or photos of the Earth's curvature?
Are videos and photos empirical?
Yes, they literally are.
All right, so they're observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Yes, hold on. Empiricism isn't. It's not just all of those things. It's the sense thing. It's sense data.
It's through the senses. Observable.
Yes, it's observable.
Testable. Dude, you're freaking out. Can you calm down?
No, you don't know what This is like.
Dude, relax.
This is like fundamental misunderstanding.
Wow.
Very un-Elvis of you.
Empirically observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. All through the senses. Measurements, right? Physical reality.
You just don't know what empiricism is.
Oh, so now it's about me. It's not about the fact that in reality the Earth is not. Why are you yelling, bro? Like, you can calm down. We can do this one at a time where I talk and then you talk. Or you can just stay on mute. It's very simple. I don't want to shout with people on the internet anymore. It's kind of boring. So anyway, You could go out in physical reality and test the curvature of the Earth and show me how you did it, and then we'll go from there. Pictures, fine, you got pictures of curvature? We're going to go out and test it in reality. We've already tested, by the way, no Earth curvature. Sorry to tell you.
Testing pictures would just be going out and taking pictures. Would just be going up and taking a video. That's empirical data.
Yeah, that's taking pictures.
Yes, that's
then you measure the Earth. That's not empirical. It's just taking pictures.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking. Okay, when you say that someone made the claim that because you can't measure it, that means there's no curve. You can observe a curve without measuring exact. Why is someone talking? If I'm being told not to overtalk, why can?
Because you are strawmanning. That's not what was said. What was said was, if these conclusions, right, that are drawn based on things like lunar eclipses or pictures from space, right, if these conclusions are true, then we should be able to measure that curvature on the surface. So can we go out and measure that curvature that we're being told is the reason why we see lunar eclipse, or is the reason why, we see these pictures from space that other people, not you, special people can go and take?
Yeah, I mean, you could take it too if you fly up high enough. It's not just, it's special people in the sense that only special people can buy private jets and only special people can buy fucking boats. It's just you don't have the resources to do it. Sure, yeah, I don't know. Could people 2,000 years ago have never had come to the conclusion that the Earth is curved because they didn't have the ability to test and measure its curvature? Just them seeing the curvature is not enough to say it's at least curved. Because they didn't have the ability to measure it, then what they say doesn't matter because they can't measure it. That's just, I don't understand how you could say that.
Bro, I'm trying to hang in there with you as far as what your claim is, but the Earth was supposedly measured about 1,000 years ago using the horizon by Al-Biruni. So we did the same thing. Guess what we found out? No Earth curve, flat. In fact, you have to use the Earth as flat to get that angle measurement or that dip angle measurement to the horizon, which is not a physical location. So where is this Earth curve that we can measure on the surface? This is supposed to have been known by ancient people.
Can you repeat back? Can you repeat back to me what I was saying? My claim, my contention.
I don't know what your contention is. It seemed like I'm not trying to insult you. It sounded like word salad. Try it again.
Yeah, when you don't pay attention, everything's going to sound like word salad. Okay?
No, I was paying attention. You don't have to insult me. That's not necessary. So just try it again.
Somebody said that since you can't measure the curve, then there is no curve. And I said,
how'd they get the figures? How'd they derive the figures for the Earth then?
Talking about the
sizes, the size,
I don't care about any. Why are you bringing that up?
T-Dub, what he's saying is because it's not measurable. No one said it wasn't measurable. It's definitely measurable. There's just no curvature found when measured.
But there is.
But someone's saying that there is no curve because of that. We could not measure the curvature of the Earth. It could have been 3,000 years ago when we had technology to do it. But if we could observe a curve, we could at least say and come to the inference that there is a curve.
Where is the curve observed from the surface?
He deafened himself, but we don't observe it, folks. And then just make a quick analogy. As a man, you can't measure the depth of your vagina. You don't have one. So it's not about, well, I couldn't find it. I tried so hard. You simply don't have one to measure. Maybe some of you, maybe like Scott Mackey and some of these guys, but that's how curvature works. There is no curvature to measure in the first place. It's not about the difficulty or technology or time spent looking for it. Thanks. I'll yield my floor.
Did he deafen himself? I mean, I thought he was taking a break or he was done, but now he's freaking out.
He's undeafened now. Maybe it was an accident.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Didn't mean to cut you off. So you said that now 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, the curvature is seen or measured or no?
Can you do hypotheticals? Do you like hypotheticals?
Well, why would we deal with hypotheticals when we could just actually test the Earth?
Because I'm just trying to figure out I'm not debating or arguing of any fact of the matter. I'm trying to talk about a concept. Okay, so I just want to ask a hypothetical. Some people don't like them.
Nah, I don't want to mess with hypotheticals.
Okay.
Let's talk about reality.
Well, it is reality.
Is that? Let's talk about reality.
I'm good.
Things that have been done, things that can be done.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. You guys don't even understand my argument because you're so used to having one particular scripted argument and going on these certain talking points that you can't engage with broader concepts. The most basic broad concepts.
Well, dude, this sounds like things you could share in a sci-fi writing enthusiasm forum. You want us to enter into this as if we're saying a George Lucas film.
Yep, that's what hypotheticals are. They're George
So
Lucas
that's what you
films.
want us to do? Imagine? Well, I'm sure. Yeah, make an Imaginarium server. It'll be popular.
Well, this is the Flat Earth server. This is literally the Imaginarium server. This is it in this Discord.
But you wanted to bring up concepts and hypotheticals, and he wanted to talk about reality. So it doesn't seem to match what you're saying.
They were, first of all, concepts.
I just want to reframe a little bit, if I could, T2. Like, this is my. I'm not going to go too deep, but I would just suggest, because what we are counsel or the lawyers for the flat Earth, and you would be considered, say, the lawyer for the globe. We're not here to convince each other. We already know that. But there is a bunch of people here. We're live on YouTube. There's people who just sit in the chat and listen and take note. So could you just appeal to them? Like, make your case instead of saying, well, I would present my evidence, but you wouldn't like it. Well, tell the jury, tell the judge. Don't worry about if we like it or not.
If you've ever watched a trial, the way you're trying to convince the jury is by like debating and presenting your evidence against and actually to the
and when you ask us to suspend our disbelief, the other lawyer would say objection.
No, they wouldn't.
Well, we just did.
Well, I know you did, but that's like
and you think you're the judge.
No, I don't know.
There are claims on the table of size and dimension, okay, of the Earth. Now, I don't know about you, but like if I'm looking for a piece of furniture to fit in a certain location in my house, right, I measure, right, the space, right, and then I look for a piece of furniture that's going to fit into that space, or I have it built by a carpenter, right, and he's going to measure the space and he's going to measure out his material, right, so that it does fit, right? So you don't just eyeball and go, well, I'm going to say, oh, I'm going to measure this shadow. I'm going to think about this. I'm going to calculate. Oh, well, look at that light on the ceiling. Well, no, they're just going to directly measure. And then you can double check that. You can take a tape measure and you can double check that that measurement is correct, right? Now, where did they get these dimensions of Earth, if not by measuring them?
Okay, if I'm looking, do you know about like the Las Vegas sphere? Have you guys seen that? Anyone here? Like, it's the new thing in Vegas. It's the big sphere thing. It's a big attraction.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
If I'm looking at that and I'm trying to determine if it's round or its dimensions, if they're curved or what, I don't need to measure it to come to that conclusion. Okay. Now, if I want to find exactly how
the blueprints of it.
Sure, you could do that, I guess. But I'm saying if I want
Dude, why don't you answer the question?
I am literally answering his question. You just can't follow it.
You would be a horrible lawyer.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Can you repeat his question to me? I'm sorry. Can you repeat his question to me?
They'd be like, the jury would be like, hey, can you guys believe that when he was asked to present measurable Earth curve, he brought up the sphere in Las Vegas? Mm-hmm. They would laugh, eat their lunch in the jury room. I did repeat the question within that little act.
You're right. You just did. You're correct. Good job. Yep. Well, that was my broader point. The fact that you don't need to measure.
Oh my God! So a cope.
You don't. Oh my God! It's crazy.
Your prayers are noted.
They're not. Yeah, you don't need to measure exactly the dimensions to understand that if it is curved or get a general idea of what the dimensions look like or to understand if it's round or a globe or a sphere. You don't need to measure that to come to that conclusion, to make that inference.
Well,
just have to believe
a conclusion in that instance, though.
Say it again.
Wouldn't you be working backwards from a conclusion in that instance? We already know that the sphere in
No.
Vegas is a sphere.
Because the question isn't. Oh, because the question isn't what is the dimensions. It's if it is curved or if it isn't curved. People are saying that it isn't curved because you can't measure the curve. Okay.
Well, we already know that that's a sphere, so we're already working backwards from a conclusion in that instance. So I don't know if that's a fair comparison.
saying- When you make the measurements, are you working backwards?
Well, when you gave us the example of the sphere in Vegas, right? We already know that itself is a sphere, but we don't
because
know.
we can observe it.
Well, yeah, but we don't
Yeah.
observe the Earth being a sphere.
Well, but I say you do in videos and pictures and even other.
So only on TV, just
Well,
on
that would-
TV.
Admittedly, that would only be on a screen.
Yes, which is we trust so many things we
But you
only
can-
see on
so
screens. Do you
let's-
think the war in Israel is going on right now?
No. I just want to talk about your comparison with the Vegas sphere. We can actually go to that and visibly see that is a spherical or curved object, but you can't actually go to the Earth yourself and touch and verify that this is a curved object. You've only seen that on a screen. I can give you that. That's fine. I'm just saying that we just have to be honest that that's not the best comparison. But you can go on with another example. I just wanted to call that out.
I don't know. It's just epistemological disagreement.
Yeah, he's just telling you, CB, that he will trust whatever source gives him what seems to him to be plausible, and that's the way he's going to go. It doesn't matter that the Earth isn't measured to be curved. It's just the authority says so, therefore he's going to believe it. I think that probably sums it up.
There was a really interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, your conclusions are literally the opposite. You are the same as me, except you work in the inverse. Whatever the authority says, you're going to believe the opposite of that.
No. We just tested it, bro. We just measured the Earth. We just did it.
On that, I really don't agree with that. I don't like that characterization that it's just opposite day for flat earthers, that whatever they say, we just do the opposite. I really don't agree with that. And oftentimes we try to tell people not to believe what we say. So it's like you should go out and test it for yourself. It's not about opposite day for flat earthers. I don't accept that characterization.
Would you agree that probably not? I bet 90% of the people here that are flat earthers probably have the same opinions of super anti-government, anti-authority, anti-establishment. Do you think that all of those would probably fall in line? Everyone probably have those same exact beliefs.
I would say that's not exclusive to flat earthers. You could take any group of people. You're going to find diverse thoughts and different political views.
Well,
and it's
I'll answer. I'll answer. No, I'm an agent with the state and with the government. And I most definitely do believe that people's woes are because of their ignorance. I think the system works just fine. I don't have a problem with government or laws at all.
Are you a flat earther? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, nice.
any group of people is going to have a wide variety of views. So you can't just sit here and say like, "Oh, well, you flat earthers are all this way or that way." We're definitely not. But anyway, let's get back on track, bro. We're talking about how, like, you guys obviously think it's a globe, so let's just get to how it is or it isn't. That's why I brought up the court analogy, is because I think you guys focus too much on the flat earthers themselves. And like in court, it doesn't matter. The lawyer isn't the concern. It's the case that you're making. So I'm just suggesting make a case instead of being like, well, you're a flat earther, you're stupid, so I won't make a case.
Okay, but the court process here can't happen because we work under different legal systems, like hypothetically speaking, like in the sense of we have different burdens of proof. I bet my burden of proof is totally different than yours. You probably wouldn't accept Globetard's burdens of proof. So like there's no
to have like.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that.
Appealing to the. I agree. Right. Go ahead, Elijah. I'm just saying stop. I'm just speaking kind of vaguely. I'm just saying stop appealing to us as the council being like, you're stupid, therefore I'm not going to proceed with making my case. I just want you to make a case and we'll rebuttal it and etc. Instead of directing your focus at the flat earther, direct it at your case Or maybe you just don't have one. Go ahead, Elijah.
Well, maybe he wants to respond to that. I don't know.
I mean, that's what I said before. Like, yeah, you're probably right. It probably is annoying for you guys, and it's probably annoying for people to debate you guys to just the flat earthers aren't totally likable, so they're just going to attack them, and their conclusion might be influenced based on that bias. But like,
You're the one that sounds annoyed.
Yeah, I just said I was. Okay.
Well,
And
here's
even
the
if I,
thing, dude.
oh,
Why is it? Yeah, we're just working from two different sets of premises. Well, which one would actually apply to the real world? Which strategy could you actually take to court?
that's a huge, well, probably mine, but that's a great philosophical question.
So you could wishful think all of your clients off the hook.
No,
Well,
we're
first
talking.
of all,
I work off of like
first
premises of
all,
like trusting scientific consensus and trusting like science and like that method and trusting
well,
what
check
science
this out.
say.
Check this
If
out.
they're following that method, yeah, go.
No, dude.
There's already a civil court case with a guy by the name of Zen Garcia. Okay, and a guy took him to court because he wanted to claim the money from flat earthers because he proved that the earth was curving. So when he went to court and he showed the judge his evidence, the judge threw it out. So it wasn't actual, and this is probably some conventional way that anybody would explain how the earth is a globe by way of reification, probably using a model instead of measurements, calculations instead of measurements, things of that nature.
But we're definitely open to hearing your case, and there's a lot of people who just sit and listen too, to keep them in mind.
So I am not going to be able to steelman the science of geology as good as any scientist should, but that's part of my case. I think you should trust experts as long as they're using a method that's proven to work. That's it.
What about geology though? What about it?
What'd you say? I said geology.
What
Is that what you
about
said? Wasn't geology the scientific method of study the Earth? Am I wrong? Geology.
I mean, specifically, what about it?
It's an established science. What do you mean?
What about it? Make a factual statement.
Yeah, this is where you make your case, right here.
Hold on. Wait, can you repeat what? Hold on. Can one of you guys, either you or the guy with the soundboard, repeat what I said? Because I think you missed. I made the statement.
Geology.
You guys know what I said?
The scientific method of geology. Okay. So if I say the scientific method, like, first of all, do you think that we reject science or some shit like that?
Maybe, broad. Some of you, yeah. I don't know about you particularly, but yes.
Communication is coming from.
No. I've literally heard guys come in here and say that they
people
reject
troll.
scientists because they don't trust scientists because they don't trust consensus because they're the elites. Like, I've literally heard this in here. I don't know what you mean. You might not believe that, but
You said the scientific method. I don't give a fuck about elites and scientists unless they're employing the scientific method. And they have papers that I can look into.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the bar. That's kind of where we're at. I'm asking you, well, what specifically were you talking about in geology?
But part of my statement just was that I'm not an expert. I'm not a scientist. I can't explain how the Earth works. And who just said? I guess someone in here could. I bet no one in here could steelman the geological mainstream consensus on certain sciences. Nobody here can. But I know you come to hard conclusions based on that.
Can I ask you a question? Why would you lead with something that you don't understand?
Because I was asked the question.
That was your best foot forward, and you're like, well, I can't go any further than this. I'm not an expert. Why don't you start with something that you do understand or you do know?
Because that's my whole point. That's my whole argument.
You don't
That's
know
why I
anything?
said we're working on different frameworks. That's why in a courtroom, my side would win, and your side is just personal conjecture. Hold on. I am absolutely working on a different framework. I don't know what you guys mean when you say that.
You're not working on any framework because I just asked you, okay, specifically. Like, if I just say the scientific method, like either you're implying that I reject Either you're implying that I reject science, or I'm implying that you reject science by saying, well, the scientific method. Because why wouldn't you give me an example of how the scientific method is used to get a
What did I
definitive
say
fact?
before I said the scientific method? What was the point I was making? Or just like, what was I saying right before that?
Biology, bro.
You can say what? What'd you say?
You already asked, and I already said.
No, you didn't. You're like, you're saying I just said the scientific method.
You're about to get muted, bro.
I know. It's you guys love doing that here. There's no actual debate.
But you're about to get muted because I said if I said the scientific method and that was it, it would imply that you rejected it offhand because I didn't give you an example of someone actually doing something and coming up with an empirical result. That's what I'm asking for from you, from geology. Like, what do you think as it pertains to the Earth being a sphere? What do you think geology has to offer?
I just said before that's what I was trying to get at, that I trust the consensus of scientists, so as long as those scientists are following the scientific method. That's my point. That's the broader point of the argument.
You don't know. So you don't know.
What?
No, I am a... No.
So you don't know.
In the same way that a biologist probably doesn't know about the broader...
What I asked you for is what specifically, like you just keep saying the words science and geology. And I'm asking you, well, what specifically? And you're like, I'm just saying I trust the scientists. You're not. Don't be frustrated at me for being frustrated at you for not giving me any actual information.
Because the reason I'm frustrated is because I don't understand how you're saying this after I say what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm just a person. I trust the scientific...
For example,
let me go.
I trust the measurements that people have used as far as mapping the stars to celestial navigate the Earth. And that is a flat Earth method. That's all I need to say because I trust them, right? Or you're going to ask me, how the fuck is that the case? Because from what I understand, celestial navigation has to do with navigating on a sphere. Wouldn't you ask?
You kept saying I said scientific method and scientist. There's a third word. Whoa! Why can't I respond? What's going on? I'm answering your question.
Example, and you're not answering. You're not,
because I don't know anything about the celestial mapping on flat Earth. Because I'm not. I know nothing about that.
But the bottom line is, people think that celestial navigation proves a sphere. But what I just told you vaguely was that it proves that the Earth is flat. And you could have said, "How so?" And I would have had to give you some actual fact about celestial navigation. I'm asking you about some actual fact that was derived from using the scientific method in geology. That's all I'm asking you for. And you're saying, well, I'm not a geologist. So why?
Geological consensus is enough evidence for me. That's my claim. There you go. There you go.
Right, well, I think he's trolling, bro.
Hold on. How is that not an answer?
T2, real quick, real fast.
Yeah, go.
So you trust the experts, right? As I'd like to call.
Trust the consensus.
Hold on, wait. I'd like to call a witness to the stand, please. Can you give us one of the experts?
What? We're not.
You said you trust the experts, so let's call one of them to the. I'd like to call one of your witnesses. Let's call one of them to the stand, please. Who? What expert?
The consensus of the expert. The consensus. There's not just one expert.
Well, I'd like to call a witness to the stand. So who?
Okay, so do you want to go through like a full-fledged, like where you'd ask me something, why is this happening, and then I'm going to.
I just want to call. You said you trust a panel of experts.
We want to name. We just want to name.
Give us at least one person.
I don't trust one person or even 10 people. I trust the only thing that matters. No, hold on. How are you guys not understanding this? The only thing that matters is the consensus.
He is the citation.
Hold on. In the same way that when a jury comes to a conclusion, what the jurors say doesn't matter. What matters is the jury's consensus.
No.
Is that right or is that wrong?
Trolling. You're trolling. Right now.
Trolling.
When you say, well, I have a list of witnesses, and I go, okay, I'd like to call one of them to the stand. You're like, well, you can't. You have to. They all agree on what I'm saying. You can't even talk to them.
Okay.
That's wild.
Gotcha. So is your claim now? Now your claim could be now. If it is, I can respond to this. Is your claim that the
person? We're just trying to deal with your claim, sir. You said you trust the expert. Give us one expert, please.
Is your claim that you don't trust that what I'm saying is the consensus?
Oh, I just want to call one of the experts so we can talk and see what they say.
One of the experts doesn't matter.
You can't say what they're saying. Wow. You said you don't know enough. You trust the experts, but you're not able to kind of, go further past that. So who is it that you trust? Give us at least one.
He's like that girl on Fresh and Fit, bro.
Yeah, I already know. That's why we listen to those clips. No, wait. So who? Just give us one person, please.
Yeah, different frameworks, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't understand the concept of it, if you don't understand the concept of a consensus, I can't have a conversation with you. No, you don't. You don't. If I'm telling you I trust consensus, you're gonna mute me because you're a pussy. If I tell you I trust consensus and you're asking me for one person, you don't know what the word consensus means. Okay? Let's work in your jury and in your courtroom analogy. If the jury comes to a conclusion,
my witnesses all agree I'm not guilty. It does not work that way. I'm able to call a witness to the stand. Hey, what did you see? What did you see? What was the method you used, et cetera, et cetera? I want to know what they did. So if you can't say it, I want to hear it from them. But you just have, this is what's really happening. You have, this is what's called imaginary friends. This is imaginary friends. You've imagined a bunch of people in here. This is phantom expert syndrome. We already came up with this. This is season 9 shit right here. Phantom expert syndrome. You've come up with a panel of members in your mind that have answers. Bunch of experts, bunch of big brains. They have the answers. But there is no single actual person that you can call on. Well, what are those answers specifically? Well, I don't know. You just have to agree that I'm right. We're not going to do that, T2. That's why we just exposed you.
Technically, the consensus here is against him. So what consensus is he believing in? Because if he wants to go by consensus, well, then the consensus here, where he's actually chilling right now, it would be against him. So does he want to agree with this consensus?
He doesn't even know what there's a consensus of beyond Earth Glob. Earth Glob, that's it.
If you go with
all he's got.
Time, then the consensus is that the Earth is a planar object or a planar thing. Like if you want to go with the consensus with the arrow of time, majority of people believe that the Earth is flat. So why would you even make a dumbass consensus argument in the first place? Everybody knows that that's a fallacious way to reason. That's why it's called a logical fallacy.
God, I love that term, logical fallacy.
I bet you love using fallacies even more, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's
I'm a flat card.
Hold on. Let's talk about my logical fallacy of consensus. Wait, what? So what did I say? What consensus did I trust? Did I just say I trust the consensus?
You just linked me NASA.gov like I've never heard.
That's a body that I trust. There you go. Because you were asking for an individual. That's not how consensus works. But that's fine.
You trust them about.
But also, let's for real. It's not that I just trust consensus.
The thing is, we know what the consensus is, so we're not asking for that. We're not asking you to repeat the consensus. Well, you're saying you trust the experts.
That's where I
stepped. No, there should be at least one expert we can call on and see, well, what is it that they say to confirm that the Earth is a globe? The fact that you're hiding it behind, well, no, you can't address any of them. They all agree. There is no one you can call on. Is absolutely crazy.
They all agree. That's why I used the word consensus.
There is no they. That's what we're exposing.
So here. Let me just say this. Okay, real quick.
What's up, man?
Essentially, this is quite simple to understand. What is simply being asked here is, from your consensus, can you cite an individual that explains how the Earth is a curve or a globe, Tard? Can you point to one individual of that consensus?
Why would I do that?
Brendan,
let me ask you a question. All right, let me ask you a follow-up question. If the
don't answer my question with a question. No.
Hold on, I said no. Brendan, I answered your question. I said no.
No, you didn't.
Okay?
You're answering the question.
I just said no. I said I wouldn't do it. I would not give you a single person.
Why not? Why?
That's what I wanted to tell you. Okay. So when there's a jury and they come to a conclusion on a verdict, do you ask for one? Do you ask? Why do people talk over?
You've got it
Why
wrong.
do people
You've
talk
got
over?
it wrong because you said this already. And you've got
I
it
know.
wrong.
Brendan clearly
What
wasn't
it
here.
is-
So I asked the,
what it-
oh, I
no,
love
what
that.
it really is.
Yeah,
is you
interrupt
have
him
a
again.
list- You have a list of
More.
discovery. It's not the jury panel. It's the list of discovery where you say these are the people that have the answers in your list of discovery. So as the counsel on sitting aside from you, I can call anyone from your list of discovery. I'd like to call this person to the stand. But you're saying no, you can't call them. They're not allowed to speak. When you
No, I'm
talk
saying
about the
that's not
jury,
what I
that's
care
not that's
about.
the wrong analogy.
You're asking me
You're
personally,
fucking
okay?
way
Everything you're asking is
the answers are the experts. The experts
love
aren't
that.
sitting on the jury panel. The jury panel are the people in here listening and not talking.
No.
Okay. Those aren't the experts in this
Listen,
panel right
the
now.
point is,
Wrong
T2, we can do these jury analogy bullshit. Why can't you just cite for me an individual? I just asked a simple question.
Because that's
Why
not
can't
what I'm
you cite
concerned.
for-
Because I can't. Because I'm not a geologist. I work in real estate. I'm a real estate professional. I don't have time to
Oh,
look at
so
geology.
you're not in science. You're a real estate agent. Okay.
Yeah,
that
hold
says
on,
everything.
Brendan.
Thank
Brendan,
you.
who said I was in
You
science?
said everything that I need to know. Thank you for that.
Gotcha.
What geology?
Your answer is your answer. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, let's just make sure on the record. His answer was to my question, which was open ended. Was I'm in real estate. That's your answer.
Because
you can't even cite an individual.
Because it's about
that is
expertise.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
Hold on.
Hey,
But when
how
you
many
say
here? How
I'm
many
not
here
a-
work minimum wage jobs, stocking shelves? Raise a
It
hand.
doesn't matter, Brendan, or
Not
whatever.
me.
It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter. Listen, when you say I'm not a geologist, well, what is it that a geologist does that confirms the Earth is a globe?
Scientific method. There are particular sciences. There are particular measurements.
What specifically?
Hold on. Why would you just ask me? Oh my God.
You're being extremely vague on purpose when you say, "Well, a geologist." Well, what do they do? Science. What?
All he has is just buzzwords. Hello.
It's buzzwords.
He just has
Yeah, buzzword.
buzzwords. He just understands. He just thinks that there is a consensus of something. Or what's that consensus of? And he'll just say, he'll just write in the field where the answer goes, whatever they say.
Well, and
It's
also, I wanna
literally
ask,
all he's got.
if I may,
No
Doug,
point talking to this guy any further.
There isn't. I agree with you. I just want to say one last thing, though. Right? His whole analogy about the jury shit. What happens when you sequester a jury? Jury number 1. Is this your verdict? Jury number 5.
Since you're not a geologist or a lawyer, so when someone when you put a property on the market, do you just take the seller's word for it? What property you're selling?
No, I think he takes a consensus. He doesn't even take the individual.
Yeah, he takes the neighborhood's consensus.
He takes what Zillow says, what the Zillow price is, and says, "Okay, well, that's
I'm
the
not even
consensus on the
talking
market."
about the price. I'm talking about the condition of the house being
I know.
sold.
I
get it. I'm not trying to butt heads, but this guy's been tap dancing for months.
I gotta give Brendan his props. So that was a good analogy. I'm gonna use that one. When you can call on each individual jury member, and be like, "Well, what was your verdict?" Right?
Is this your verdict? Yes or no?
There you go, man. Way to be sharp, boy. Let's go.
Got you. Thank you. All right, should we give T2 one last chance, or is he out of fucking chances? Is he out of lives?
What is this, round 7? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, if it's 7, round 6. Okay.
Yeah, he keeps telling us he's in imagination world. So when his client tells him, "Hey, I've got a house here, and one of the wardrobes goes to Narnia. I want to get like $3 billion out of it," he goes, "Okay."
You gave a great analogy, and I think Brendan didn't like it. Okay, when you talked about the list price, or maybe Brendan brought up the list price and you didn't like it. The list price would be a great analogy. It doesn't ever matter what one. If I'm trying to determine the price of a home by looking at comparables that have sold in the past couple months, it doesn't matter what one house sold for at all. It's not relevant.
But if you list the house, if you list the house according to the list price on Zillow, and then they show up and realize, hey, this house hasn't really been inspected by anyone for 30 years, and it probably should be torn down. So, what my point is, they've given you what the size of the globe is. Go check it out. You send endless people to properties to see if the plumbing, electric, the foundation, you check it all out before you list it. And then you see if the Zillow price is dreaming, or if it's, or you can get more than the Zillow price.
So you were saying it was a good analogy. Go ahead, bro.
I just said it.
Yeah, but he was using it as a backhanded way to get back to consensus.
Yes. Listen,
Yeah.
hold on. If you had a good argument there. If your argument is that maybe you can't trust the census and you have to sequester them, then okay, you can do that. I don't believe that you do have to do that.
In terms of your house, like, ultimately, wouldn't it come down to the seller and the buyer? Like, you guys ultimately come to agreement. Like, you don't even like fuck consensus.
We're talking about determining the market value of something.
The realtor could hoodwink a buyer, and a buyer could hoodwink a realtor.
Anyway, bro,
we're talking about markets here.
Let me consult every single other real estate agent on earth before I put a price on this thing, right?
Well, that's kind of what your realtor will do. They'll consult every other realtor's listing in your area before they put a price on it.
And then they go examine the house to see if it's legit.
Oh yeah, I'm not doing that when it comes to geology. It's not my job.
Water ball. Is this a listing that's just too big for you?
The good thing about science is I'm pretty sure the scientific method is designed to do that on its own. So that's kind of why I said that. That's another thing I trust. Oh, bruh button. Oh, we got some hipster flat earthers here. We got a 19-year-old flat earther here with the button.
That's what T2. That's what we've been trying to get to is the standards. So like there's standards for like evaluating property, right? We're looking for the standards that you're saying goes with the consensus in your, with your geologists.
Yep, I
What's
think
the standards?
The standards is the method.
Detail the standards.
The scientific method is the standards. If it is
Detail
repeated,
that. Not just buzzwords.
Hold on.
Not just buzzwords.
Want to go through it? The scientific method. You come up with a hypothesis.
Yeah, the scientific method is a buzzword.
Oh, there we go. Talk over. I know. It's like you come up with a hypothesis, you test it, and you see if it's repeatable. And if it's repeatable, then bing, bang, boom.
Actually, well, we have to apply that to something. That's the thing. You're kind of being a buzzword earther when you say, well, geology. Well, what do they do? Well, they did science. Well, what specifically? The scientific method.
The scientific method is applying it. That's the application. That's what that is.
I appreciate that, but I'm just what specifically? And I get it. You keep resorting back to, well, I'm not the person. So can we call someone who did something, please?
Sure, you can look it up. Go look up. Go to NASA.com.
Creation, yeah, exactly. Creation, and that's what I like about this guy. I really appreciate his honesty. He's really honest. He's telling you that I don't know. I just believe. Really, he did say it. He'd say, "I just believe the consensus." So he don't know. He didn't try it. He didn't verify anything. So he just believed.
Hold on. Everyone here agrees with what I'm saying. Your brain breaks when it comes to the globe or the Earth, right?
No.
So when we talk about if there's a war in Israel, do you need to go see it to believe it, or do you talk to people that have been there? Maybe you see videos. Maybe you see people that have said that it is happening to trust that. That is you just believing people at the end of the day, right?
Henry Kissinger, everyone. The realtor, Henry Kissinger. I'm going to write a book about you.
But you actually did speak to people in that instance. You're giving examples where you spoke to an individual and you could recall what they said, or maybe you wrote it down. But when we asked
you speak to someone who's been to Israel?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not claiming anything about this. I'm just saying you're the one.
Well, then this is great.
This is desperate. If you're going to this holy war topic, please
take another shot.
You're highlighting the religiosity of the water ball at this point.
But you're the one who said, I trust the experts. We're just asking which experts, or can you give us one that we can talk to and see what they said? Because they're one of the experts. But you're saying, no, they're a vague panel, a shadowy group. You can't talk to them. But they all agree. Like that's not fair.
You say they all agree. It's not. It is fair. Look at Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Like I don't know. You can look at just individual scientists. Yeah, you can look at individual scientists that
you can't leave the Earth. He says the Earth is a closed system. You can't leave the Earth. Gotcha. So I bet you can throw him under the bus in a heartbeat.
Who's the guy that went to the moon? Neil Armstrong? Is he still alive? Like you could look at individuals, but I'm not interested in those individuals. I'm interested in like.
Here's the problem. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah. Hold on. You just asked for one, and I gave you one, and now you're.
Telling you what he said. My point is that every time we do actually call in a witness, you'll throw them under the bus. Right? Of course, right? Buzz Aldrin. Well, let's bring up like the guys who supposedly went on the moon, right? Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. Well, Neil, I don't think Neil's with us anymore, but Buzz is still around, saying things like, "We didn't go to the moon." But you'd be like, oh no, he didn't really mean that. Don't listen to him. He's old and delusional.
Gotcha. So what if Buzz Aldrin said we didn't go to the moon, but everyone else who went to the moon said that they went there?
So, yeah, exactly. Everyone. So we're gonna throw Buzz under the bus and move on to something else. That's the problem.
Hold on. I've already said I trust consensus. Am I not being consistent, or am I being inconsistent?
No, I'm just highlighting the issue here. Is that when we actually call on one of these.
To me, that's not an issue, and I've demonstrated why that isn't an issue.
You're not letting me finish.
All right, go.
When we actually do call on a specific one of these individuals, you will discard them and say, well, don't listen to them. There's another group over there with the answers. And we go, okay, let's run over to them and see. Let's talk to one of them. What did they say? Oh, Bill Nye? Oh, well, he said the Earth is a closed system. You can't leave the Earth. Oh, well, no, don't listen to him. There's more people over there with answers. This is what happens every single time.
What do you think the majority of mainstream scientists will say? Do you think that they'll say
You're
that?
imagining a shadowy group of people that agree with you. I think that's what you're doing. It's called phantom expert syndrome.
Gotcha.
Well, CB, so
Scientist. That sounds like a good band name. If you're looking for
CB, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that gravity, they don't know what it is, and you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS. Yeah.
I don't know. You have no idea. Okay, next.
Dude, hold on. Can you show where Buzz Aldrin said the moon landing was fake?
He said twice. He was speaking to
Dude,
a
he
college.
actually did say that. I can cite it. Like, he literally said that.
Please cite it.
It was 2 times. I mean, you guys are gonna
Is it on Conan O'Brien? Is this the one I'm looking at?
You asked the question, and you're not letting the answer come through. You triggered
Alright.
person. Just relax.
So triggered.
Bro, so he was talking. The point is, I don't even lead with this because you guys don't even care, really. You'll throw it under the bus. It's not actual evidence that the Earth is flat or anything. But he's speaking to this little girl in an interview with her dad. Her dad is feeding the little girl questions. The little girl says, "Why didn't we go back to the moon?" And he says, "Well, we didn't go there."
So what if out of 100 times he said we did go to the moon, and
Holy
one time he
shit.
said, "Hold on, I'm just asking a question. Why can't you?"
No,
answer?
you hold on. I was trying to play the sound effect. You just talked right through it.
All right, go back to it. I'll listen to it.
I posted the link in side chat, by the way. There you go.
There, and that's the way it happened. We didn't go there, and
there it is.
And that's the way it happened.
Gotcha.
Now, there was also a second interview where he was talking to a college audience, and one of the girls says something like, tell us about the moon landing or whatever, and he's like, it didn't happen. And so, I mean, again, this is not that important to me. It's not important to you. You're going to throw it under the bus. So,
Can you steel man why I would throw it? Hold on, but first of all, if out of 100 times he said we did go to the moon, and 10 times he said we didn't, like, what would you take from that if that happened?
Throw it under the bus. That's why
Wait,
I don't
I'm
care
not
about this.
throwing him under the bus. I'm asking you a question not related to him. This is a different scenario. If 100 times some guy says one positive claim,
AKA Buzz, yeah,
and twice he claims the negative on that positive,
right? And you're
what,
gonna
what
throw
would you
him out,
think?
and you're not even gonna care that he said it. Exactly. You're not even gonna care that he said it. So I'm not even gonna bring it up because you don't care, and I don't care either. It doesn't make the Earth flat.
Hold on, you absolutely do care about this. I've heard.
Jesus Christ! You won't use a company putting like actual cameras on a rocket as evidence, but Buzz Aldrin talking to a 6-year-old is good enough for you. Insanity.
When he's like 81.
You just lost the plot, Jew, or whatever your name is. You lost the plot. Here's the problem. He said, I trust the experts. We said, let's call on one of the experts.
You're going to repeat this? Okay, get to the point.
We called on one of the experts, and it was Bill Nye. Bill Nye said it's a closed system, so we threw him under the bus. Buzz Aldrin said, well, we didn't go to the moon, so we're throwing him under the bus.
Hold on, that's so funny.
So that's the problem. Every time we actually go and address
He
your
just lied.
experts, they go directly under the bus, and so there is no experts that
So
have
hold
the
on.
answer.
So I said Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hold on. I said Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, and Neil Armstrong, and you said, well, Bill Nye didn't say it, and Buzz Aldrin, who isn't Neil Armstrong, but he went to the moon with him. He said it didn't happen. So you just you had these talking points ready. You inserted them into the conversation.
Is that you don't see curvature, not even from an airplane or anything. So you'll probably throw him under.
Bill Nye's contribution was closed system.
And yeah, Bill Nye says it's a closed system. You'll probably don't like that.
I didn't actually.
And then who is Buzz Aldrin, by the way? Do you know?
He was one of the guys. Wasn't he with Neil Armstrong? Didn't he go to the
Yeah, he
moon?
was with Neil. He was he was homies with Neil.
Hold on, but what if Neil said? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Here's a great question. If Neil said that we did go to the moon and Buzz said we didn't, how do you resolve that conflict of truth?
I think Neil's dead, isn't he?
Well, let's say he isn't. Okay, because if we didn't go, he believes that we did.
They didn't have their story straight the week. Listen, they didn't have their story straight the week of the event.
Evidence. That's
Yeah, but what does that evidence look like?
But you're saying that Buzz Aldrin's. Wait.
No, he asked the question.
You're saying that Buzz Aldrin's telling
You've
us
lost the plot. We're not saying that. You've lost the plot, Jude. Just go on mute, bro.
Creation, you're a flat. Stop telling people they lost a plot. You probably watched Sneeko all day, and you believe the Earth is flat. All right.
That's
you I was right.
all day.
Creation, you know I was right.
This guy keeps
Bro, you watch Sneeko all day? What are you, some kind of beta male? Only beta males watch
He's a
Sneeko every
Sneeko
day.
cuck fan.
Oh, you're a beta male, bro.
Anyway, so Jude,
Creation, stream your Rumble right now, and let's see if you're following Sneeko. I'll pay you
Stream it. No balls. Bro, flat earthers are some of the cringiest people
Why are
ever.
you guys? See, this is what I'm saying. This is why I brought up the whole court case thing, because what you do is you start talking about flat earthers. Oh,
You do realize
flat
that all of your
earthers-
evidence creation is conjecture. That is not permissible in court.
You mean conjecture? I've not presented any evidence, sir. I'm trying to adjust yours.
When I ask for evidence, you won't present any. It's just going to be
You didn't
conjecture.
even ask for any. Wait, well, no. This you can't flip this on me right now, sir. We've been asking you about evidence this whole time. You didn't ask me to present anything, so you can't sit here and say, "Well, your CB, all your evidence is trash." What evidence? I've not presented anything to you because we're talking about you saying that all the experts have the answers.
Right.
And
So
when
can
we
you
ask,
present evidence that the Earth is flat, please.
No. When we ask the experts, you gave us who? But Bill Nye, the science guy. Shout out to Bill Nye. And then you gave us who else? Neil
deGrasse
Armstrong. He's
Tyson.
dead.
Neil
Neil
Armstrong.
deGrasse Tyson, who says you don't see curvature.
I
Who
heard
else
people
is that?
quoting the Mayans to prove the Earth is flat. I don't think you guys care if they're dead or
Don't
not.
reverse the burden. I know you're triggered right now, but just let's
So
stay
triggered.
focused on you saying you trust the experts. But who experts do you trust, or are you just imagining a group
I
of
love
people?
that.
in your head?
Did I
That's
say I
called-
trust the experts? And I trust
did.
the consensus. Oh, but see, this is the craziest part.
You
I
did.
don't
It was on
know if you guys
YouTube.
know what the word consensus means.
I do, but we're also
I
on
don't
YouTube.
just trust experts. I trust the consensus. That's the only thing I need to say.
Consensus of what?
From who?
Of the experts, the consensus. Not... Oh, I know. You can't. You can't track.
Oh, this is too easy, bro. This is too
He
easy.
don't trust the experts, but he trusts the consensus of the experts.
Yes, that by the way, that like logically follows. The fact that you guys think that is inconsistent is crazy.
The consensus of the experts is that we don't know that the Earth is spinning, but we believe it. That's the consensus.
So okay, so Creation, you have destroyed me with your evidence amongst the jury, but you're the plaintiff, so you now have to give your
Oh, okay. So you yield the floor. Thank
yield
you.
the floor.
So
Now let's
the
see. So
word-
this won't be conjecture, right?
Great. We can take over from here. I just want to let the jury know. Thank you very much. I appreciate the counsel on the other side of the courtroom there.
Oh, he conceded? Wait.
There are no experts. Geology is not the answer, and there are no experts that have the answers. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Elijah.
No, I was just so he conceded.
No, I yielded my time.
Yes.
Wait, that's your evidence? That's your evidence that the Earth is flat?
He conceded. Oh my god.
Yeah, you
can see it, bro. Are you making a positive claim? Could you make a positive claim about the Earth being flat?
Well, I mean, we just talking about
Not you.
conceded.
Talking to
We're gonna
Creation.
get to that.
Creation, could you make a positive claim that the Earth is flat?
Really, the flat Earth is a rebuttal to the claim that the Earth is a globe. If we're being totally honest.
Can you explain what that means, what you just said?
When I grew up, I learned that the Earth was a globe, just like everyone else.
Yeah, what's the consensus of the experts right now?
No, but you said
Yeah,
the Earth
the consensus is that it's a globe, sir.
Oh, then they have the claim.
So that's the claim. And so flat
Yeah,
Earth is a
positive.
rebuttal. It's a rebuttal to that claim. It is just not some vague random idea someone just came up with. I think it's flat. Like it's a rebuttal to that claim. It's not a secondary claim.
Yeah, you're refuting. It's like okay, but what is the
Refutation, yes.
how are you have to prove in order to refute it with that, you have to prove that thing exists.
Well, thing. It's just a refutation of your claim.
Yeah, but hold on. How is it a refutation?
So take
I'll
that.
tell
Take what you
I'll
just
tell
said.
I'll
You have to prove that
people
thing
like
exists,
Wait,
right?
Tito,
The sphere Earth. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'll go after you.
No, please. I asked you.
No,
I
I'm
don't
just
want.
saying. He just said you have to prove that thing exists. So the claim is that the sphere Earth exists.
Oh, I can tell you how. T2.
Yes.
I'll present to you a dichotomy. All right. So you understand what a dichotomy is, right? Black, white, male. Oh shit, my Apple Watch. Male, female, up, down, right, left, right.
You have to prove how these things are dichotomies, though.
Sir, are you really pushing back that left, right are not a dichotomy?
Is that what I said? Okay, yeah, you go. Okay, I'm just going to ask you.
I
After you're done.
know that you understand what that is.
I understand what a dichotomy is. Yes.
Okay, great. So, if I were to say the surfaces around you can either be curved or not, would you agree with this dichotomy, or can you present a third option?
Yeah, they don't exist.
What? What? Look
Yes.
around you. Just look around you.
Wait, hold on, you just gave me a hypothetical. You talking about right now?
No. In reality, look around you, right? There's probably maybe your phone or computer. Maybe the screen is flat. Maybe the bezels could be curved in some areas.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
the
you're
table.
talking, you have to prove if the screen is even real.
What the hell are you?
No, dude. In court, you don't have to solve the crime.
Can you not do that? Can you wait, bro? Can you not do that, please?
No, this isn't a philosophical point. This is just factual.
Let me reel him back in. I'm not trying to prove, like, bro, the phone that you're holding. Are you on a phone or computer right now?
Okay, you're asking me. Okay, if you want to ask me about real objects, then obviously yes, they exist. But that's not what you asked.
No, I am talking about reality, sir. Hope
Okay,
you're.
but now you're saying something different. In reality, things cannot exist.
I've been talking about.
How old are you?
He's really trolling, bro.
How old are you?
Yeah, he's
hold on? Can you just hold on?
His brain.
First of all, Krayshawn, I just want you to know, you sound like an Inquisitive guy. Don't grow up like these people. These people are lost, okay? The fact that they're 30 and they're saying the things they're saying is insane.
Bro, just reel it in, reel it in,
I
reel it in.
swear I'm not.
I'm talking about. I want you just to like literally look around your environment. I'm talking about reality. Your phone, I have a mouse here, my table, there's a cup. So everything has a surface. The table's flat. This mouse is curved. My MacBook has a flat surface, but it's like round bezels or whatever, right? So I'm presenting to you that every surface can either be curved or not. There's no third option here. So if you can agree with me when you say, well, how does refuting this make this true? Well, if it's not curved, what other option can it be?
We're talking about things that exist right now as far as my phone and everything. Yeah, it's just flat. It's flatter. No. Yes, that's what you, yes, say yes.
Not just not things in general, but surfaces. Surfaces, the nature of a surface.
Yeah, everything has a surface. Okay. Then yes, it can either be flat or curved.
Boom, there we go. So if it's not curved, then what is it? Say it.
it's a flat cube. Would you accept that?
No, don't troll, man.
Well, hold on. Whoa, that's not trolling. That is literally this follows with what you're saying.
No. Wait. I said not things. So not shapes or objects or platonic solids. I said surfaces. That doesn't even lead to a cube object.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, and I agreed with you. I listen, Christian.
You said my phone. I stopped you. I said not just things.
You misunderstood what I just said. That's why you're going on to something else.
You're way off.
No. But I'm saying, well, hold on. You said it's either flat or round. It's like, okay, fine. But then we live on a cube. We live on a cubed Earth. We live on a triangular Earth.
You're trolling.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
You're trolling. You're actually.
Yes. I just conceded to you. That it's either flat or round. I conceded you. Yes, that's true. You're right.
It's not objects. I'm seeing surfaces. That doesn't mean.
I know.
Can you understand?
Yes. Okay. I don't know what to do. I conceded that. Yes, I concede. I want to move on. Yes, I concede. Yes, it is either. It's a dichotomy. Yes, it's a dichotomy. It's either flat or round. I'm trying to move from that because we're trying to move to the next logical conclusion, right? Okay. So now, okay, fine. You're right. So let's get past this. You are right.
Can you just mute him for a second, please?
I'm telling you, you're right. There's no dialogue tree that needs to go on. It's a dichotomy. You are right.
You're not letting anyone talk right now. Thank you. The next point is that flat is not a shape. So for you to jump from, okay, well, I see the surfaces around me can either be curved or not. Therefore, the Earth must be a flat cube or whatever. Those 2 points don't connect. Flat is not a shape.
Okay, have you finished with the dichotomy argument?
Did you understand what I just said?
Oh my God, yes. I've already said it 1,000
What
times.
did I
I can
just say?
hear dichotomy. That it's either flat or round, a dichotomy. That
How did
if
I
it's
just
flat, yes, it is. I will. Let me repeat it. Give me time to repeat it. You said
You
if
said
it's
it.
flat, that doesn't mean. Let me repeat it. You said if it's flat, it doesn't mean it's a cube. It doesn't mean it's a triangle. It doesn't mean it's a disc. It's just flat. You're only talking about the surface. You're saying if it's not round, then it must necessarily be flat. That's what you said. That was your point. Okay. No. Are you done with that?
I want to correct you there too.
Oh,
'cause
what
I
could you
didn't-
possibly say?
bro? You're a little bit more triggered than I am. But
Yes,
I didn't say curved or not. Round. You can have something that's round.
cares? Oh my God.
Settle down, Elvis.
I think you triggered me, bro.
You're
Can
right.
we move on to the next person? Because you're a
No,
little
no. We want to move on to the next logical fucking
Hey,
question.
Elvis gonna play piano.
emotional to even get through this one point.
You are still on curved or round. You're arguing semantics right now.
No, it's
Okay.
not curved,
Let
it's
me.
just-
Okay. So let me. Okay. Fine. Let me
Wait,
ask you a
the
question. So
fact that
is.
you just-
Oh
bro.
Jesus! You're so scared. You're so scared
The
to answer your
fact that you
question.
just said curved or round shows you're too emotional. You're too triggered right now. It's not
Emotional?
curved or round. Those are the two. That's the dichotomy. Curved
That's
or
what I
round.
want to get at. Okay.
You see how
So-
you're too triggered. It's
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
curved or round.
You're so scared. So why is it not a? Could it be a cubed Earth? Is that just as likely?
He's trolling, guys.
Good
Just
lord,
move.
can we move on to a serious discussion, please? This is
How is
Just
that
move.
trolling? This
Just
is
move.
Are you too? This is your defeater. You can't answer this question.
You all the cinema for the last 3 months.
Hold
Just
on.
mute him.
If it's
why
a
the
flat
fuck would you
surface,
call it a cube?
because if it's a flat surface, why couldn't it be a cube?
Because cube's a shape.
Hold on.
We're not talking about shapes. we're
Surface
talking
is
about
just two-dimensional.
A
You
disc.
idiot.
A disc is a shape.
Yeah,
But
we're
hold
not
on.
Surface is
talking about
a two-dimensional.
Yeah. The argument was if it was or wasn't flat, if it was curved or not.
Yeah, we're talking about surface only though.
No, it was. Yeah,
Nobody's
but why?
saying
Hold on.
you're
Can someone here say why? Hold on. Why were we talking about surface?
Because
that's
that's
the
what the
only
question
thing. That's
was
the
about
only
the
thing we've
surface,
been
not
talking
about a
about this
shape of
entire-
anything. Not about a shape.
The surface is the only thing we've been talking about this entire time, my boy.
Yeah,
That's-
but why? Are you
Because
fucking
that's the topic
stupid?
of the
Because we're
server.
talking about the Earth. We're talking about flat Earth. It's not just we're just
That's the topic-
talking about
that's the
surfaces.
topic- That's
Okay,
the
well,
topic
here's
of
the
the
thing.
server.
I
All
can
right,
answer.
hey, listen, hold on. I gotta go. Creation, you are 19. You are too retarded. But you're young, so you have time.
Elvis failed.
Yeah, that
Elvis
was
has
just
left the
useless
building.
for the globe.
Can
Useless for
someone,
the globe.
can someone give me my mod perms back? Like, why the fuck do I not have mod perms to this bitch? That's so crazy. But someone hooked me up with that. But yo, he thinks the Earth is a disc in space. That's what that is.
He thinks the galaxy is a disk in space.
It,
It's a donut in space, actually.
Can I bring up
Flat.
two new topics?
I don't know. Do you want to react to the last topic though, for just a little bit closure?
let me guess. Galactic Coriolis is your top.
Please, please.
No, my topic is jet streams and long range gunnery artillery.
Wait, can you just? We need a reaction to the last topic, bro. Yeah. You were listening the whole time, jumping in and stuff. So, what are your thoughts on that last back and forth? Do you think that flat is a shape?
No. I don't agree with the way he tried to get his points across. I also don't agree with a lot of the way you guys get your points across. But what am I going to do?
Fair enough, but maybe you could answer my question. I appreciate you saying that.
I don't think flat is a shape. No, I think his argument was asinine.
All right, I appreciate that.
So, can anybody give me a system where the Earth is not a sphere and it creates the jet streams that we observe?
Yeah, the Earth right now, the way it is.
Yeah, correct.
Right, but okay. So for the Earth the way it is, right, and the jet streams that we observe, those can only be created in a system where the object that we're on is a sphere.
We're not on an object.
That's false.
Why is that
Hold on a
false?
second. Hold on a
I'm
second.
going to need some
You just made a
proof of that.
Yeah, it's a baseless assertion. So just go ahead and support that claim instead of saying only this way. It's just a baseless assertion.
Yeah, it's false. because,
So
it
if you
happens-
Yeah,
It
that
ha-
means
can-
you
it can
ruled
happen on
out
a
all
fraction.
other possibilities that you can dismiss, right? So you ruled them all out. How did you?
how can it Whoever someone just brought, it can work in a flat.
How did you rule out all other possibilities?
Because you can just do the math.
Because it can work above
What
a
math?
flat
Show me.
surface as well. It can work the same way above a flat surface.
How so?
How so? Look outside. The way it is right now, that's the way it's working right now. That's
But
the way
that-
it's working.
Yeah, you got
on the flat
pressure.
Earth.
Okay. So
Yeah, it's working perfectly the way it is right now. We're not saying anything different than that.
Nobody truly understands the entire atmospheric physics either. It's a huge area of open debate and research.
the jet streams are not an area of open debate.
Yeah, they are. The entire atmospheric
Can you give me any evidence that gives a different type of model for the jet stream?
What model?
I don't care.
Of the fluid dynamics of the jet stream, how it works, how it moves
How about
around,
no?
how we're
Models
able to track it.
Models are for observable phenomenon. Why don't we talk
Yes.
about what's observable about a
the
globe?
jet stream is
What is
observable.
about a? You need to provide a phenomenon for the globe to model.
Yes, the jet stream.
Okay, so what's your globe?
Sorry, you're breaking up. What?
Yeah,
You're cutting out,
Yeah,
Amish.
what is your globe model? And show me the observation. Show me the observation that your globe model corresponds.
The observation is the jet streams, the way that they interact with the rest of the world that we can observe, the way that they rotate in different ways, the way that they go from east to west specifically, and you can actually track them with various instruments, and those instruments are used by commercial airline pilots every day to determine the length of time for their flights. Would you agree? Would you agree that flights with the jet stream are more efficient than flights against the jet stream?
No.
You
don't
can
understand tracking and coordinate reference systems.
Coordinate reference systems is not
Yeah,
relevant
if
for how
they're
the jet
using a
stream is next to
spherical,
the
if they're
aircraft.
using a spherical, if they are using a spherical coordinate reference system like lat and long to track the location of the jet streams, then they're assuming a globe in the first instance, and they're applying an arbitrary coordinate reference model to that, which works on flat.
Where does it? Can you show me where it works on flat Earth?
Yeah, you take an elevation angle to Polaris to get latitude, and you look at where the sun is and time it with the clock to get long.
Okay, but what if I can't see Polaris? Like, in the areas south.
Well, you can probably use Orion because that's over the equatorial bulge.
Okay, so I guess you
What
could
do I
use
do
Orion.
during the
Sure.
day?
So if I was flying through the jet stream and I stayed within it and I didn't land, right? It would.
All right, whistle past all the grave.
Okay, I'm getting there. Don't worry. So if the Earth was flat, right, and the aircraft and our aircraft was flying with.
Where's the globe observation? I don't care about what you think about jet streams and tracking them. I'm telling you that you need to strike to the root of this. If you're tracking where things are, you're using a coordinate reference system, aren't you? How did you get that coordinate reference system?
Oh God, we're back
You need
to
to
this.
study that.
I've brought forward the exact aircraft that do it. Sorry, satellites. My bad.
You need to study the coordinate reference system they're using and how it
Yes,
comes
yes,
to be.
you're
You have
gonna
no
bring up
knowledge of
where
it.
it came
You
from
have
once
no idea what
again.
you're talking
That's not.
No,
That's
you didn't know
irrelevant
you didn't know
to
what
my.
latitude was derived from until I
No,
told
I
you.
don't. In order to make this claim and this assertion, I don't need to know where longitude and latitude came from, Amish. You bring this up
Then how do
every
you
single
track?
fucking
How
time.
do you track where they are? Because your argument is we know by tracking where the jet streams are from time and distance.
Not.
that Earth
I
is
never
the-
said time and distance. That's not
Well,
what I
then
said.
How do you know where the jet streams are without time and distance?
Because
And
comparative
relative
to-
location? You got to know all.
comparative to its motion against the ground.
What?
How about that?
okay.
You know, the maps that I'm looking at right now don't have longitude and latitude on them.
Yeah.
The live maps that
Okay, so
show
then how
the
do you
jet
track
stream
where
and
it
its
is if you don't know
motion.
where shit is on your? You have
Because
no idea where shit is on your map. Great. How do you?
I do, because the map that I have is to a set scale, right? And I don't even need the longitude and latitude coordinates, because when I track aircraft on a separate system and I track the jet stream, they match up. and they can match up with the physical observations I have with my eyes.
How do you track
When
an aircraft without a coordinate?
when my map shows my aircraft over New York, and I look out the window of my plane and I see that I'm over New York City, and then I look at the map of where the jet stream is, and it's showing me that the jet stream is over me, right? And because I came from the east.
How do you know it's over you if you don't have a coordinate system? This is
I don't need to. I'm looking out the aircraft. I can see it's below me.
So you don't know where it came from without tracking it, you moron.
I don't need to know where it came from to know that I'm looking down at the ground.
And you can't track the jet stream, so
I'm talking about where not needing this system that you're telling me that I
How do you
need to know where it came
jet
from.
stream is above you? How do you know it's above you? That's a location. Where's the location on this jet stream? Where do
Because
you
it's
get
in the
that from?
atmosphere. The sensors that measure the jet stream.
yeah, sensors use a coordinate reference.
No, actually, what measuring the jet stream, most of it is wind direction, wind direction,
How do you know where the
and
sensors are?
temperature.
Wind direction compared to what?
How do you know where the sensors are without
Compared
coordinates?
to the ground.
Compared to the ground.
How do you know where the ground
is? Flat ground. Okay.
How do I know where the ground is? I look and I see it.
Ground where? What
surface.
ground? What ground are you referring to? Where is the location of this ground, and how did you get that location?
I looked at a map.
You got a coordinate
And then this map has a drawing, and the drawing matches up to my observations.
On a coordinate
And the map
system,
is to a scale. No, my map doesn't have. My map doesn't have a coordinate system.
Yeah, it does have a coordinate
Okay,
system.
useless.
Yeah,
No, it
welcome to
doesn't.
Flat Earth.
We're not. Again, we're not going to include the use of that because every time it's all you guys bring up, and all of the maps
You're
I'm
gonna be
looking
like,
at right
look,
now.
the jet stream was above the Walmart down the street, and then the jet stream went above the tree in my backyard, and then the jet stream went over to my neighbor's
No,
house.
that's-
Is that how you're trying?
No, that's not actually what I'm saying. What I am actually saying is, like I said, I'm in an aircraft and I'm looking down at the city that my map is telling me I'm over, without any longitude, without any latitude. I'm looking at the little fucking screen that's in my fucking passenger's plane, right? And it's telling me I'm over New York. I look down, I see New York, right? And if I go from here to where my map tells me where London is, right? And it tells me how long that's going to take based on the jet stream because it affects my aircraft, and I time it on the watch that's on my wrist, it ends up being correct. And I haven't.
Yes, how do you know where New York is relative to London? You need a
I-
coordinate reference system
No,
to
no.
get the distance.
No, I don't.
Otherwise, you won't be able to find London when you leave New York and vice versa. Unless you celestial navigate, using a spherical.
I'm a passenger on this aircraft. I don't need to know longitude and latitude to know where that is.
So how do you know?
Okay. How do I know it's a globe? Because all of the evidence that I just put forward is correct and works.
You didn't put no evidence forward. You talked about
wait.
Fallacy. That's called a pragmatic fallacy.
Yes, absolutely is. I am trusting in my physics.
No, you don't see New York from.
I want to talk to someone else who isn't mentally retarded.
You don't see New York from the window of the plane. It is clouds.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you're too high to even look. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's stupid. It's a brick.
Look at the ground and the jet stream. It's like.
What's it got to do? Like, is he saying the jet stream happens because the Earth spin? Is that what he's fucking saying?
No, he's saying because it's a ball, but he didn't correlate the two anyway. He didn't correlate anything between what he was saying and how that equates to a ball.
But it's all based on.
We took away his opportunity to at every.
It's all based on flat maps anyway. So what is he talking about? I don't even know what the fuck. That doesn't make any sense.
They're out of their minds.
Chupacabra.
How about just some freaking? How about some just curvature? How about some freaking just some curvature? Just show us that. Isn't that what it's about?
No.
Some other
No, we're going to get really complicated and talk about atmospheric models instead.
They're either going to make a baseless assertion like he did and say that, it can only work this way, or they're going to almost affirm the consequent, which he didn't quite do, or they're going to commit a pragmatic fallacy, and he's great with the pragmatic fallacy.
Ordered from
So-
Domino's.
yeah.
Domino's made it to my house. Globe.
Yeah, pretty much. If Domino's can deliver a pizza to your house, that only works on a globe, right?
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
the little map on the back of the airplane headrest that I'm looking at is based off of a globe. It looks like, therefore, Earth is a.
Yeah, the reification.
That would be about it. That's as much relevance as he brought. That's about it. That's the relevance he
You got a
brought.
2-for-1 fallacy.
Was that the same guy as yesterday? With the same fallacy as yesterday? Oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Same pragmatic fallacy.
Wow, didn't learn. Will never learn, probably. Is he muted or is he self-muted?
He's server muted.
Yeah, you couldn't tell me why yesterday either. And now he's just kind of approaching. It's like nothing I said yesterday. He heard any of it. He didn't hear a single thing I said yesterday.
Who, Mr. Jubacabra?
Yep.
Would you like a second round?
Not really.
Okay.
Because nothing's going to change. He's just going to make the same appeal. I'm just going to ignore the rebuttal. But, yeah, whatever.
Crypto.
Huh? Hey, Tano, how you doing? Oh, yes. Gotta love that golf clap.
That's the homie right there, man. I'm just saying.
Huh. Wait, is that CB?
Man, come on, man.
Put some respect on my name.
Yeah, you already know. You already know. What's
What's good? Well, I mean, the earth's flat. But you knew that already.
I was just flat smacking a couple Globers. That T2 dude, me and him had a little back and forth. Looks like he left.
Yep.
Who's next?
I got 3 for 3 yesterday. I got 3 people to rage quit. I was delighted with that.
Oh shit, you got a triple kill?
Yeah, man.
T2. Who's that? Is that QE? T2? Terminator?
No, that last goofball that was in here, bro.
I know. I'm
That
joking.
was triggered. Nah, it was good though. I don't even normally come over here for real. I got a couple bodies today, boy.
Oh, man.
Who's next? Pribby. I think you had a lot to say in the chat. You wanna come off mute? I think Jubacabra.
Fucking five.
Who were you talking to earlier, Crypto?
Oh no, I just got here. I haven't really been on today. But yesterday I was talking to Chupacabra, Orban. And
Chupacabra's actually a cool name. I like the name. I'm sorry, but he's an idiot though, isn't he?
yeah, I mean he's got a base name, but he's got an adherence to Jewish mysticism that he probably doesn't understand. Actually, that might be an interesting conversation to have with him.
US.
Why did he get muted? What did he say? I mean, honestly, he was missing the point earlier. It was pretty bad because, like, homeboy said, "Well, I trust all the experts," and I was like, "Well, who are the experts? I'd like to call one of the witnesses to the stand, please." And he called Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then when we flamed on Neil deGrasse, he's like, "Well, you think that's evidence for flat Earth or something like that?" I'm like, "No, did you forget what just happened? Like, take your horse blinders off." He said those were the guys that had the answers. When we talked about those guys specifically, they clearly didn't have the answers, Chupacabra. So, like, you guys got to stop losing the plot so quickly. Come off mute, bro. Someone unmute him. Should we talk to him? Nah, it was you, bro. I see you in the chat saying that was not me. Yeah, because I saw you chiming in, being like, "No, why do you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson?" No, we don't. We're just saying that those are the guys you said were the experts. So, anyway,
You know who the real expert is?
Yo, mama.
Scott Mackey.
Yeah, right.
Ban his ass.
Stop the cap.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
Hell nah.
You should be slapped for saying that, man.
What do you mean? It's the truth.
You don't even believe that yourself.
Mackey is the globe god.
Bruh. Nobody believes that. There's not a single human being alive that believes that.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Yeah, facts. Well, are you a mod over here, Crypto? Do you want to unmute this guy? Or no?
I can do it on my MacBook. Give me a sec.
Crit?
Well, just give me a sec. I'll be on in like 30 seconds. I'll be on my phone. Who am I muting anyway?
I'll get it. Who am I muting? Chupacabra?
He's off mute already.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
creation. I didn't. None of those. I was muted when T2 was making those points. I'll happily send you the clip of the fucking stream where you can see that I'm muted, my guy.
Enemy spotted.
Hey, if I'm wrong, I get it. Listen, I'm a flat earther.
Get it
so
quiet.
As usual, you guys will.
But I saw you jump in, man. Unless you were.
I was muted.
You might have been hot
was
mic-ing.
muted.
Nah, because I got
was
my MacBook open. I'm looking at the panel right now.
Oh, you're gonna bitch and whine being muted when we unmute you? Go back and mute, boy.
Muted again. Yo, dude, I got my MacBook open. I'm watching you light up. Either you're hot micing or you're talking. I hear your voice, and you jumped in the White Knight for the other dude saying, "Well, you just think that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that it's flat, so it's flat." Like, no, we don't think that. I'm just rebuttaling what he's saying, that there's a bunch of experts. And I yield the floor.
So, Mr. Jacob Cabra, I wanted to ask you: are you aware of the?
Can I respond to this? Hold on, sorry, Mennonite. Again, creation. I did not say anything during that conversation because I was muted. You're having an argument with yourself right now, and once again putting words in my mouth and then arguing against them. I didn't say anything during that conversation.
Then you were hot micing and you weren't muted.
I couldn't have been because I've been muted 90% of the time that any of
No,
this
you
conversation's
weren't.
been happening.
I got my MacBook open this whole time staring at the panel. Like,
Prove it.
Hold on a second, Creation Bear, just a second. So, I was the one that muted Jubacabra because he did come in, so I'm going to go check the stream. Now, Jubacabra, if when I muted you, it was because you were talking, and I do find that you were talking and you did interrupt, this is going to be a lie, right?
Talking, that's not what I never said I wasn't talking. I said I never made any comments about the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, and I never tried to fucking white knight T2. You can even see in the chat me saying I don't agree.
We're going to go check.
Fair enough.
Go check. I can't wait for you to see.
Honestly, man, if I'm wrong, I apologize for mischaracterizing you. I really do. But I genuinely remember looking at the panel and seeing you chime in and being like, bro, you're losing the plot. You don't remember me saying that?
Yeah, you said I'm losing the plot, and when you and I were talking about something completely unrelated to fucking T2's nonsense, I was talking about you guys fucking interrupting him. And other people more specifically. I was not white knighting it, and I even said I don't agree with his fucking point.
I remember you saying that, but I do remember you saying like, oh, so you think the experts are wrong, therefore it's flat, or something along those lines. But if I'm wrong, bro, I apologize, but I don't think I'm wrong. But it's fine. It's fine. Well, maybe we can check the stream. Shout out to you though. Shout out to Jubacabra. Mennonite. I think he's deaf right now, so maybe he's listening to the YouTube or probably not. But shout out to Crit and Plum Bob. Says who? Oh, I get it. Mennonite, Womenonite. Nah, man. Ultimately, I think the point that I would like to be made is that flat Earth is not some new random just blurb. Someone just blurted out that it's flat. It is a rebuttal to those people saying that it's a globe. They went out and like, oh, it's a globe, really? Let's find out. Well, it looks like it's not a globe. And if it's not a globe, as we talked to with T2 earlier, if the surface isn't curved, then what else would it be?
So, in order for the jet streams to exist, right, you need two main things: heat dispersion and rotation, right? Not even necessarily a global rotation. There has to be an element of rotation. And okay, can you show, if that's cap? Can someone show me an experiment where a fucking jet stream happens with no rotation? Because if Dave Foltz literally demonstrated this with a fucking, what was it, like a dishpan and fucking water and some fucking metal flakes in the 40s.
A dishpan, water, and metal flakes.
Yeah, and then he turntable to create rotation, and then the metal flakes were suspended in the camera, and they were able to watch. So were suspended in the water, and they had a camera watching, and they were able to track the flow of the metal flakes within the water. And so the fluid dynamics of that of what happens with the rotation within the fluid when they tracked it with the metal flakes was then they were then able to then extrapolate that back up into all of the observations they were finding with the jet stream.
Yeah, and I can't remember.
I think there must have been I think there probably was a heat element as well, obviously.
Are you saying the jet stream only matches where the water's flowing?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Okay, I'm saying that the experiment, that one of the initial experiments that was done to show the fluid dynamics of what creates the jet stream, being the rotation and the heat, right? So, so there had to have been like some type of heating element on the outside of this rotating pan, right? Because it's the heat and the rotation that enact the creation of the jet stream, right? And so whatever body we are on, be it flat or globe, right, has to be rotating in order for the jet stream to exist. Will you agree to that?
Oh, hell.
If it were,
one at a time, please. One at a time. I can't hear anything you're saying.
You couldn't fly against it, dude. You couldn't fly against it.
So you're saying the jet stream doesn't exist?
No. Didn't say that. I'm just saying.
It sucks when someone does that, huh? That's what you guys have been doing today consistently.
Speeds they say the Earth is spinning at, it's just you couldn't fly against those speeds. If you think the Earth is velcroed to the atmo, that whole thing.
Wait, hold on. Let me answer that. Let me see if I understand you. So you're saying that the speed of the rotation of the Earth, right, would create a jet stream that is too fast for us to be able to fly in it. So the jet stream that we observe is not because of the same speed that they're saying the Earth is rotating. Is that your claim here?
I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying it just don't.
You're not making a claim. So then why are you saying anything? You're just saying things.
Okay, but hold on though, real quick though. But think logically, right? Try to use your brain real quick, okay? If something is spinning in one direction, all right, what will it take to then make something go in the opposite direction of that? If not a clockwise spin. So if you have a ball that's spinning in one direction consistently, constantly, and you're saying that's created the jet stream, and then you can say logically,
rotation and heat, right?
Hold on, using your brain, you'd say, well, wait. Then how do we have a jet stream going the opposite way? Because this is your conclusion, right? You said the original jet stream was caused by the spin. Okay.
And the heat.
And the heat. Now, to have a jet stream going the opposite direction, with your logic, then you would need something spinning the opposite direction. Because you're saying that it's the spin that creates it. But you have jet streams that are going in both directions.
I can answer this.
Go ahead.
So the rotation and the heat is what creates the jet stream, and the one that's going the opposite direction, right, is a result of the global shape that is enacted, right? Because you have the two elements of cold at both poles, and then you have the warmer element in the middle. So the jet stream in the north, right, is changing its heat temperature and its pressure to the jet stream in the south, so it's causing them to actually move in different directions, and they're not. Wait, let me finish. I have to finish this point. They're not very uniform bands, right? The jet stream, in fact, recently, I think it was 2021, where Texas had that huge ice storm. That was because the northern jet stream was broken so much that it bent all the way down to Texas and allowed the cold air of the northern hemisphere to go that far down. Right? It's the jet stream that keeps those two temperature changes from interacting.
But hold on though. So is it the temperature that created the jet stream, or was it the spinning?
You can't have it's both. You can't have a jet stream without both.
Hold on though. No. Hold on though. You said.
I said it was both. From the beginning, I'm going to stop you there because it's going to sound like you're going to try and because it's going to sound like you're going to try and say that it was. I said just the rotation. When from the beginning, the first thing I said that you need heat and rotation. Go ahead.
Dude, let me finish my point. Okay, when you said that the first jet stream was created by spin. Okay, so you're
not what I said.
Oh, by spin and heat. Okay, right. By spinning and heat, create a jet stream. That's what you said, right?
Yes. The jet stream requires heat and spinning. Yes.
Okay. So, let's leave that on the shelf. Then you said, but the opposite jet stream was just created by the change of temperature, not the spin, because the spin created the first one, but the second one was created by the heat. So then I would say, so let's think of it logically. Well, then why not just say, no, it's the temperatures that are creating the jet streams both directions. Spin has nothing to do with it. Because if the temperature created the south, then why can't the temperature create the north? You are only throwing in the spin to get your ball. No, don't say nope.
Because I already preambled what you're saying now, and
yeah. So you're wrong. So let's just point it out. You're wrong because you're saying that the temperature from in the north is going to create the jet stream in the south. So then that would say logically, so it's temperature that creates the jet stream. But in your bias, you say no. The spin of the Earth created the jet stream to begin with. And then
that's not what I said.
Heat added.
Nope, that's not what I said.
Okay, you said that it's the jet stream and the heat that creates the northern jet stream. Did you not?
No, I said, and I even interrupted you at the beginning to preamble this, right? I said that
you're wrong,
because of the rotation and the heat, right? And that's why I described the cold areas in the north and the cold areas in the south.
But it's temperature though.
And because its temperature changes.
Yes, exactly. Temperature changing creates a jet stream. Has nothing to do with
oh my God.
Yes. See,
temperature changes and rotation cause the jet stream. You can't have a jet stream with just temperature, and you can't have a jet stream with just rotation.
Once again.
Rotation of what? Rotation
of the fundamental body that the atmosphere surrounds or interacts with.
Wrong. Now here's why you're wrong. I'm going to say it one more time. I don't think you're getting it, okay? Because
you're not getting it.
Okay, so here's the thing. If the rotation and heat is creating a jet stream. Now, to have an opposite jet stream,
oh my God!
Shut up! I'm not done, bro. So if the second jet stream is coming in the opposite direction, with your logic, you would say you would have to have there's rotation going that way too with heat because that's what creates it. That's the only thing that creates the jet stream to begin with. Is the rotation and the heat. But you have two opposite jet streams, which would mean you would have to have two opposite rotations going the different direction. This is why I'm saying you're wrong. Now, logically, you can say, though, well, hold on. The temperature changing creates the jet stream, the high pressure to the low pressure, and then there's this like natural vacuum of air like filling that place because it's rushing to equalize and balance itself because of the temperatures being offset from one another. And that would create this whooshing, if you will, because it's filling this gap of where it's trying to equalize the temperature change. Has nothing to do with the spin. Your bias says it has to be the spin, but I'm just saying, bro, you're wrong. 1000% you're wrong. But go ahead, you can talk now.
So with conclusion, it's the air that's in rotation, not the Earth that you're claiming. And I even posted a video where a guy made the fluid in his bowl flow without having to make the bowl rotate. You should check that out. I even tagged you.
There you go.
That's a great experiment. Although it hasn't been shown in any actual scale, anything with multiple mediums with an atmosphere. No, it hasn't.
You're only bringing a bias, and you need it to spin to make your ball hurling through an infinite vacuum. It's a bias, but you're not using logic, bro. You're not thinking of it with your brain. Like, just try to get outside of the bullshit lies we've been taught and look back at it and be like, wait, if this was created because of spin, but then you have an opposite, like, where does that happen in real life? And then without anything spinning, because you're saying, they tested it here on Earth. Yeah, where it's stationary. So there's still no spin because they're still on Earth where it's stationary, where it's not spinning. It's just a bias, bro. It's a story. And you bought it.
I'm just like, most of what your entire point has been you putting words in my mouth, and I can't just keep telling you that the fundamental thing that you're trying to say, that my point is not the point I'm trying to make. We're just going in circles. So I guess we can move on.
So I'll leave it with this though. Let me just try to.
Yes, get the last word in about you misrepresenting me. Go ahead. All you, buddy.
Well, let me just try to teach you something. See, so
yes, please teach me more about my own point. Go ahead, buddy.
So the lie is that it's
The
spinning
lie.
and it's okay. Let me finish, please. Don't interrupt me. The lie is that it's spinning and that the heat or the temperature change along with the spin is creating a jet stream. But the truth is, it's just temperature change, and it's the constant violent what's the word I'm looking for, where it's constantly trying to have is it homeostasis? It's like it's constantly trying to like balance itself out. I forgot the word for it.
Can you show any type of experiment that can prove a jet stream without
equilibrium?
Any type of
That's
rotation?
a good point. Equilibrium. So the point is though that when you have this dynamic system, fluid system in above us, right? That it's constantly changing. That's why one day when you go outside, the wind's blowing from one direction. Then you go out another day, and then the wind's blowing from another direction. And in your logic, though, if it's spinning, even though it's so big, so it's going so slow, it's still spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, but that's still a speed. And now technically, if that was the case, like no different than if you were like on a teacup at Disneyland, if you were to put water, throw up water when you're in teacup, put it on the side in the seat, when you're in the teacup, what happens to the water? It's going to go one direction. It's never going to go the opposite direction. It doesn't go against the momentum that's being built against itself. And if you can't grasp that, I can't help you.
You know what the atmosphere is, kid?
Yes, I do know what the atmosphere is, kid. Yes, I do know. Thank you.
He wasn't even listening to you. Didn't you hear his question? Because he asked you to show him an experiment with to make a jet stream without the spin. But you told us about the jet stream without the spin that is just made with the difference of temperature.
Oh my God! You're actually gonna make the same point, and how many times I've said that that's not the point I was making? That's
Yours
actually
has a
fucking
magnetic
hilarious.
field around it.
I'm gonna fucking
It's,
clip that, Necros. Thank you. I'm gonna laugh at that
of
later.
this Earth has nothing to do with the wind.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
That his claim was that the jet
tell me
stream
more
was
about
made
my claim.
by the spinning and the heat. No, I'm being exact. I'm using your words. He said that the jet streams are created by the rotation of the Earth along with the heat. That's what he said verbatim. Now he might add to that. That's fine. Whatever you can take away. I don't care. But I personally, I'm saying there's no spin. There's no rotating. There's no movement of the Earth, of the ground, of the oceans. They're just
What do you think?
everything's
What do you
in
think
a
causes
basin. if you will.
the? What do you think causes the jet streams?
No, you can't just say, what do you think causes jet streams, as we're going to take as default that the Earth is rotating. You have to prove that it is, or that is the cause.
No, I'm just curious. What Brockerfon, what do you
It
think
doesn't
causes
matter.
the?
Everyone's supposed to prove that the Earth is a globe. So you guys have a presupposition that that is the cause, or
I
there is
just
some other
explained what jet streams, by the way.
No.
I just explained. I just explained what caused them. By the way, I just explained it. Like if you missed it, I'm sorry you missed it. But I just said it earlier.
All you said is temperature change, and you haven't been able to corroborate that with anything. by the way.
Dude. Okay. Hold on though. Here's what's funny about that. Okay, in your statement, you said that the first jet stream going one direction.
That's not. Oh my God! How many fucking times do I have to say that I did not say that there was a first jet stream that was caused by either rotation or temperature? No, because you keep putting fucking words in my mouth, my guy, and then responding to those words that I'm keep telling you is not my point.
Just let me finish, because you said, oh I could explain. You said this. Now I'm not a liar. I'm going to say the truth here.
Yes, you are. I've just told you why.
You said that you can explain why the jet stream goes in the opposite direction. You said that. And I'm going to quote you. You said because the first direction, it's the spin of the Earth and heat. And then you said, and when it goes in the different direction, it's because that change of temperature, it mixes and then it goes the opposite direction. That's what you said.
Nope, that's literally not a. You didn't even. I made such a specific example of what the change in direction was by, And you didn't mention a single element of it. So no, you're fucking wrong. Go look back at the fucking stream and you can see what I actually said. I'm so sick and tired of you guys just putting fucking words in my mouth and then responding to the argument when I over and over trying to tell you that that's not.
You're lying. You said that the jet stream that's going the opposite direction is made by the change of temperature. That's why I said, okay, well then. So then the first one was made by rotating and that temperature, but then the second one going the opposite direction was made by just the change of temperature. Then I said, well then hello, it's just the change of temperature that's making them. And you're throwing in that the spinning is what makes it. Dude, you're on fucking, you're recorded as being a liar, bro. We got you. You're got. You're exposed.
Do you think that temperature is the only mechanism causing the jet stream?
No, obviously it's the everything that has to do with electromagnetics in the sky and everything that's electric and is causing this amazing dynamic system to where it actually changes the pressures from high to low, and it's obviously everything in the workings together that's creating the wind and jet streams. Obviously, like it's not. We're not.
It's some kind of.
And then maybe there's more to it. Please let me know if there's more to it.
Is there some kind? So you're saying it's some kind of electrical field causing, or like the mechanism for the motion?
No. We know that there's an electrical field everywhere. Yeah. We know that it's measured. Are you disagreeing with that? But I'm not saying that's what caused it. I'm not saying that's the only thing that caused it. I'm saying that's a part of it because it's a dynamic system where there is pressures high and low. And it's constantly shifting and changing and trying to equalize. And in this beautiful system that has been created by the creator.
You cut out there.
I got a phone call. Sorry. As I was saying, the beautiful system made by the creator himself, he made it to where we're going to have jet streams, and we do have jet streams. And here's the cool thing about it. Not only does those jet streams even work above us, they also work below us in the oceans, in the currents. There's also jet streams. And it's pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing what he did.
Oh, in the water, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. There isn't like proof of what caused it, but you're just proposing like sort of ideas that make sense, right?
Correct. There's observations and people can theorize and everything like that. But the point of it is that a lot of it does make sense logically. You can think of it with half a brain at least, maybe someone, and say, well, wait, this makes sense if this is this and that is that. But to biasly say, oh, it's because the spinning of the Earth, even though there's no other, there's no way to even test an experiment that it is spinning. Even all the great scientists already did that and concluded there is no way to verify that it's rotating. But here we are, 2024. You have kids that are still indoctrinated in school, as we all were, saying, "Oh yeah, it's spinning because my teacher told me, and I believe it." Like, come on, dude, trying to wake up.
I mean,
Creation Bear, you got your ears on? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can infer that it's the spin of the Earth, but then the conversation should be proving that and not going in circles about, the assertion. So he should prove the spin first before asserting that's what causes it.
Yeah, no, definitely, and he should affirm the spin, and he can't because even the greatest scientists of the world, they couldn't. But apparently, he says that it is, even though he can't confirm it, but the textbooks tell him that it is, and that's why he believed it. It's a belief right here. It's a religion, the deep religions, deep rooted, and he can't break away from it. He's biased in his decision. Can't use his brain anymore. No more critical thinking for that.
So, Creation Bear, I think you and I both heard Chupacabra say that he did not white knight for T2. In fact, he didn't agree with his argumentation. And I didn't see any of that in there. I didn't hear anything about a disagreement What I did hear is white knighting. Would you affirm that that's what was happening there in that clip?
He's going deaf, mate.
Anyway, hand in the cookie jar. 50 minutes after the hour, Chupacabra white knighting for T2, which he said he did not do. So
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
he's usually always asking us to go back and check the clip. So this time I just checked the clip and we remember correctly.
You know why he does that? Is because most people don't do that. But in real time, we expose him. We catch him as a liar. I just called him as a liar earlier. He's like, oh, go back. Go listen to the recording. Yeah. And know what we're going to find? Exactly what you just found. Him fucking lying. Dude, just mute him and just move on, dude. He's a waste of time.
Yeah, he is. Do we have any other Globers in here?
Yeah, he's a waste of time and he's a Jew. So let's just move on.
Well, you can't say stuff like that, bro. that's not good.
Or is that TOS?
Yeah, that's TOS violation. I may have to mute you now.
Yeah, that's anti-Semitic.
Go ahead. Actually, that's you have to
That's
just do it.
horrible. That's horrible. Don't do it again, dude.
We have Rick lurking in chat. I notice they don't really like to come into the VC anymore. They kind of just like to chat skank. No one else with any kind of globe evidence. And we can clip this too, right? Like that's the great thing about YouTube is we can go back and clip it. Or finally someone provided some kind of direct measurement of Earth curve that we all went ahead and verified. This would be the day to do it.
Well, as history repeats itself, just don't hold your breath because there won't be any.
Anybody have any interest in talking to Chupacabra, the demonstrated liar?
I personally don't, but if somebody just wants to get in on the conversation and have at it, that'd be cool. I could just listen. I don't got to jump.
He loves to keep things really calm and civil. That's what I like about Chupacabra the most. Is he's calm, collected, very concise, knows what he's talking about, never raises his voice. Chupacabra, maybe you were just misunderstood. Could you, present your Jetstream argument to me?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Listen to this. Okay, you made the assertion, or not you specifically, Apocryphon made the assertion that was white knighting for T2, right? And the clip you brought forward was me yelling about how yesterday I brought forward videos as evidence and was dogpiled at how you can't trust videos and how it's just not usable in terms of the discussion. And then I complain in one sentence when I got unmuted about how my videos were disregarded as evidence, but you guys bringing forward a video of fucking Buzz Aldrin talking to a 6-year-old is the gold standard now for the fucking discussion. And apparently that's white knighting for T2. Can you actually,
Yeah, so before you just become entirely incredulous, I would encourage you to go back and listen to that conversation that Creation Bear had with T2. He was talking about the fact that we're not going to talk about Buzz Aldrin or Neil deGrasse or any of those guys because they'll probably get thrown under the bus anyways, and you don't want us to talk about them. We don't want to talk about them. It's all circumstantial, so let's just ignore it, right? Let's ignore Neil. Let's ignore Neil deGrasse Tyson and Buzz Aldrin. Let's just talk about the things that we can prove, like maybe measurements of Earth curve. That's where I would like to take the conversation. Or maybe you have some kind of evidence that the Earth spins, something like that. Do you have any of those things? Can you refrain from being incredulous in this conversation and be calm? I like calm conversation. Let's see.
how am I being incredulous when Brendan was the one who posted the video of Buzz Aldrin as the evidence? I'm on your side. I didn't want to talk about that. That was my whole fucking point, was literally, if you can literally hear me say in the clip that you posted, oh, we're not going to use videos about rockets, but you're going to post a video about Buzz Aldrin talking to a 6-year-old? And is that in any... Wait.
That's incredulity. Right now, this is called incredulity. You can't believe it, right? Once again, I'm going to say to you and reaffirm that we have dropped Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and the science guy. We are not talking about them. We're talking about empirical Earth curve measurements. We reject the corporations that you refer to, and we also reject Neil deGrasse Tyson. No worries. We're just letting people know that if they're going to appeal to guys like Neil deGrasse, he's going to go ahead and throw you under the bus by saying, we don't know what gravity is.
I'm not talking about Buzz Aldrin.
Me either.
Holy shit, okay? I'm talking about the fact that you guys said I was white knighting for T2, and when I told you, no, that's wrong, I said go back and check the clip, and the clip that you posted and then used to say that I'm a liar is me agreeing with you and saying I don't want to talk about Buzz Aldrin.
Is that what you said?
Oh my god. Okay. It was me saying you're not going to use videos as evidence, but you're going to post a fucking video of Buzz Aldrin. As if do you think that's me agreeing that that's a good thing to post?
That wasn't our evidence.
Brendan posted it, and I understand that's not your evidence of it being fucking true. But I'm not saying that it was evidence. I'm not saying that it was evidence of anything. I don't agree with it being a part of evidence. I'm saying that you were trying to assert that I was agreeing with T2 and fucking white knighting for him and using that clip as evidence. And I'm telling you that that's fucking wrong. And I'm
so that wasn't white knighting. You weren't making an attack towards the flat earthers in the room on behalf of your friend there that was doing pretty poorly.
He's not my friend.
You were just
I don't agree with him.
You were just being incredulous about the fact that Brandon posted a video.
I was being incredulous about Buzz Aldrin being used as about that video being used as an actual talking point when other videos were just being swept aside. That was all.
Why didn't you talk to Brandon about that? Why didn't you talk to Brandon in the chat?
Because I was muted, says who.
No, you weren't muted. That's why you were able to say, oh my God, you guys are going to accept Buzz Aldrin, a video, but not corporations. Yeah, no, you weren't muted. That's why we could hear you.
No, it wasn't about accepting Buzz Aldrin. It was about using the Buzz Aldrin video as any type of evidence in the conversation from either side. And then I got muted for saying that, yeah.
You weren't muted. You got to say all that you needed to say. but we didn't need that many people in the conversation talking about things that we weren't talking about, right?
Okay.
So we're going to go back to today. You have evidence for the globe spinning, I believe.
I guess I've jumped.
Okay.
I'm not gonna just get muted again, bro. I've every time I try and have a conversation with you guys, I get muted. You misrepresent what my argument is, and then you argue with each other on that misrepresentation. So have at it with someone else.
So it's just always our fault. We're the guys that are unfair. We're not the guys that are begging the question or affirming the consequent or committing pragmatic fallacies. None of
Never
that.
said you were. No, I actually don't think. I don't think in any way of what I said was that you guys were committing pragmatic fallacies.
No, if you weren't paying attention right now, I was inferring that it was you that's begging the question and affirming the consequent.
I can understand
and doing the
sarcasm.
pragmatic fallacies.
And I'm showing how all you do is jump around things that are made against you, and then you just turn it around. Oh, it's either a fallacy, and then you switch to ad hominems. That's all you guys.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
You can. I'm sure you can go find the multitude of clips, my guy. I'm not going to do your job.
But no, I'm asking you to. You just made the accusation, the claim, and now I'm asking you to back.
Yeah, it's all throughout the chat. I have a bunch of different examples. I constantly talk about it. Yeah. I even have
kind of a vague.
I even have you specifically added in some of those examples.
Bring them forward.
That's wonderful. Provide one of them. It's cool. Go ahead.
Oh, all of Cyclone yesterday. Haas Boss consistently. Fucking. I don't know them. I only know the other people.
Not more claims. The evidence for the claims that you're making.
I have to go download the clips. So give me a.
We'll
few
go do it.
Yeah. Sure. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna have to go find my ads and then find the timestamp in the clips. It's gonna take me some time.
It's all
wonderful.
24/7 for a reason.
Sounds like a
we'll be here.
worthwhile venture.
Yeah, I think so.
24 hours, and this guy's still talking about me. I'm flattered.
Yep. Cyclone, you have done a number on this young man, his psyche, and I applaud you for it. Yeah.
Always happy to help. So what's been going on?
The usual.
Chaos.
That's the chaos.
Like to hear. How you doing, Drew? You all right?
Yeah, doing good. Usually muted as usual.
I don't know. I don't think you get that muted compared to some other people. Heard you the last few days.
Yeah, there's been some good back and forths.
Good. So what topic? Are we on any topic about the Earth or not?
I brought up jet streams, and then I was going to talk about gunnery artillery, but I got tired.
Okay, classics. Gunnery artillery.